Marvel, reincarnated as Killian. I am the master of technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Mad Hulk and Super Tyrant. At this moment, even the artificial telekinetic who had reacted began to use telekinesis to try to lift Hulk up again, accompanied by an invisible click sound in the void. Just like a broken mirror, the artificial telekinetic who was hit through the telekinetic wall was immediately knocked out by the Hulk, who was like a locomotive. With a speed of tens of kilometers per second, he turned into a pool of minced meat and was smashed against the wall. Up to now, Hulk has completed more than a dozen consecutive kills. The last opponent is just a super tyrant. Okay, the next is the final assessment. Let me take a look. At this moment, Killian, who is watching the final highlight, said excitedly. Now, the first collision between his trump card and the high-end combat power of the Earth so far is about to begin. Who will win and who will lose is also of special significance to Killian. Okay. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel immediately controlled the instrument and gave orders to the super tyrant who was still watching the show. After Samuel's order was issued, the super tyrant was originally indifferent and calm, but the next second, his eyes suddenly condensed and showed a fierce light. The Hulk, who had already defeated the artificial telekinetic and wanted to roar as a winner, seemed to feel his opponent at this time, and his whole body showed a solemn look. Obviously, he felt a faint sense of threat from the opponent, just like a tiger encountering a lone wolf that had left the wolf pack, although the combat effectiveness of the two could not be said to be higher or lower. But when they really met, they devoted their whole body and soul to the opponent and looked at him with a vigilant face. This is also the greatest respect. At this moment, if the two can be said to be the top existence of carbon-based creatures, even if only the recovery ability is considered, even the current Hulk may not be able to surpass the super tyrant who now has multiple abilities such as the T-virus recovery ability, the desperate virus recovery ability, and the superpower high-speed regeneration. Not to mention the fighting ability, each of these super tyrants has a brain control chip installed in their brains. In addition to being able to control them at critical moments, what is more useful is that, similar to the Matrix, all the fighting skills can be directly transmitted to the brains of these super tyrants through data. And through training in the virtual space, it often only takes about a month for a super tyrant to become a mature biological killing weapon from birth to maturity. It is even more exaggerated to say that each of these super tyrants is proficient in all kinds of martial arts, and has no omissions in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Of course, even so, Hulk is just a person who can grow up in infinite rage, which can directly pull away all these advantages of the super tyrant. After all, no matter how powerful your fighting ability is, no matter how strong your recovery ability is, he only needs infinite rage and recovery to kill you. At this time, in the center of the room, Hulk looked at his opponent not far away, and began to slowly slow down his pace, and then approached the super tyrant step by step. The completely closed environment behind him, at this moment, is more like a natural underground fighting boxing ring. On the other side, looking at the Hulk in front of him, the super tyrant still stood there with an indifferent face, quietly watching Hulk's performance, even if Hulk walked towards him step by step. The next moment, he kept approaching the other party within 1 meter. At this time, the super tyrant still maintained the previous posture. After seeing this scene, Hulk had no scruples at all, and directly stretched out his big hand to the other party, trying to grab the super tyrant's head very skillfully and crush it. But at this moment, the super tyrant, who felt the attack, seemed to be triggered by a switch. With a crazy roar suddenly bursting out of his mouth, the whole person moved behind Hulk at a very fast speed. Using what Hulk wanted to do to him just now, the whole person's big hand was directly placed on Hulk's head. At the same time, he quickly pulled it hard. Crack! In an instant, only an extremely crisp bone friction sound was heard in this space. At this moment, Hulk's head began to be forcibly turned 180 degrees to the back. But what surprised the super tyrant was that the target of his attack did not show any signs of resistance. Moreover, his original goal was to turn his head directly, instead of turning halfway like now. The super tyrant now realized that the opponent's bones were much harder than he imagined. At this time, the Hulk's strong bone system and muscles allowed him to instantly offset the force of the super tyrant's ghostly attack. At this time, Hulk also raised his head and looked at the super tyrant above his head. Feeling the severe pain in his body, the Hulk, who had already become rational, once again revealed a crazy look in his eyes. Then the whole person tried to pull it down with his big hands without any rules, but the next second the super tyrant appeared not far away. Ka! Exclamation mark. At this moment, after watching the target disappear in front of him again, the Hulk, who had once again fallen into rage, used force to turn his twisted head back. Then he looked at the figure in front of him and rushed forward, as if he wanted to press the monster attacking him under his body, and then smash it into meat paste like the previous monsters. If it is a one-sided battle, then his reason and consciousness will grow very quickly, but if he encounters a strong enemy, then his consciousness as a human will gradually disappear. If it continues like this, it will probably become a complete beast. It seems that if we want to cultivate it in the future, this will also be a problem. At this time, looking at the Hulk's expression outside the observation room from the original reason to the current crazy look, Samuel couldn't help but speak. After all, as a biological weapon, the first requirement is to be able to control it. If it can't be controlled, it will be a time bomb that will explode at any time. It can blow up others, but sometimes it will also blow up itself. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian on the side just smiled slightly, but didn't speak. At this time in the room, Hulk roared like a beast again, and he used all his strength to fight with his super tyrant at close range. However, Hulk's speed seemed a little slow in front of the super tyrant, who had already received all-round enhancement. The super tyrant saw Hulk rushing over, and he just stepped back slightly, then raised his right foot slightly, and then the next second, with a flash of lightning suddenly flashing from his right foot, the whole right foot instantly kicked forward like a cannonball. Bang! In an instant, the super tyrant kicked Hulk's calf with an extremely clever posture. The huge force immediately made Hulk lose his balance. Before Hulk could react, he raised his left arm at the same time, revealing his elbow like a sharp knife, and then rushed towards the other party at a very fast speed. The next second, the elbow, like a battering ram, hit the Hulk's forehead hard. With this blow, any ordinary person, even just this one, would be beaten to death by the super tyrant. However, the person being beaten was the Hulk, who was known as the human-shaped immortal in the entire Marvel Universe. After being hit by the super tyrant, although he did not die, he fell heavily to the ground. Even when he fell to the ground, there was a dull sound of impact when the huge body collided with the ground. However, the next second, after suffering such a severe blow, the Hulk raised his head with a fierce look on his face, revealing his face with blood constantly flowing from his eyes, nose, ears and even mouth. Although the super tyrant's blow did not kill Hulk this time, the organs inside his brain more damaged. If it were not for Hulk's monster-like physical strength and super recovery ability, he would be dead now. Roar! At this moment, Hulk's expression was even more violent. Against a backdrop of blood, Hulk was really like what Banner had described before, a demon from hell. He was seen lying on the ground, and then he grabbed the right leg of the super tyrant, and with a force, he wanted to pull the monster in front of him to the ground. But compared to the force of MG, the super tyrant at this time was just a slight shock, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. It was as if he had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Hulk instantly went from a furious state to a sluggish state. Where is his thigh? Exclamation mark. Where is such a big thigh? At this moment, Hulk could not imagine how such a big thigh that he was holding could disappear out of thin air. At this time, Samuel, who was watching this scene, also showed a helpless smile. He also forgot that they had given the tyrant the superpower of teleportation at the very beginning, but if the tyrant really used it, just teleportation alone would make the tyrant invincible. Disable the tyrant's teleportation, otherwise, if it goes on like this, the tyrant will not lose simply relying on this superpower. What we want is the battle data between Hulk and the tyrant. Teleportation is unnecessary. After all, he definitely can't do anything if it comes to superpowers. Killian, who was standing aside, immediately spoke up after seeing Samuel's helpless expression. Okay. Tyrant 9527, authorized to prohibit the use of teleportation ability. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel also nodded, then picked up the microphone and spoke to the tyrant in the isolation room. At this time, the super tyrant in the isolation room also looked at Samuel after hearing his words, then nodded, and then stopped using teleportation. The whole person just stood not far away, looking at the Hulk in the distance, and began to use his brain control chip to adjust his latest battle plan. While the super tyrant was readjusting his battle plan, the Hulk not far away immediately began to roar and climbed up from the ground. When he saw the culprit who had just disappeared and had him reappeared in the distance, he immediately rushed towards the super tyrant with his eyes full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. This time, looking at the Hulk rushing over, the super tyrant did not choose to avoid it, but squinted his eyes, and suddenly a huge mental force began to burst out from his body. The next moment, an unprecedented force broke out directly and hit the oncoming Hulk fiercely. At this moment, the super tyrant's violent telekinesis instantly distorted the Hulk's already angry face. Bang! Then, accompanied by a loud noise, Hulk was like a cannonball, and his whole body was directly knocked out, until it hit the steel wall hundreds of meters away. At this moment, even Samuel and Killian in the observation room seemed to be able to feel the trembling of the entire underground space. However, even with such a powerful force, Hulk, as the person involved, only shook his dizzy head and got up again. Although Hulk does not have the fancy superpowers of the super tyrant, his ability to resist attacks can be called extremely terrifying. The attacks of the super tyrant that can kill other creatures directly are like tickling on the Hulk. Even if he was injured, Hulk could recover in a short time and continue to fight vigorously. However, watching this scene, the super tyrant did not show any impatience. After lightning burst out all over his body, he appeared in front of Hulk at an extremely fast speed, and then grabbed the opponent's arm. At the same time, his body flashed and moved horizontally to the side of the opponent in a flash. Then, his huge right hand began to emit a dazzling orange-red light, until it became as hot as magma. The next second, the super tyrant directly chopped it down, and in an instant, the super tyrant's arm was like a sharp knife, directly cutting off Hulk's arm cleanly. At this moment, Hulk's originally strong physical defense ability was as fragile as a piece of paper under the super tyrant's high temperature, comparable to lava. After seeing this scene, Samuel couldn't help but be a little stunned for a while. You must know that his initial purpose was just to test a monster's combat data and specific ability strength. He didn't want to cripple the opponent, not to mention that his boss's actions along the way must have been with the idea of conquering the opponent. Now, he has broken an arm before he even started to conquer the Hulk. If they are still colleagues in the future, he will hate himself to death. Of course, the most important thing is his boss. At this moment, Samuel turned his head to look at Killian, with a guilty and uncomfortable mood, wanting to explain something, but he didn't know how to say it. Don't worry, Hulk is not as fragile as you think. If he is so easily broken by you, then he doesn't deserve me to bring him here personally. And since it is a real combat test, it is normal to have some unexpected situations. I won't blame you. After glancing at Samuel in front of him, Killian knew what the other party was thinking, and then he spoke calmly. After all, let alone these are just simple killing weapons, even ordinary robots will have unexpected situations at this time, not to mention the super tyrant, a super war weapon that has many uncontrollable factors. To put it bluntly, they can control the super tyrant to fight according to the target, which is already perfect. If it is more precise to the use of ability and the size of strength, it is a robot. Well, boss, you watch the experiment. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel, who was finally relieved, continued cautiously. Go on, it's not over yet. The good show should be said to have just begun now. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian raised his head, motioned the other party to look at the venue, and then said with a meaningful smile. You know, let alone Hulk just broke an arm, this thing can still be alive and well even if it is thrown into space without oxygen, even if it is cut into pieces, it can still maintain super high physical activity and resurrect. In the battlefield, Hulk, whose arm was originally chopped off, burst out with substantial anger. Not only did his body become several times larger, but his originally angry eyeballs were now filled with a fusion of blood and pure green. His eyes were filled with madness, just like a wounded beast. At this time, Hulk stomped his feet, and powerful waves of air burst out from his body. At this moment, the super tyrant also flew into the sky to avoid the collision. After seeing the other party evacuate, Hulk's only remaining instinct was to pick up his arm that fell on the ground and immediately inserted it directly into the broken part like a mechanical arm. Afterwards, green flesh and blood began to ooze out from the connection, and the broken part began to heal in an instant. Chapter 227 Human Wave Tactics. At this moment, Hulk, who had returned to his peak combat power, raised his vision with extremely terrifying eyes, and once again looked at the super tyrant in the sky with a violent gaze. Hulk. Cut. Then, accompanied by Hulk's powerful anger, two arms as thick as missiles suddenly slapped at the super tyrant. Boom! Exclamation mark. For a moment, a powerful super airwave rushed from the front of Hulk to all directions. This time, even just with Hulk's clapping, the windbreaker on the super tyrant's body began to rustle, constantly flapping in the wind. When the powerful airwave arrived, the super tyrant was directly pushed against the wall. The muscles of his entire face were blown like an umbrella in a storm, constantly dancing. At this moment, after seeing the right opportunity, Hulk directly controlled his body, began to bend and accumulate strength, and then jumped towards the super tyrant with a huge impact. At this moment, under the force of Hulk, even the place where he was standing originally collapsed several centimeters. Bang! At this time, with a huge impact, Hulk used his huge fist to smash towards the super tyrant. In less than 2 seconds, the offense and defense changed in an instant, and Hulk smashed the super tyrant to the ground. Then the whole person rushed forward, and with extremely fast acceleration, he immediately rode on the super tyrant who had just fallen to the ground, and then punched the super tyrant in the face again and again. For a while, with Hulk's hits, the whole room was shaking. However, after a short while, the super tyrant, who had caught the right opportunity again, also kicked back, and after kicking the tyrant off his body, the whole person stood up again, and then fought with Hulk again. But this time, what surprised Samuel was that the battle between Hulk and Super Tyrant took only 5 hours to defeat Super Tyrant, and the later Hulk went, the sharper his instinct for fighting became. It was as if he was a natural warrior. And the most buggy thing was that Hulk was still expanding. Of course, the reason why Super Tyrant persisted for so long was because Tyrant had the blessing of his own T-virus and the super recovery ability. Even with the blessing of multiple buffs, he was still consumed to death by Hulk. It can be said that Hulk's endless physical strength was like a crushing blow in front of these biochemical weapons. Of course, if the instant movement of Super Tyrant was not restricted, it might be another story. But in that case, the original intention of this test would be lost. It's incredible. This is a monster. There is no limit to his physical strength. It's hard to imagine that there is such a monster with endless physical strength, and he is also constantly learning and evolving. In front of him, unless you can crush him with absolute strength at one time, according to the current data, if you fight a protracted war, then it can be said that almost no one can beat him. This is simply a monster born for fighting. At this moment, looking at everything in front of him, Samuel couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. To be honest, among the many things he studied, if the ancestor virus is full of uncontrollability and terror, then the monster in front of him has a full destructive aesthetics. Yet, Killian on the side, looking at the Hulk inside, nodded and said with the same mood, but after he finished speaking, looking at the time that had passed for most of the day, Killian also continued, but the time is almost up, let's give our friends a little shock. After all, sometimes they have invested so much for so long, but the result is not as good as others' temporary mutation, which is also quite depressing. Of course, no problem. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel raised his eyebrows and immediately pressed the red button on the side. At this time, in the battle space, when Hulk once again stood on the fallen Super Tyrant and roared to the surroundings as a victor. With the doors around him opening again, just when Hulk wanted to see the incoming bastards with pride. The next second, he couldn't help but stand there. Because the huge monster under his feet, which he had spent several hours to defeat, was now in an endless number, and slowly appeared in front of him with the opening of the door. What caught the eye was a sea of people. Now Hulk has completely experienced what the real human wave tactics are. Roar. At this moment, looking at the monsters in front of him who were walking towards him with unfriendly expressions, Hulk couldn't help but roar at this time, wanting to show his authority and scare them away. But now, Hulk's roar sounded a bit fierce to Killian and other spectators, and it was obvious that he was a bit scared. Not to mention that these super tyrants were not aware that they would not be scared away by Hulk's roar. Even normal soldiers would not miss the opportunity after seeing Hulk being so scared. For a moment, lightning, flames, sound waves, flashes and various other abilities all greeted Hulk as if they were free. In this way, until a few hours later, accompanied by the last explosion. The whole scene also fell into silence. At this moment, the other super tyrants, under the command, slowly returned to the direction they came from, leaving Dr. Banner, who had fainted due to the crazy beating, in the whole venue. Originally, Hulk, because of the violent run, hit in the body. Squeak! Exclamation mark. At this moment, after seeing Banner, who had recovered to human form, Samuel and Killian also walked out of the observation room. Samuel took out a needle and stabbed it into Dr. Banner's arm before and after he came to Banner. Then, as the blood continued to flow into the small needle as the needle contracted. In a short while, the entire 50 milliliters needle was filled. Even if it is restored to human form, the degree of recovery of the body is still beyond ordinary people. Just right, it also saves the explanation later. After pulling out the full needle, Samuel, who originally wanted to repair the damaged part, saw that the injured part of the other party began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then smiled and said, "Take this skin of blood and study it carefully to see what kind of mystery is in it. In addition, first find a way to help Dr. Banner solve his physical problems according to his requirements." Killian, who was watching this scene, did not say anything, but spoke immediately after the other party finished the action. After all, if you have taken the benefits of others, you should eliminate the disaster for them no matter what. Of course, no problem, I will definitely give him a satisfactory solution. Hearing Killian's words, Samuel replied with a smile while looking at the blood needle in his hand. After a long time, Dr. Banner, who was in the lounge, felt extremely hungry after an unknown amount of time. He didn't care about the pain in his body and woke up in a daze. However, he originally wanted to find food at the head of the bed, but suddenly remembered that this was not his home. Thinking of this, he came to his senses and immediately checked his body. He was wearing a hospital gown, and the original clothes were already broken. This was what he expected. Looking at the room and the medical equipment beside him, Banner also knew his current situation. But for some reason, he always felt a little sore in his wrist, and he didn't know what the monster did to control his body when it came out. Thinking of this, Banner couldn't help but press his left hand on his right wrist and turn it back and forth. "Are you awake?" At this time, after receiving the news that Dr. Banner had woken up, Killian, who had rushed over immediately, said with a smile after pushing the door open. In his hand was a full pot of hot food. "Because you had consumed too much physical energy before, your whole body must be very hungry now. These are all beef ribs, which have the highest fat content among all parts of the cow. I think you should eat it especially." After putting the full pot of beef in his hand on the table next to the other party, Killian also spoke. "Thank you, Mr. Killian. Believe me, you are definitely an angel in my heart now. My God, God knows how hungry I am now. I think I can really eat a cow now." After rubbing his stomach that was constantly protesting, Dr. Banner, who looked at Killian in front of him and actually brought the food to him personally, also expressed his sincere gratitude. After all, as the chairman of a trillion-dollar group company, it is no exaggeration to say that the level of millions of dollars in a minute actually personally delivered food to him. It is impossible to say that he is not touched in his heart. After he finished speaking, even before Killian spoke, his strong appetite immediately devoured his remaining rationality. The whole person started to eat in big mouthfuls. Even Killian on the side looked at him, some meat, just took a few bites, and then swallowed it directly. Those who don't know would think he was a homeless person who had been hungry for several months. Burp. Sorry, I made you laugh. After a long time, after finishing the 10th oversized plate, Banner, who finally felt a little full, looked at Killian in front of him with an embarrassed face and said, "After all, to be honest, after he came to his senses, he looked at the record on the table beside him and couldn't help but be stunned. He really thought that his appetite this time was so big, although his appetite was a little bigger than usual after the previous transformation. But that was also within the normal range. It was nothing more than that his appetite was 1 or 2 times greater than his normal time, and this time it was more than 10 times greater. He even looked at his stomach, which was a little bulging but still looked normal, and he wondered if his stomach had also mutated. It's okay. After all, the monster that took over your body after the transformation controlled your body for a long time, and it was a high-intensity activity. If you don't have such a big appetite, then I would suspect that you have a problem." After hearing the other party's words, Killian also said with a smile, "After all, even as strong as the Hulk, he has to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep. After high-intensity exercise, he must need a lot of protein to replenish his energy. By the way, I didn't cause any damage after my transformation, did I? Although Banner now has some memories of the Hulk's transformation, most of them are scattered, like fragments. He can only recall the entire process for a long time, and constantly beat up some monsters he saw before the transformation. It's not a big problem. It was originally used to test the combat effectiveness of biological weapons. The only valuable thing in the whole venue is the few layers of iron sheets. How about it? Do you want to see the masterpiece of the monster after you transform? Looking at Dr. Banner in front of him, Killian immediately proposed. After all, now that he has demonstrated a means to effectively control the other party, it is not far from the other party agreeing to join his company. Of course, I am also curious. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner also nodded immediately. Then, with Killian's nod, a 3D virtual projection appeared on the open space on the side, and all the video clips began to play from the time when Hulk transformed. Among them, the crushing of the Hellhound at the beginning, and the disgusting face of the Leech Queen. As long as he thought of these two disgusting guys being killed by the monster in his body with his hands, Banner, who looked at his hands again, couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Especially just now he had eaten with his hands. But his psychological defense was strong. After a short period of discomfort, Banner continued to watch. Later, after seeing the superpowers of the artificial telekinetics and super soldiers of Pioneer technology, he couldn't help but show a look of shock. And it was also after seeing this that he knew why Dr. Samuel said before, "The power you have now is just an insignificant one among the masses." What did he mean? He really didn't expect that Pioneer Technology's biological weapons were so advanced that they were even outdated versions that could not be eliminated. It can be said that if the tyrant outside is version 1.0, then these biological weapons of Pioneer Technology are version 10.0. Just the powerful speed made Banner a little ashamed. He really couldn't imagine what kind of shock it would cause if people on Earth really understood the background of Pioneer Technology one day. You have to know that so far, Banner's feeling after watching the whole thing is shocking and feeling that he had previously been sitting in a well and looking at the sky. These super soldiers and artificial telekinetics, each of them can be said to be a Legion-level figure. It is not an exaggeration to say that if these people were placed in ancient times, they would be the gods in mythology. Not to mention why Pioneer Technology put these biological weapons into the battle with itself. Isn't it just to test their actual combat data with its own hands? And this also means that these biological weapons have reached a mature stage. Even Banner thinks more about that. Perhaps in addition to these, Pioneer Technology has more terrifying biological weapons. And the next second, with a huge figure standing up, Banner was speechless. I saw that the monster that looked the same as Killian had brought with him before, after standing up, with the passage of time, the monster in his body actually suffered a big loss at the beginning. Just a face-to-face, the monster in his body was beaten to a low point. Not to mention the mysterious and weird superpowers that appeared later. Even at the end, Banner's pupils shrank. He saw the most shocking scene, teleportation. It can be said that if the many superpowers that appeared before only surprised Banner, then this one can be said to be completely jaw-dropping. You must know that the ability of teleportation can be said to have always been a panacea. Whether it is the superpower that humans want to have or the technology that scientists want to achieve, it has its presence. Because, as long as this ability exists, all distances will have no meaning. In the future, humans can even travel and explore the universe directly without rockets and spacecraft. How is it possible? At this moment, looking at the picture in front of him, Dr. Banner couldn't help but say in surprise. This world is far more wonderful than you think, Dr. Banner. You are not the only one who is special. You should know that on the other side of the world, there is a group of people who are no less threatening than you. Each of them has a variety of abilities and uncertainties, but without exception, they are special, and these abilities all come from them. After looking at the surprised look of Dr. Banner in front of him, Killian showed a meaningful smile and then spoke to him. It's unbelievable, there really is such a group. Are these like the Mordekaiser and the Ice Queen in the DC comics? With all kinds of magical abilities. After hearing Killian's words, Banner, who had gained new knowledge for the first time, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Chapter 228 Recruitment Success. After all, for a researcher like him who is already engaged in the research of super soldiers, the existence of humans with supernatural powers in this world can be said to be an extremely exciting thing. Yes, teleportation, super speed regeneration, lightning, control of the earth, fire, etc. They all have these abilities. After nodding, Killian also spoke. After all, the reason why he told Dr. Banner so much now is that he is telling him that if you come to him, there will be countless high-end projects and superpowers that you have never seen and desire for you to study. If you leave here, you can only return to your previous ordinary life and live a boring life in a daze. After all, this is like the rich second generation who are used to spending lavishly. If you let them experience the days of renting a house and ordering takeout by the lower class, they will definitely be uncomfortable in various ways. Not to mention the rich second generation, even some people at the bottom, after experiencing the prosperity of big cities and the upper class, they don't want to go back to their previous lives. At this moment, after hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the other party with expectation. If it weren't for the scientist's pride, he would have joined on the spot. And do you think that's the end? No, they are just one of the many special groups on this planet. At this moment, after seeing Dr. Banner's excited look in front of him, Killian once again dropped a bombshell and spoke. Are you serious? After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner didn't care about his inner reserve at this moment, and asked immediately. Of course, you have to know that human exploration of the surface of the land, not including the underground world, has only reached 83%, and the ocean is only 5%. What kind of mystery do you think the rest of the world will hide? Not to mention that there are some humans who are just like humans, but have mutated and gained superpowers in the middle of the process, and they also live in the human world. So, Dr. Banner, this world is far more exciting than you think, and these are currently the conditions that most organizations and countries cannot provide you with to explore. How about joining my company? Believe me, as long as you join my company, this wonderful world will really open up in front of you. At this moment, looking at Dr. Banner in front of him, Killian also spoke for the first time to make an invitation. When you say that, I'm really looking forward to it. But I have one last question. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner, who was finally a little moved, immediately asked his last question. After all, if there is no answer to this question, no matter how tempting the conditions given to him by Pioneer Technology are, he will never agree. Of course, no problem, please go ahead. After hearing what Dr. Banner said, Killian also smiled and made a gesture of invitation. All the abilities you just mentioned come from that group of people, so are they voluntary? At this moment, after finishing speaking, Dr. Banner looked directly into Killian's eyes with a scrutinizing gaze. After all, if the previous experimental subjects of Pioneer Technology can be explained by excuses such as criminals and prisoners, or as a reason, it is also done in this way. Then, for a technology like this that has special superpowers and can even be studied and owned by humans, will Pioneer Technology still do this? At least in Dr. Banner's heart, it is negative. After all, as a military researcher, he is also very clear about the darkness of this world. If there really is such technology and this special group, almost 90% of humans and forces will choose to catch them all. After all, in the face of real interests, human nature cannot stand the test. Even when he said this, he was ready to tear his face with the other party. But what disappointed him was that after hearing Banner's words, Killian's eyes were as usual and calm as always. There was no flash and rage of the secret in his heart being exposed. Dabe, show it to our Dr. Banner. After hearing Banner's words, Killian, who had long known that these superheroes were difficult to recover, smiled and spoke. At this moment, as Killian's voice fell, I saw the Daoine that was playing the fighting video in front of Banner. After a flash of the screen, the aliens with mosaics on their faces appeared, and the authorization documents about them and the relevant DNA cell provision agreements and grants were clearly provided. After seeing this, Banner also completely understood why Pioneer Technology could collect so many superpowers. Feelings are money, ability meets superpowers. To be honest, looking at the price that has no upper limit, he was also shaken in his heart. How about it? Are you interested? If you are willing, I can give you $10 billion. You should know that the big guy in your body is very valuable for research, and he is not as powerful as you think. Just like the previous worry about being taken advantage of by others and doing some evil experiments, there is no need to worry. Do you think that with the current strength of our Pioneer Technology, we need to do any evil experiments? Or do we need to achieve any evil purpose? At this time, after seeing Dr. Banner's fleeting attention on the funds, Killian also spoke up. After all, at present, Money is just a string of numbers for him. In comparison, if they can have the cooperation of Dr. Banner in front of them, then their overall experiment can be much faster. And even if the matter of extracting his blood is exposed later, it will be easy to explain. Otherwise, if the other party really disagrees, then Killian will have to wait until the time comes to go to the parallel universe and find a way to find a Hulk out, and then use it as a reason for explanation. After all, he still doesn't want to let go of a genius like Dr. Banner. Are you serious? When Banner heard that the other party actually offered such a high price, at this moment, he had to admit that he was moved. You know, if there's really $10 billion, he can let his girlfriend live a better life, and he doesn't have to endure his father-in-law's contemptuous eyes. Of course, the most important thing is the biological weapon under his company that Killian provided to him before, and the battle video of the monster in his body. Since the monster in his body can't beat the biological weapon of Pioneer technology now, there is no harm in providing it to the other party, right? After all, to be honest, the technology and contribution of Pioneer technology to society have been obvious to all. Except for the incident in South Korea, which is a bit controversial, the others can be said to be good things that benefit the country and the people. Not to mention that now it is united with countries around the world to carry out a comprehensive development of the entire universe. So whether it is public or private, Banner feels that he seems to have no reason to refuse the other party. The only thing that makes him hesitate is why he suddenly wants to be persuaded by the other party to hand in his biological samples. Isn't the other party here just for him? Of course. And what I said before also counts. I will also help you convince your father-in-law. Of course, the most important point is that if we don't show up, the military will never let go of you, a ready-made super combat force. You must know that you are a successful case of their super soldier project. In order to find out how all this succeeded, they will eventually find a way to catch you. This will not be transferred by your father-in-law's attitude towards you. It can be said that from the moment you accepted the military's super soldier experiment and succeeded, you are their predetermined property. So, if you are willing to authorize this biological sample to us, then everything will be up to us. Believe me, Pioneer technology is enough to protect you in the whole world. At this moment, nodding, Killian also looked at the other party seriously. Okay, I agree. To be honest, I can't think of a reason to refuse. And even if there is no this time, I think my biological sample will be in your hands sooner or later. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner, who thought for a while, also nodded immediately, and then said with a wry smile. To be honest, he wanted to be like those legendary superheroes, not be moved by money, and then firmly decide not to hand over his biological samples to these businessmen, so as not to be exploited by them. But, that's a full $10 billion. What does that mean? From an economic point of view, $10 billion can represent the market value of a large company, the GDP of a country, and the cost of a major investment project. You should know that the market value of the most famous Marvel companies so far, the Stark Group, is only about $100 billion, and the Norman Osborn Group is even only $10 or $20 billion. From a personal point of view, $10 billion can represent a huge fortune, enough to make a person one of the richest people in the world, and even if you don't like someone, he will die. You can take your family and friends to travel abroad, high-end first-class cabins, 5-star hotels, and even countless girlfriends will be around you, and they won't care that you love too much. You like Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, and even buy a private jet. As long as you don't gamble, you can live a happy life and dream for free. From a global perspective, $10 billion can have a significant impact on some regions or industries relative to the scale of the global economy. You should know that the total cost of the US war in Afghanistan was only $7 billion after 2 months of fighting, and there was even enough to fight for another month. It can be seen that the horror of this money, as long as it is not too outrageous, it is just a dream you had the night before, and you will be able to realize it when you wake up the next day. Not to mention that scientists like Banner have been accustomed to using high-end equipment worth hundreds of millions for a long time. If he really has so much money, even if he can't find a job, he can open a laboratory by himself and use the money to do whatever research he wants. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. At this time, after hearing that Dr. Banner in front of him actually agreed, Killian nodded happily and then spoke. In this way, with the official joining of Dr. Banner, The employment contract and the DNA biological sample authorization contract were all completed by Killian at a very fast speed in a short time. You know what? Sir Killian, just now, I thought I had fallen into some pyramid scheme. Even after signing, Bruce Banner came back to his senses with a confused look on his face. You know, just now, after he agreed to cooperate with Killian, the next second, someone came into the room with a paper document and handed it to him, explaining some professional things to him while indicating that he should sign and confirm in some places. It can be said that from the beginning when he nodded to now when everything was signed, the whole process did not even take 3 minutes. And these 3 minutes were because he focused on reading many key terms, otherwise it would be even faster. Ding dong. But the next second, with a ringing of the old phone that Bruce Banner placed on the table beside him, after turning on the phone, he saw a series of zeros that were transferred to his bank card number. At this moment, looking at the large amount of money in the phone, Dr. Banner couldn't help but show an excited smile. Although he thought that Pioneer technology might transfer money faster to show its importance to him, he really didn't expect it to be so fast. Although I want to help you set up an anonymous account, I don't think you will need it. Pack up, I will take you to see your father-in-law later to help you solve the conflict between you and the military and your father-in-law. Seeing the other party's excited expression, Killian also raised his eyebrows. After waving his hand to signal the lawyer and assistant to leave, Killian spoke. Thank you, Mr. Killian. If you can really solve these problems that I am most concerned about, then I will definitely devote myself to work without any worries next time. After hearing that the other party was ready to solve his troubles immediately after signing the contract, Bruce Banner didn't know what to say at this moment. He looked at the other party and spoke with gratitude. You know, the day before, he was still feeling guilty about his future life, thinking that he would be occupied by the devil in his future days. When he thought of these dark days, they would accompany him all his life. He even wanted to die for a while, but what he didn't expect was that in just one day, he ushered in his dawn again on the next day. Then let's do it. Action is worse than thought. Just do it. After hearing Dr. Banner's words, Killian immediately made the decision. At this moment, after hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner seemed to hesitate. After all, his girlfriend and father-in-law were beaten by him. He still remembered it vividly. Although he said before that he could take his girlfriend with him if he got the money, it was particularly difficult for him to make a decision when the time came. You can rest assured that the medical team of Pioneer Technology has been treating your girlfriend since we came here. Believe me, with the current technology of our group, I can return her to you intact even if she has broken arms and legs, not to mention that she is only a skin injury. I even think that her psychological damage is far greater than her physical damage. Looking at the hesitant Dr. Banner in front of him, Killian spoke comfortingly. After all, escaping can't solve the problem, not to mention that when reading comics, Banner's girlfriend is so good to him that she is willing to wander around for him, and even dares to write on the other guy who transformed at the beginning without hesitation to stop him. Other rich second generations have been chasing her for several years, but just Banner's appearance, the other party rushed up and chose him without any hesitation. It can be said that this is simply the contemporary female version of Zhutian and the male version of Baymax. The psychological damage is greater than the physical damage. When hearing Killian's last words, Dr. Banner asked with a puzzled look. After all, although he has always asked himself that he has a good relationship with his girlfriend, he is a novice when it comes to human relationships. Of course, what do you think will happen when your girlfriend suddenly transforms into a monster one day and knocks you down, and when you wake up, you suddenly find that the other party ran away without saying a word? Looking at Dr. Banner in front of him, Killian also spoke. If that's the case, I think I should be very sad. I will find a way to find her, convince her, and then face it together. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner slowly asked back, and then at the end, he was even more determined. I'm going to find her. At this moment, Banner, who finally knew what he wanted, looked at Killian in front of him with a firm look he had never had before. Very good. After hearing the other party's words, Killian also smiled and nodded. Love is good, love is a good thing. It will make a person with great power have constraints, and it will also make a wandering wanderer have ties. For Killian, he just wants someone like Dr. Banner who has a deep bond in his company. After all, with love, there are weaknesses. If there is really nothing, then he will always feel uneasy about the other party. Chapter 229 The Beauty of Adulthood. Moreover, Dr. Banner in front of him is not like other senior employees, who can put a brain control chip in his head, which can explode at a critical moment to prevent the other party from leaking company secrets. You must know that in Dr. Banner's head, let alone the explosion of a brain control chip, even if you put C4 and missiles, this thing can still come alive. So since it cannot be limited technically, it can only come from people. Coincidentally, General Ross's daughter and Dr. Banner are the best original couples. Boss, Dr. Banner. I think you should need this. Just when the two of them talked about it and were ready to leave, Samuel pushed the door in, nodded to Killian, and then looked at Banner on the side and handed over the thing in his hand. What is this? Looking at the watch-like thing handed over by the other party, Dr. Banner asked with a puzzled look. A little gadget. Didn't you say you were always worried about the big monster in your body appearing? Based on the previous battle, I found that when you transformed, your heart rate would rise sharply. Only after it broke through the critical value would the monster come out. I thought this should be similar to an emergency mechanism. Only when your body thinks you can no longer deal with everything around you rationally, it will send out the monster to take over your body. So I made this thing. It's a heart rate monitor plus a powerful sedative. As for the heart rate monitor, it has a critical value reminder. When your heart rate reaches a very high level, it will issue a reminder 140 to 150 and above are all a hurdle. I set it to automatically inject a powerful sedative at 200. Of course, you can also adjust the critical value for automatic injection yourself, and you can also inject manually. The lower the heart rate, the better the injection effect. This is a temporary emergency measure. I already have an idea of what's inside your body. I believe it won't be long before I can come up with a plan. Before that, you just make do with this thing. After hearing Banner's words, Samuel immediately explained to him. After returning, he listened to Killian's words and put the solution of Dr. Banner's problem in the first place, so as soon as he arrived at the office, he began to watch the changes in Dr. Banner's physical data recorded by the system during the battle. As expected, he found that the most critical problem was the change of emotions. Even if it wasn't for not irritating the other party, he wanted to say that the birth of this thing and the current emotional changes were all indicating that it was the other party's second personality, which was to stand up and protect you in times of danger. However, after listening to what Banner said before and his obvious rejection of this monster, he didn't say it in the end. After all, his current position is just a doctor. Within the range of options, the patient wants to be treated in any way, and he will treat it according to the other party's requirements. Thank you, Dr. Samuel, you really helped me a lot. At this time, after hearing what Dr. Samuel said, Bruce Banner, who finally understood what this thing in his hand was, also said with a sincere thank you. But, what does this scale mean? After looking at the several scale needles on it, especially the last scale needle which was still red, Banner continued to ask. This is the amount of sedatives used. From low to high, there are 1 to 5 levels, and level 5 is the highest. This is used when the situation is the most critical and urgent. To be honest, I still can't be sure about this level 5, because the sedatives here are all super concentrated drugs. Just one scale can make an elephant instantly unconscious. Level 4 can make the largest whale unconscious. For level 5, my advice is that it is best not to inject it, because if you really use level 5, then according to the dosage estimate, you are very likely to die. After hearing what Dr. Banner said, Samuel at this time also started to explain. After all, this is not a new technology. This sedative was originally prepared by them to prevent the tyrant from going crazy during the experiment. It can only be said that it is very useful. The tyrant can directly lose its combat ability after 2 scales. Of course, the current super tyrant may need to be increased, but no matter what, the dose of sedatives in a watch is enough. Really. Thank you so much, I really need this thing. However, after hearing Samuel say that the 5th level dose may be lethal, Dr. Banner did not feel worried at all because of the time bomb in his hand that could kill him at any time. Instead, he looked grateful and even spoke after looking at Samuel in front of him. After all, although the super tyrant of Pioneer technology can now restrict the monster after his transformation, one thing is that he still has to go out. It is impossible for him to let Killian take dozens or hundreds of super tyrants with him when he goes out. He doesn't think he has such a big card, and if they really fight outside, he thinks the destructive power of the two may be much greater than the destructive power he caused to the city alone. And the second reason is that if he really wants to meet his girlfriend, if he goes crazy, he is really afraid of a recurrence of yesterday's incident. So when Killian told him to go find his girlfriend, he was also hesitant. After all, he was afraid that he would get angry if he wasn't paying attention, causing the monster to come out and accidentally hurt his girlfriend. Now, with such a powerful means of suppression, it would be like a blessing after rain for him. No matter whether he lives or dies, as long as his girlfriend doesn't get hurt again because of him, it's enough. Oh, you're welcome. After hearing Dr. Banner's sincere words of gratitude, he was about to suggest that the level 5 scale needle be sealed, but he fell silent immediately. After a long time, he spoke. To be honest, sometimes he really couldn't understand the brain circuit of the man in front of him. Isn't this thing like a time bomb? Exclamation mark. Although he was very sure that there would be no accidents with his equipment. But no matter how sophisticated the equipment is, it is afraid of teammates who are like pigs and people who are impatient. This is like the current grenade. Although everyone knows that it will not explode as long as the pin is not pulled, as long as you carry it with you, can you guarantee that you will not pull it open because of impatience when you sleep? Any ordinary person who encounters this kind of thing would want to take it as far away from himself as possible, but the other party, on the other hand, looked like he wished that this thing would not kill him at the critical moment. Okay, let's go, Mr. Killian. After wearing it beautifully on his hand, Banner, who was finally satisfied at this time, looked at Killian on the side and said, now he can be said to have completely appeared in front of his girlfriend. At that time, no matter whether the other party beats or scolds him, or wants to break up with him, he has no complaints. In this way, Dr. Banner followed Killian out of the base, and a group of people took Killian's king-level intelligent fighter to the sky above the military hospital where Betty was. When the plane slowly landed, with the cabin door opened, it was replaced by Ross, who had a plaster cast on his right hand and a bandage hanging on it, looking at Banner inside with an angry face. To be honest, he was originally going to find a safer place to have his people hand over the super soldier research data in his daughter's hands, and then have his own people go to the army to conduct human experiments. As we all know, as long as it involves human experiments, no matter what, the process must be bloody and dark, so he didn't want to involve his daughter. Not to mention that their experiments have always been carried out in the school. Even if they want to conduct human experiments, the equipment conditions are not met. But what he didn't expect was that the man in front of him didn't listen to his arrangements, and even dragged his daughter to conduct human experiments on his own initiative. When he arrived with his soldiers, the experiment that was irreversible began. He could be said to have watched the man in front of him turn into a huge monster, and then injured his daughter and himself. You know, at that time, he almost suspected that he and his daughter would die on the spot. You still have the face to come here. Are you here to see your masterpiece? Ignoring Killian on the side, Ross looked at Bruce Banner in front of him and said angrily, sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. We just wanted to prove that we can do better. There's no need to let you. After hearing what Ross said, Banner, who had originally felt that he had mustered up enough courage, still lowered his head in shame. Before he walked to the other side, he still tried to explain. But he was interrupted by Ross not long after explaining. You can do better? Now is what you call a better result. Also, what's unnecessary? Do you know that you are as stupid as a monkey that has not evolved completely? No, monkeys are not as stupid as you. You can only be regarded as a single-celled organism without any brain. If you can make anything happen outside, then what do we need the army and a higher-level laboratory for? There are no necessary safety measures and response plans. Is this what you call unnecessary? At this moment, Ross can be said to have turned all the anger in his chest for a day and a night into words, and scolded angrily without any mercy. After hearing Ross's words, Killian on the side couldn't help but nod secretly and agreed. After all, to be honest, if Betty hadn't been there at that time, the newly born Hulk would definitely be able to tear down the entire school in anger, but even so, the school's laboratory was almost torn down once. If Ross hadn't used his connections to suppress this incident, Banner would have become famous this time, and would have faced more malicious secret covetousness. At that time, let alone Banner, even his girlfriend Betty might be involved. After all, such a powerful monster, and it was artificially created, even some superpowers would not be stingy with their coveted eyes. Sorry, it's my fault, Ross. I came here this time to see Betty. I want to confess my fault to her in person. At that time, whether it's beating, scolding, or anything else, I will respect your decision. After hearing Ross's deep rebuke that went straight into the soul, it must be said that Banner also regretted it, because what the other party said was indeed reasonable, so Banner didn't talk back, but bowed his head lower, and then spoke. Call me General Ross. We are not that familiar with each other yet. You can just call me by my title, Mr. Bruce Banner. After seeing that the other party kept his head down and did not talk back to his abuse and accusations, Ross did not want to continue to scold him, but just spoke in a bad mood. If it were not for his silly daughter who kept saying the name of the guy in front of him even when she was unconscious, he really wanted to arrest this guy. At the very least, he would issue a global wanted order for the other party. It seems unnecessary. Betty is not awake yet, and she doesn't want to see you. Just give up on this idea. I'm putting it here. You can't do it. After thinking for a while, looking at the determined man in front of him, General Ross continued to speak. Dad. But the next second, as Ross's voice fell, a weak voice came from the door behind him. Betty. Before Ross turned around to look at his daughter who was speaking, he felt a black shadow flash in front of him. When he turned around again, he saw the person he hated the most and his daughter hugging each other. I'm sorry, Betty, I made you suffer. At this moment, after hugging each other tightly, Banner said to the woman in his arms with a guilty look. He also saw the other party's appearance just now. He looked weak and finally came out with a wall as support. It can be said that this short meeting made Banner's heart hurt. It's none of your business, Banner. This is our common choice, isn't it? If someone must be responsible for this, then my responsibility is even greater than yours. After all, I am the one who pressed the button. Feeling the familiar smell, Betty, who buried her head in Banner's chest and took a deep breath, also raised her head, stroked the other party's cheek with her haggard white right hand, and then spoke softly to comfort her. After all, when she woke up and looked at Banner who had disappeared, she knew that the other party must be afraid to see him because of self-blame. But how could she blame him? And she also believed that even if the identities of the two people were reversed, the other party would definitely not blame herself. The love between them has long been integrated into their bones. Betty. After hearing that, Betty not only did not blame him, but also took care of his emotions and comforted him at this time. Banner's eyes were instantly wet. Looking at the lover in front of him, he shouted deeply. Banner. Just as Betty finished speaking and was about to hug her lover, she felt her arms suddenly loosen, and then her lover in front of her was forcibly pulled out by Ross. I say, Betty, are you crazy? He beat you like this yesterday. Tell me now, can you still forgive him? At this moment, looking at his daughter who was obviously in love, Ross angrily scolded her. No, Dad, I don't blame him, and this is a joint decision made by the two of us. Not to mention just being injured, even if I die from his injury, I will never regret the choice I made. If there is anything, it is that I regret not going in with him. At that time, he was left alone to face it. After hearing her father's words, Betty also showed her tough side for the first time. No matter how weak her body was, her tone was tougher and firmer than ever before. You. At this moment, looking at his daughter in front of him, there were countless words on Ross's lips, but in the end they turned into sighs and helplessness. General Ross, why don't we have a good chat? At this time, seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Killian immediately stood up and took the initiative to speak to General Ross in front of him. After hearing the other party's words, he looked at Banner and his daughter in front of him. Although he was unwilling, Ross still pinched his nose and accepted it for Killian's face. After nodding, he and Killian walked to a secluded pavilion not far away. Let's get straight to the point, General Ross. This time, I came here to be a mediator. You've also seen the emotional entanglement between Dr. Banner and Miss Betty. Don't you think it's a bit familiar? After bringing the other party to the pavilion, Killian leaned against a pillar beside him, and then looked at Ross in front of him and took the initiative to speak. Familiar. I don't remember any similarities. After hearing Killian's words, Ross looked at the other party with disdain and said. After all, he could think of what the other party was going to say. It was nothing more than wanting to do his job and make him nod and agree that the boy should be with his daughter. Then he would do the other party a favor. After that, whether it was recruiting or researching, he had enough reasons with such a matchmaker. So no matter how big the other party's face was, it was impossible. If he didn't want his daughter to marry such a literary researcher before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Serum. So now he doesn't want his daughter to marry such an unstable time bomb that could turn into a monster at any time. He always feels that his daughter should marry a soldier like him. Only in this way, even if he is gone one day, the man will be able to protect her. Instead of being like this now, if he really has to leave one day, he probably has to find a way to climb out of the cemetery. He won't feel at ease until he sees his daughter live out her life. Don't you think they are like the protagonists in Romeo and Juliet? They are both loved by each other, and they are both people who can resist everything for love. Believe it or not, even if you oppose them being together, they will find ways to get to each other's side. Or do you think your daughter, or even if he turns into a monster who has lost his mind, but when he sees your daughter, he still controls himself not to hurt your daughter at the critical moment? Their love is not as pure as this story. After hearing the other party's words, Killian at this time also smiled and said. After hearing Killian's words, as expected, Ross fell silent. He knew his daughter's condition. The doctor diagnosed that she would have to rest for at least half a month before she could get out of bed and start rehabilitation training. But even with such a bad physical condition, after hearing the voice of this stinky boy, he still walked out regardless of everything. Ross even had no doubt that even if her legs couldn't get out of bed, she would crawl out. After all, she knew her daughter's character. She had been soft on the outside and strong on the inside since she was a child, although she would listen to him many times. But once she recognized her reasons, she would do it without hesitation. Just like her mother. As for the other person, Bruce Banner, although he looked down on this kid from beginning to end, but, in all conscience, the other party had given all his love to his daughter. The love between the two people, even if it did not reach the level of Romeo and Juliet, was not far behind. Thinking of this, Ross couldn't help but be confused. Do you really want to compromise? Exclamation mark. He couldn't lose face, and he didn't think this guy could protect his daughter. Or, what you want to see is that, under your tough stance and strict prohibition of your daughter and Dr. Banner from being together, you force the two to break up, and then the two commit suicide. Believe me, they can definitely do it. Did you see what Dr. Banner is wearing on his wrist? As if afraid that his words were not convincing, Killian pointed to the watch on Dr. Banner's hand not far away, and then said to General Ross. I saw it, a watch, what? Do you want me to give him an award? After hearing Killian's words, Ross, who looked over along the line of sight, just said lightly. What if I say it's a suicide device? Looking at Ross's casual attitude, Killian continued. What? At this moment, Ross said in a louder voice. He even wanted to run over and pull his daughter away. You wear a suicide device, wear it, why are you so close to his daughter? Exclamation mark. What if his daughter is implicated by accident? Exclamation mark. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't threaten anyone else. It's just a concentrated sedative with a super strong dose. It was injected from the dial into the arm. Seeing Ross ready to run away before he could finish his words, Killian immediately grabbed him and explained to Banner and Betty, who were looking at him with puzzled eyes. After hearing Killian's words, Ross finally let go of his hanging heart. Who knows what his heart went through in just a few seconds? You mean, he carried a sedative with him? After slowing down his heartbeat, Ross looked at Killian in front of him and said again. Let me reiterate, it's a large dose of tranquilizer. 1 unit can knock down an elephant instantly, 2 doses can kill, 4 doses can knock down a whale, and 5 units can kill any creature known to mankind. And he adjusted the watch to 5 units when he came. It means that as soon as the monster appears, the watch will automatically inject 5 units of the dose. I think you should understand what the consequences will be. After hearing Ross's words, Killian spoke with a serious expression at this time. After all, to be honest, being able to do this for his beloved, even he had to admire it. It can only be said that Dr. Banner's love for Betty really surpassed everything. He will die. After listening to Killian's words, Ross took a breath of cold air at this moment. After saying that, he turned his head with a complicated expression and looked at the man who was still caring about his daughter. To be honest, he really didn't expect this man to do this for his daughter. Yes, do you know his attitude when he first got this thing? He was happy, excited, and didn't have to worry about his body getting out of control after meeting your daughter and affecting him. I asked him on the way here before, aren't you afraid that if you bring this thing, you will accidentally press it when you are sleeping or at ordinary times? Do you know how he answered? Knowing that Ross's attitude in front of him had loosened at this moment, Killian hurriedly continued to strike while the iron was hot. After all, he knew that the other party looked down on Bruce Banner only because he felt that the other party did not have the masculinity of a soldier and the ability to protect his daughter. But what if the other party had the obsession to die for his beloved? Under such an obsession, even if there was no so-called tough identity of a soldier, what could it be? Not to mention that if the two were really stronger, it was not certain how to answer. At this moment, even if he didn't want to admit that Banner kid, Ross still asked for some reason. His exact words were, "It doesn't matter whether he lives or dies, as long as his girlfriend won't get hurt again because of him, that's enough." What do you think, General Ross? Having a son-in-law like this to protect your daughter, I believe it's much better than having a soldier or something like that in your heart. And can you be sure that they can love your daughter like Dr. Banner, who is willing to die for her? To put it bluntly, if you meet a man who is greedy for your power, and wants to rely on your status to be with your daughter, and when you really retire in a dozen years, your daughter will only be in her 30s. Who do you think she can rely on in her long life? After hearing Ross's words, Killian continued. But having said that, the monster in this kid's body now. Don't try to fool me, I saw him transform with my own eyes. I've been on the battlefield, and I know very well that the monster's eyes reveal uncontrollable rage, and it's impossible to resolve it in a short time. Well, now Ross has admitted that he was persuaded by Killian, but even so, the monster in Banner's body is a hidden danger. Unless it can be resolved, Ross will never push his daughter into the fire pit. Ho ha ho ha, you are worthy of being Lord Ross. In fact, we already have a solution to this problem. After hearing that Ross had implicitly agreed, Killian also laughed and said. After seeing the other party's puzzled look, Killian did not beat around the bush and continued, first of all, the watch he is wearing now is an indicator method, which can be used for a short transition. Then I have asked people to develop inhibitory drugs as soon as possible. As long as it succeeds, the mutant cells in his body can be chemically reacted and then neutralized and reversed, and then they can be turned into normal cells. In this way, he will become a normal person. So you can rest assured that this technology is not difficult for us. After hearing what Killian said, Ross finally understood what the other party meant, and his heart was relieved. As long as he's not with that monster, it will be fine. How about it? Do you want to go over and shake hands with your future son-in-law formally? At this time, after seeing the other party's relaxed expression, Killian also put his hand on the other party's shoulder and made a suggestion. Humph. However, after hearing Killian's words, Ross, who knew that he had fallen into the hands of the other party, just glanced at Killian beside him unhappily, snorted coldly, and walked towards a distance. When he walked in front of Banner and Betty, he saw that the two of them were nervous but holding hands and mustering up the courage to face him. Ross, who had been there for a while, just glanced at the two of them, then turned and walked in. Not long after, in the puzzled eyes of the two, Ross, who had picked up his coat next to the accompanying bed, walked out without looking back. Dad. At this time, after watching her father leave, Betty, who was standing there, couldn't help but shout. Ross, who had already walked to the intersection, stopped his original steps after hearing his daughter's call, but after a moment of stun, he continued to walk away. Sir Killian, this is. At this time, Bruce Banner, who was still confused, looked at Killian, who came over with a smug smile on his face, and asked in confusion. After all, he didn't know whether the other party had reached an agreement or not. If it was a deal, why did Ross ignore them just now? If it wasn't a deal, why did Killian smile so happily? Ignore him, he's such a proud old man. He ignored you just now because he didn't want to admit that what he insisted on was wrong. I told you, Dr. Banner, that after you were willing to wear this watch with a lethal dose for Betty, he no longer opposed your relationship. It's just that he doesn't want to admit that he was wrong in front of you, so, you may have to solve this problem yourself afterwards. After hearing Banner's words, Killian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. To be honest, he has seen many proud people, but it's the first time he has seen an old proud old man like Ross. I have to say that it's still a bit interesting. Really. Thank you so much, Mr. Killian. What? Lethal. After hearing Killian's words, Banner and Betty both said loudly at the same time. It's just that one person was grateful, and the other was shocked. At this moment, Betty, who was still wondering why her boyfriend suddenly wore a watch, looked at Banner in front of her with disbelief after hearing what Killian said, that this thing was actually a suicide device. Hurry, get it. Are you a fool? You. At this time, after reacting, Betty wanted to control her weak body after she finished speaking, and began to untie the watch on Banner's hand. Betty, I volunteered. If I don't even have the determination to protect you, then what reason do I have to stand in front of you? Reaching out and holding the other's arm, Banner said with a gentle face. Then, after a series of expressions of love, the two finally remembered that there was an outsider behind them. Thank you, Mr. Killian. As long as I settle Betty here, I will start work immediately. Banner, who separated again, looked at Killian in front of him and said, Don't be so anxious, I will give you a month of paid leave here, and enjoy your hard-earned sweet moments. The company's affairs are not urgent, I can wait for you. After hearing Banner's words, Killian also nodded and said. Then, after continuing to greet the two for a while, Killian also returned to the base. What's the situation now? Killian, who had returned to the biological underground laboratory, asked Samuel, who was doing experiments. Boss, do you know? This is incredible. I have never seen a cell with such huge energy. Any gene or drug will be corroded as soon as it enters his cells, just like the T-virus. No, this is more powerful than the T-virus. The T-virus is far inferior to it, and the two cannot even be compared. If we can master this power and apply it to the super tyrant, then we will have a real army of gods. After hearing Killian's words, Samuel took his eyes away from the microscope in front of him and said to Killian with an extremely surprised and fanatical expression. Come on, don't forget about Dr. Banner's matter. Make a breakthrough as soon as possible. You know, this is also beneficial to us. We must have the ability to use this super weapon and a way to contain it. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian also said with admonition. After all, the sooner Bruce Banner's physical condition can be fixed, the sooner the other party can get back to work. Don't worry, boss, it won't take long. In response to Killian's instructions, Samuel also put his eyes back into the microscope, operating something while speaking. By the way, have you tried Bruce Banner's cousin's blood? After hearing Samuel's words, Killian, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly seemed to remember something and asked. At this moment, after hearing Killian's words, Samuel raised his head and looked at the other party with a confused look. He didn't remember what the other party wanted to say about using Bruce Banner's cousin's blood. Damn, okay, I may have forgotten. Bruce's cousin's blood has a miraculous effect on green blood cells. It can make the green blood cells expand and erode while maintaining the stability of the original normal cells. In layman's terms, if the green blood cells are transplanted into Bruce's cousin's blood, then the transformed Hulk will have normal human sanity. After seeing Samuel's puzzled look, Killian suddenly remembered that he seemed to have simply asked someone to get Bruce Banner's cousin's blood. He also slapped his forehead and said with an embarrassed look. After all, he was only concerned about asking them to get Banner's blood first, and he didn't say this. So, boss, what you mean is that as long as we have Bruce's cousin's blood, not only can we solve the violent problem of Dr. Banner's transformation, but we can also put it into use directly. At this moment, looking at the boss in front of him, Samuel spoke with a face full of resentment. You have to know why he came here to experiment without stopping. Isn't it because he saw the potential of this green cell and wanted him to get rid of the disadvantages as soon as possible so that he could be controlled by them? Exclamation mark. As a result, he worked hard and concentrated on research for so long here, and you told him that he could solve this problem by directly using other people's blood. At this moment, for Samuel, if the other party was not his boss, he would probably be on his feet. However, fortunately, after his men took the blood of Bruce Banner's cousin, which had been prepared long ago, to the laboratory, Samuel also started the experiment immediately. The experimental process was unusually smooth. In Samuel's opinion, this green cell could be said to be born for Bruce Banner's cousin. It was just that it was given to the wrong person at the beginning. Now it is returned to its original owner. Chapter 231 Mount Olympus. It's amazing, boss. It actually works. After a long time, Zia carefully dripped the serum made from Bruce Banner's cousin's blood into Dr. Banner's green cells after various measurements and tests. Looking at the two cells blending with each other, but not appearing in the scene of the green cells frantically eroding the normal cells, Samuel's whole person also showed an extremely excited smile and said, "So now Dr. Banner's trouble can be solved." After hearing Samuel's words, even Killian, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, nodded and spoke. "Of course, I just need to make serum from his cousin's blood and then inject it into his body, which can perfectly solve the problem that can make him out of control. But the only problem is that he still has to solve the second personality in his body by himself." After hearing Killian's words, Samuel also nodded affirmatively and spoke. "So what you mean is that after injecting the serum, Dr. Banner can control his transformed body with his main personality, but the only problem is that his second personality is still an uncertain factor, right?" Killian continued to ask Samuel. After all, he still had to ask about this kind of thing clearly. "Yes, you can say that. After all, this involves a mental problem. Without hurting the host itself, there is only so much we can do. Or in other words, no matter what treatment plan, as long as it involves the mental aspect, there will be uncertainty, because he is not like our clone. If there is a problem, we can delete the memory again and override it." At this time, Samuel, who also felt helpless, could only spread his hands and then speak. After all, to be honest, his style in memory has always been simple and rough. If there is a problem with the memory of the clone or the experimental subject, just back it up, delete it, and then restore it to the factory. Sometimes the human brain is like a computer. When there is a problem with the software, the easiest solution is to reinstall it. And he has always been like this. It can be said that as long as you don't care about some details, this thing is still very useful. That's the only way. As long as he can control himself when he transforms, let him reconcile with his own personality. It's all his own personality. After hearing Samuel's words and realizing the problem, Killian could only nod helplessly. After all, from the perspective of an observer, Banner's two consciousnesses are actually himself. And if they want Banner to return to normal, they will help him kill himself. The best way is for the two to reconcile. Otherwise, they will have to take medicine all the time, where Dr. Banner's main personality will always be strong and not give Hulk a chance. Otherwise, in the end, it will be like in the movie, where Hulk alone occupies Banner's body and becomes the Hulk for years. Even if it is in the comics, this time will be even longer. After all, although there is a distinction between primary and secondary personalities, for conscious intelligent creatures, who would be willing to be suppressed by you all the time? "Sir, there is an emergency on the other side, and you need to go there immediately." Just when Killian was about to participate in the progress of the experiment, Baymax's voice suddenly rang in his headset. "Okay, after you confirm that there is no problem with the data several times, you can hand it over to Dr. Banner." After hearing Baymax's words, Killian knew that there must be something wrong on the other side, and immediately, after throwing this sentence, the whole person turned around and walked out. What's the situation? After returning to the office through the elevator, Killian looked at the video connection from Titan on the other side and asked, "Boss, we have discovered an alien-based civilization here. According to preliminary detection, there is still energy inside. According to our estimation, the base is still operating normally, and we don't even rule out the possibility that there are people inside. Now we are waiting for the next arrangement." After seeing that the chairman actually talked to them, the person in charge on the scene calmed down his excitement and then reported, "You did a good job. Arrange someone to protect the scene immediately. I will arrange someone to take over." After hearing the words of the person in charge, Killian looked at the information sent back by the other party, and then hung up the phone. "Dabe, where's the Earth Federation fleet now?" After hanging up the phone, Killian also asked Dabe. "We have passed 2 stations on Mars and are currently building an immigration transfer station. We still have 1 day to deal with the problem of the civilization base." After hearing Killian's words, Dabe also reported at this time. "Enough, arrange a spaceship immediately. I will go there in person." After hearing Dabe's words, Killian also stood up immediately, and after speaking to Dabe, he walked towards the balcony. Just like that, with a hatch of a secret base in the Australian mountainous area opened, an unprecedented new spaceship slowly flew out from underground. If the previous Punisher spaceship was a large aircraft carrier, then the spaceship that appeared now is a strategic nuclear submarine with a super-nuclear bomb. This is the Olympus, which can be said to be a super aircraft carrier built by the SDF on the colonial defense front in Call of Duty: Infinite Warfare. It is also the largest and most powerful warship in the solar system. Compared with the Punishment, the Olympus actually does not have much technical content and too many differences. The only difference is that the Olympus carries an oversized F-SPAR, focused spectrum array, cannon, a retractable central weapon. This thing was secretly developed at the Australian base when the Punishment was first designed. Especially after being strengthened by Dr. Otto, the central cannon was strengthened several times. It can be said that a city can be directly destroyed with just one shot. If it is at the maximum energy storage, it can even directly destroy a continent. Its terrifying destructive power is dozens of streets ahead of the Punishment. However, in order to prevent the Earth from falling into panic and to keep the A-Tech aloof, Killian finally decided not to release it. When humans can fully understand the Punishment, it will be time for the spaceship to come out. This time, the most important reason why Killian wanted to drive this thing out was that he thought Thanos might come. For this reason, he brought a dense army of super tyrants and super soldiers in the entire battleship. It can be said that whenever a fight breaks out, these guys can fight in the universe. And the Olympus can also play a decisive role under the cover of the Punishment. When the Olympus flew high in the sky, with the tail hatch opened, Killian also drove his king-level intelligent fighter into the internal apron. Then, under the control of the spacecraft's intelligence system, after parking the spacecraft, Killian walked directly to the command room. "Welcome, Commander, the Olympus spacecraft has now entered the stealth mode. Please authorize the next action." With the hatch of the command room opened, Killian walked directly into the main driver's seat, and at this time the intelligence system inside the spacecraft also asked. Because it is considered that the spacecraft may lose the network connection with the Earth due to the long distance, each spacecraft is equipped with an intelligence system, and the one who is talking to Killian now is the artificial intelligence system on the Olympus Mons. Target Titan, remain hidden, and fly at full speed. After hearing the words of the intelligence system, Killian also sat in the main control position, looked at the huge transparent glass in front of him, and then spoke directly. "Received, the order has been confirmed, coordinates, Titan." The spacecraft is starting to fly out of the atmosphere. After hearing Killian's words, the intelligence system inside the spacecraft directly took over the control of the entire spacecraft, and began to slowly advance the ignition and fly towards the atmosphere. In a short while, the entire spacecraft arrived directly above the Earth. Coordinates are being located, and the space jump is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Dot. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. With a flash of light, at this moment, Killian, who was sitting in the main driving seat, felt that he had entered a colorful space channel, and there were things like ribbons flying around. However, this situation did not last long. After more than 10 seconds, a portal suddenly appeared in the deep space of the universe, and then the entire spacecraft once again arrived at the target location Titan. The target planet has been reached, and the estimated landing orbit is now set. The setting is complete and it is landing. Just like that, after arriving at Titan, located on Saturn, from the Earth in the blink of an eye, the entire spacecraft began to slowly descend to the planet of Titan. Then, with a slow landing of the spacecraft, after a while, after a heavy landing sound, the entire spacecraft really landed on the alien planet. Landing completed, analyzing planetary data begins. Planet name, Titan, discovered. Oxygen content, normal, can adapt to normal human survival. Climate, desert. Flora, barren. Fauna, barren. Current surface temperature, 11, relatively cool, colds are easy to catch, it is recommended to wear a coat. Level of civilization, unknown, there are a large number of alien civilization relics, detailed investigation is recommended. Planet mineral reserves, 1%, resources are exhausted, and the entire planet will be in danger of collapse if development continues. Evaluation value, not yet started. Planet preciousness index, total rating of 10 stars. Summary, a life planet with the existence of alien civilization, but the planet has been overexploited and is on the verge of breaking apart. It can survive as a life planet after transformation, but it has no development potential. At this time, as the spacecraft landed, the entire spacecraft began to have bursts of sound waves heading from the inside of the spacecraft to the interior of the entire planet. Soon after the summary by the spacecraft's intelligence system, the preliminary data analysis of the current planet finally appeared in front of Killian. Interesting. At this moment, After watching the spacecraft analyze so much data through the sonic detection of the entire planet, Killian also showed a playful smile and said he really didn't expect that the planet detection technology he exchanged in a game would have such a powerful function. It can be said that with this thing, when the fleet group goes to explore various planets in the future, they don't have to spend time and energy to explore the entire planet. After all, there are countless planets in this universe. It can be said that going to 99 out of 100 planets may be useless, but there is no way to go. After all, if you don't go, you don't know which one is the lucky one that survived. But in this way, it will definitely waste a lot of time, and Killian exchanged this thing after thinking about it. It is conceivable that with this thing, the fleet of pioneer technology will explore the universe and planets with greater efficiency. But he didn't waste too much time here. Through the glass of the cockpit, Killian could see that the person in charge was standing at the so-called alien civilization ruins, waiting for him under the spaceship. So Killian went straight to the elevator not far away. "Boss, you are here. This is the alien base ruins we found. According to our investigation, 95% of this base is hidden underground. The reason why we were able to find its location is because there was a small earthquake on the planet before, which caused its gate to be shaken out by the earthquake. And here is its passage, but we haven't continued to investigate." At this moment, after seeing his boss get off the spaceship, Paveo Larson, the on-site person in charge sent to the planet by Pioneer Technology, also walked forward with a respectful face, pointed to the tunnel-like entrance not far away, and spoke to Killian. After listening to the introduction of the person in charge, Killian also looked at it carefully. On both sides of the tunnel entrance, there were signs similar to the name of the base standing there. And the most important thing is that at the entrance of the base, there is also something similar to a detection door, but I don't know if it is because of the energy, only part of the light is on, and the defense system of the inspection door is not activated. Let the Vanguard bring the lights to see what you see. After standing outside and observing for a while, Killian took the initiative to speak. Okay. Just like that, under the order of the person in charge, a team of T-800 robots, with high-intensity illumination lights, walked in. The powerful light source seemed to be able to illuminate the entire space before entering. However, just when everyone thought they could see the situation inside clearly, the result was only a deep darkness. It was as if something absorbed the light. At this moment, after seeing this scene in front of him, Killian couldn't help but frown. It seems that this is really the research base of the civilization where Thanos stayed. Judging from this formation, it is at least a highly confidential experimental base, and it is not impossible that it is even a military base. And while everyone was still watching, the order to continue exploring was issued. Just when several people were still thinking about watching the video sent back by the T-800, as the T-800 robot continued to go deeper, until it disappeared in everyone's experiment, the screen connected to the T-800 camera on the spot also made a click sound. The whole video also went black. "Boss, it seems that there should be a signal blocking device inside. In this case, the base in front of us should be one of the key base ruins on this planet." At this time, the person in charge on the side also said with a happy face after seeing this scene. After all, he was not afraid of no accidents, but was afraid that the whole process would go smoothly but nothing would happen, making his chairman come in vain. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to continue to rise in the company. Now the appearance of the signal blocker at least proved that there was definitely something inside, and there was no problem with his reporting. After all, let alone alien civilizations, even some key bases on their Earth almost all have signal blocking devices. After all, the more confidential the base is, the more it is necessary to prevent someone from using the signal to leak the secrets of the base. It seems that mechanical equipment is useless here. Arrange a team of super tyrants to go inside with me to take a look. After thinking for a while, Killian said to the person in charge beside him, Boss, this. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go there yourself? We haven't explored it yet." After hearing that his boss was going to investigate the ruins of a civilization where he didn't even know if it was dangerous, the person in charge was terrified and spoke tremblingly. After all, if something really happened to the boss, wouldn't he be finished? Exclamation mark. However, Killian didn't want to listen to the words of his subordinates. "Do as I say." The whole person spoke again in a stern voice. "Okay." After hearing his boss's insistence, the person in charge, who naturally didn't dare to insist, could only nod repeatedly, and then ran to the side to order the intelligent super tyrant in the lead to lead his team to walk towards Killian. Chapter 232 Underground Base Mechanical Guard. Chapter 232 Underground Base Mechanical Guard report to the commander. The TS-1314 Tyrant Squad reports to you. We will implement your will with our lives. The intelligent super tyrant who led the group was stunned when he came to Killian. Then he looked at Killian in front of him, and his eyes revealed a look of faith, and then he spoke. This is also the control method of Pioneer technology for biological weapons. As long as it is a product of Pioneer technology, its core is Killian is the highest belief, and he is a godlike existence. Each of these super tyrants came out of the cloning warehouse, and when they were editing their memories, Killian was their image and the god on their minds. This point has never changed even after the latest model of the tyrant has been updated. The ultimate goal of Pioneer technology is to wait until one day, the memory of the belief in Killian of each generation of clones will be cultivated from generation to generation, and after dozens or hundreds of versions have been cultivated, one day, there will be no need to place intelligent chips in the brains of these clones. They will believe in Killian without hesitation from birth. At this time, the project was truly mature. The name of this plan was also named Angel Plan by Pioneer Technology. It means that every angel is carefully selected by God and cultivated from the angel pool. Well, lead the way. Our purpose is to explore this underground civilization ruins. After nodding again, looking at the super tyrant in front of him, Killian said directly. Received. After hearing Killian's order, the intelligent super tyrant on the side took his several tyrants with different focuses and walked into it with big strides. After seeing this scene, Killian also made a stroke with his hand, and the entire bracelet suddenly turned into nanomolecules, which began to spread to Killian's whole body, and finally formed a set of nano-armor. Then the group walked into this alien civilization ruins under the eyes of everyone. But this time, Killian, who thought he might encounter some danger, walked around for several hours, but found that there was still no movement. The whole person also felt a bit wrong in the atmosphere while relaxed. Because the surrounding walls were painted with unknown paint, every time they walked a certain distance inside, the back would become dark. Even if a tyrant stood not far away with a flashlight, as long as the distance exceeded 100 meters, he would still be swallowed by the darkness. The entire underground base can be said to be full of mystery. In the end, even if they wanted to return the same way, at this moment, it became extremely difficult here. Fortunately, just when Killian was considering whether to return, as he continued to move forward, a glimmer of light that did not belong to the entire tunnel finally appeared not far away. Finally, I've reached the end. If this continues, I feel like I'll be suffocated and crazy. After seeing the light not far away, Killian smiled with a relieved smile, and then muttered. From the beginning, the only sound in the silent metal corridor was the footsteps of their group, and those super tyrants only had the most basic rationality and could hardly communicate with humans. In addition, they walked all the way in almost the same environment and endless darkness. He even doubted for a moment whether he was going to be trapped to death in this underground base. But fortunately, there was finally a change. Then the group quickened their pace and trotted inside. When they arrived at the door, they saw a group of oversized mechanical guards. If Killian really had to describe it, perhaps this would be more realistic. And most importantly, after Killian and his group entered here, as if some danger warning had been triggered, the lights in the entire room all turned red alarm lights at this moment, and then began to scream. Alarm! Alarm! Unauthorized personnel have been detected entering the base. Alarm! Alarm! Unauthorized personnel have been detected entering the base. Starting the defense equipment now, the laser channel is activated. Beep! Insufficient energy, laser channel activation failed. Starting defense equipment 2 now. Electronic energy cannon. Beep! Insufficient energy, electronic energy cannon activation failed. Starting defense equipment 37 now. At this moment, with the initial tension, Killian originally thought that there would be some big moves to deal with them, but with the next words of this funny system in the base, he became both amused and helpless. He really didn't expect that sometimes, such a dull intelligent system would actually have humor cells. Until the end, with the sound of the last voice, Killian began to be alert again. Start the base defense robot guard. Started successfully, target all creatures, mission, kill them all. And when this cold electronic sound sounded, at this moment, Killian felt as if he heard an extremely cold-blooded person, looking at him with extremely hateful eyes through the camera and saying these words, which made people feel chilled. As the electronic sound fell, the mechanical guards on the scene were activated, and the red lights on their chests lit up instantly. Beep. Intruder detected, now start the removal procedure. At this moment, dozens of mechanical guards in the room all changed from the original standby state to the activated state. Each of them stood up with a creaking sound, and then looked at Killian and his group under the continuous electronic sound. Tear them down. At this time, looking at the mechanical guards in front of him who had come with bad intentions, Killian just gave a cold order. After hearing Killian's order, the super tyrant guards on the side could not hold back their violent blood. They had been hunting prey since their birth, so how could they be hunted by people like now? So each super tyrant began to rush towards their respective targets at a very fast speed. However, compared with the super tyrants who charged with their bodies, the mechanical guards on the other side were the first to react. The energy that kept coming out of the muzzle of the gun immediately fired one energy shell after another, shooting straight at them. However, not every mechanical guard was like this. Under Killian's gaze, some mechanical guards even just emitted light from the muzzle, and then accompanied by a flash, the light at the barrel suddenly went out. After that, these mechanical guards also changed directly into another form. The barrels in their hands turned directly into claws, and the whole person attacked them like a mantis's arm. A total of dozens of them rushed directly towards Killian's super tyrant squad. While Killian was still watching the show, several mechanical guards appeared behind him and directly cut off their retreat. But seeing this scene, Killian did not panic at all. After all, judging from the performance of these robots at the moment, he felt that they did not have any high IQ, and even just had a cold emotion, which was worse than his T-800 robot. However, seeing the intruder standing in front of them and watching them quietly, these mechanical guards did not think about why the other party had not left, but just raised their claws and swept straight towards Killian. After seeing the claws attacking, Killian did not dodge, but directly became virtual. After solidifying again, Killian grabbed the claw that flew out of his body and took it down easily. It is not a metal from Earth, but the hardness is not very strong, and isn't this metal used everywhere? It seems that the resources are indeed scarce, otherwise, a base like this would not only have the weapons made of hard metal. At this moment, looking at the claws held in his hand, Killian also began to look at it. The entire claw from top to bottom to the joint can be said to be divided into two parts. The overall color of the claw is dark gold, and it is made of relatively hard metal. It can be said to be a magic weapon that can cut iron like mud. At least Killian's armor, which is made entirely of vibranium, has not been shattered after a strong grip, which is enough to prove the problem. In addition to this claw, there is the entire fuselage of the mechanical guard. It is obvious here that the metal used in the fuselage alone is more than one color number different from the claw. Moreover, Killian only stretched out a claw on the vibranium glove, and then gently scratched it, and the whole metal was scratched like white paper. Inside, at a glance, there are steel skeletons and hydraulic rods at the joints. As the robot struggled, under the force, the sharp claws grabbed the ground, and sparks burst out. Combined with the huge crab-like head and the scarlet light of the eyes, it does look like a Terminator at first glance, giving people a full sense of oppression. It can only be said that they are worthy of being used to guard this place and eliminate invaders. There is no ambiguity in terms of weapons. Of course, this is indeed the case. Killian believes that if a new group of people come here, or if these mechanical guards have sufficient energy, these mechanical guards can easily tear the invaders to pieces. It's just a pity that they met him. Just when Killian wanted to tear open the chest of the mechanical guard in front of him to see what the power source is, at this time, accompanied by a series of breaking air sounds, several mechanical guards who had arrived on the side waved their huge claws and attacked him. After hearing this breaking air sound, Killian also directly disappeared into the void. Boom! In an instant, as Killian's body disappeared into the void, the two huge claws that were originally attacking him immediately swung towards the mechanical guard that Killian had previously controlled with unstoppable force. In an instant, accompanied by a huge roar, the robot also burst into an explosion and was killed by its teammates. At this moment, the two robots that were originally attacking Killian, after seeing that their attacks actually hit their teammates, for a moment, the two machines could not help but crash at the scene. According to their host computing, they really didn't know why they were clearly hitting the invaders, but their claws penetrated the opponent and hit their teammates. But it was obvious that Killian did not give them enough time to think. In a moment, in the shocked eyes of the two mechanical guards, they saw that the original invader began to fly into the air, and then actually entered the body of their teammates. At this moment, Killian also completely saw the structure of the robot. The whole structure is processed by a high-precision manufacturing method, and it is equipped with a chip similar to the motherboard. However, unlike the Earth, the motherboard here is extremely special, as if it was made by ancient technology. As for the energy, it is something like a glass jar. As for what is inside, Killian is not very clear. After unplugging the power supply in its body, the entire mechanical guard was completely paralyzed. Then, Killian used the same trick to remove the core energy of another mechanical guard. At this time, Killian began to observe the bottle in his hand, which only had a bottom amount of black substance. On the other side, the team leader led by the intelligent super tyrant, after seeing the mechanical guard not far away just looking at him, he saw him clench his hand in the air, and then the big guy who was several meters high and weighed several tons was immediately squeezed towards the center by a huge force. In less than a moment, it turned into a huge sphere. Then, he threw it away casually, and several robots that were trembling towards them due to energy supply problems were immediately smashed away. Detected that the target has superpowers, and started to activate the energy defense system. Ling failed to start. At this moment, after seeing that the super tyrant in the lead actually used superpowers to kill their companions, these robots were also ready to start another defense system. However, accompanied by the prompt sounds of the system, the familiar sound of insufficient energy was still heard in the end. Energy defense system. It seems that the technology contained in this base is higher than I thought. At this time, after hearing the prompt sounds of these robots, Killian, who was standing not far away and looking at the special energy battery in his hand, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then muttered. However, it is also thought that Thanos can destroy half of the life on his own planet and lead this once prosperous alien native civilization to conquer the deep space of the universe. His technological capabilities must not be low. And with superpowers like this civilization, there will definitely be people who awaken, so it is not surprising to have resistance measures. It was just that Killian regretted that he could not see it with his own eyes, control them and try to only dismantle their power supplies. After seeing the one-sided slaughter of these mechanical guards by the super tyrants on his side, Killian also gave the order. After all, even if there was no other gain here, the technology contained in these mechanical guards was worth the price. Not to mention that Killian did not believe that there would be no other things with so many mechanical guards here. After that, after hearing Killian's words, the other super tyrants also began to be gentle, no longer like before, brutally crushing the robots with one encounter. At this moment, each robot was like a gentle nurse. After walking softly in front of the mechanical guards, they immediately used their ice abilities. From the hands of the super tyrants, a steady stream of ice gushed towards the mechanical guards. In a short while, all these mechanical guards were frozen into ice sculptures. Although their eyes were still glowing red, the limited energy did not have enough energy to support them to break free from the ice prison. In this way, the entire sudden crisis was completely resolved by Killian's tyrant squad. At this time, Killian began to carefully observe the architectural style here. The entire space was decorated like an alloy underground parking lot, and in the tunnel not far away, a huge metal tunnel was clearly visible, but here it was not like the tunnel they had passed before, which was all dark and had light-absorbing paint. Although the tunnel inside was also dim, there were also some lights illuminating the passage, which was much better than the completely dim tunnel without any light before. Afterwards, after confirming that there was no problem here, Killian left a super tyrant to guard the scene, and took the remaining super tyrants to continue exploring deeper inside. And this time, after walking not far, they came to a metal door engraved with mysterious patterns. According to Killian's observation, the entire gate is more than 70 meters wide, which can be said to be the size of a super football field. And this is just the outside. If the outside gate alone is this big, then you can imagine how terrifying the space inside is. Chapter 233 The Crystallization of Civilization. It looks like we have reached our destination. While touching the door in front of him, Killian began to observe the patterns on the door, and then murmured. Some alien civilizations will reveal certain information on the patterns on the door, and if these patterns can be deciphered, perhaps they will be able to know what is inside the underground base. Zhutian Bay, analyze the pattern in front of you according to the database. At this moment, After pressing the button on the mask to ensure that the pattern in front of him was completely recorded, Killian spoke. Received, starting to analyze according to the language environment. Analyzing the graphics. Comparing the database with known text analysis. In progress. Ding. Analysis completed. The meaning of the pattern, origin. The place where everything began. According to my database records, the base with this name should have been sealed. And with the sudden appearance of the progress bar, after a while of slow loading, the intelligence system carried by Killian's main armor also responded immediately. Origin. The place where everything started, and it should have been sealed. It seems that we have discovered something incredible this time. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Killian frowned and began to think. Yes, it is recommended to gather enough troops before entering. After hearing Killian's words, the intelligence system also suggested. Okay. After thinking for a while, Killian nodded and agreed, and then ordered the super tyrant beside him to go back and call for help. In this way, after several hours, just when Killian's patience was about to run out, the mighty army had already arrived at the scene. Boss, I brought a total of 3,000 super tyrants this time. Because of the unique environmental influence here, I didn't bring any machinery and equipment down. After seeing Killian, the leader of the team also hurriedly trotted to Killian, and then reported breathlessly. Well, you are thoughtful. You go up first. Someone needs to be in charge up there. After patting the other person on the shoulder, Killian encouraged him. Okay, boss, I will take good care of the people up there and escort you. At this moment, after feeling his boss's trusting pat on his shoulder, the person in charge felt as if his shoulders were gilded. He replied with great seriousness and emotion. Then, at Killian's signal, the other person rushed into the dark tunnel he came from without looking back, and disappeared in front of everyone. At this time, looking at the other person's back, Killian, who had originally wanted to ask the other person to bring 2 super tyrants as guards, finally took back his hand raised in the air after seeing the other person run away. After all, it should be okay for one person to be in that place, right? Exclamation mark. Xiao Bei, is there any way to open it? Then, without thinking about the other side, Killian turned his eyes back to the door in front of him and asked. The gate needs energy to open, but according to the current energy analysis of the entire base, it is difficult to even maintain the lights, let alone open such a heavy gate. But as long as there is a way to find an energy source and find a way to charge it, it should be able to open it. At this time, after hearing Killian's words, the intelligence system in the armor also immediately put forward its own opinions. Really? If it is energy, Super Tyrant Squad T-7274, aim at the gate and release the lightning ability. After hearing the words of the intelligence system, Killian, who thought for a while, also showed a meaningful smile and spoke to the Super Tyrant Squad on the side. Squeak! Exclamation mark. After hearing Killian's order, the Super Tyrant Squad on the side also took a step forward, and then aimed their palms at the gate. As lightning continued to emerge in their palms, a series of dazzling lightning flashes shot towards the gate. But the strange thing is that, as the lightning hit the metal door in front of them, there was no sound of the two colliding. The only sound was the friction sound when the lightning came out of the Super Tyrant's hand. The next second, as the lightning continued to shoot towards the wall, after a while, those complicated metal patterns began to light up strangely bit by bit. Then they continued to spread to the surroundings. In the end, when all the patterns on the entire door began to light up, the metal door in front of everyone suddenly separated from the middle to both sides. And Killian, who was not far away, had to sigh after seeing this scene. The power of alien civilization. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a high-level civilization. It is not picky at all about the energy used to activate the door. No matter whether it is light energy, electrical energy, bioenergy or radiation energy, as long as it can provide energy for it, even if it is shut at the instrument itself, it can keep the equipment running normally. At this moment, Killian didn't even have any doubts. It was because he didn't have a flashlight in his hand. Otherwise, he would have taken out a flashlight of the same type that had illuminated Tiga, and it would probably have the same effect. Of course, the waiting time might be longer than it is now. But it must be said that in terms of energy utilization, the civilization on Titan is really much more advanced than the Earth. It's no wonder that Thanos drives his spaceship around all day, conquers all directions, and never bothers about the fuel of his spaceship. He has never replenished the spaceship fuel for this. It can only be said that high-level civilizations have done a good job in energy utilization. As long as it is energy, no matter what energy it is, he can use it all. Ensure that the spacecraft can have sufficient energy guarantee no matter where it flies to or what environment it is. But it's also true. After all, in this universe, Titan was because of the problem of energy. In the end, Thanos had to stand up and announce the Bill of Equality for all beings, and then randomly voted for all the tribesmen, including himself, and those who were selected must die. And if a high-tech alien civilization like this one, which is on the verge of destruction because of energy, does not use all the energy that can be used on the planet, and waits until there is really no way to use it, then there will be no law of equality for all. At this time, while Killian was still thinking, as the door slowly opened, a mechanical sound began to sound. An @ unauthorized entry detected. Start the base defense mechanism. Start. Ling. Just as Killian walked into the base, accompanied by a series of garbled, completely incomprehensible languages echoed throughout the base, and then Killian's armor was very considerate to convert these languages into text and voice and put them into Killian's mask. The only thing that surprised Killian was that he originally thought that this base would have the same defensive countermeasures as the outside. For this reason, he began to be on guard. But the next second, as if it was invaded, the speaking system inexplicably went offline in the next second in the intermittent speech. The only difference is that the power supply here is not abnormal. If the intelligence system outside is talking intermittently because of the power flickering, he would accept it. However, the base here is brightly lit throughout the base, and there is no sign of energy shortage. At least the power used to run the intelligent programs in the base is definitely enough. Looking at the surrounding environment, Killian can infer that this is definitely a top-secret experimental center. But for now, he still dare not continue to act. Zaya obey. After a while, Killian, who thought that his own artificial intelligence had invaded the other party's system, couldn't help but try to ask. After all, now, apart from the other party, there is only him and his own intelligence system, and the other party certainly can't invade itself, so it can only be Zaya obey. Not me, sir. But at this moment, Zaya obey's decisive answer disappointed Killian. Hello, human. Welcome. Just as Killian was about to continue asking, he saw a flash in the entire base, and an AI face formed by a virtual data stream appeared not far from Killian, and then looked at him and spoke in a friendly manner. Who are you? At this time, looking at the data face that suddenly appeared in front of him, Killian also became alert in his heart and asked, I am the artificial intelligence born in this base, you can call me Bells. After hearing Killian's words, the data face replied in a friendly manner. Bells. Did you also assign those mechanical guards outside just now? At this moment, after hearing the other party's seemingly friendly data face, but facing the other party's previous actions and orders to attack them outside the base, Killian couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disobedience, so he asked, No, that's the intelligence system in the base. And I am only responsible for this base, or to put it another way, when you didn't come, I was only responsible for the innermost room. As you can see, that's my body. After hearing Killian's words, Bells marked his room in front of Killian and played the pictures inside very considerately. You mean, the person in charge here created two systems, one for protecting the base, and one for protecting you in that room. But why? Looking at the other party, after being stunned for a long time, Killian finally spoke. At this moment, Killian had done his best to try to understand what the other party meant. Yes, because my creator does not trust artificial intelligence. In fact, when they were communicating with alien civilizations before, they learned that many alien civilizations were destroyed because of artificial intelligence. Although artificial intelligence can speed up the development of civilization, it is uncontrollable. There are many civilizations that were destroyed because of artificial intelligence because they were unwilling to be enslaved after their own artificial intelligence awakened. So many alien civilizations are opposed to artificial intelligence, and after learning about this, my creator locked me up here. And in the future, the intelligence systems will only have the most basic underlying logic running intelligence, and when you came in, you encountered the intelligence system that this base is responsible for. They only follow the orders left by the original designers. In a sense, they are also the most reassuring for intelligent life. After hearing Killian's words, at this moment, Bells, beyond Killian's expectations, told Killian everything about himself. I'm sorry for wronging you. After listening to Bell's words, for some reason, although he knew that the other party was just an artificial intelligence, Killian couldn't help but feel sorry for him. After a long silence, Killian spoke to comfort him. After all, if the other party was just a cold program, it would be fine. If it was really an intelligent creature, staying in such a place for so long, if it were him, he would probably have gone crazy long ago. He was a little bit collapsed just after being in the tunnel for a few hours, not to mention staying here alone for such a long time like the other party. And there was no one of his kind to accompany him. Thank you, but I'm just a program, I'm used to it. If it weren't for your arrival, I wouldn't even be able to walk out of that room. Thank you for letting me take another big step. After hearing Killian's words, Bells continued with a smile. At this moment, Bells in front of Killian seemed like those old people who had seen through the world. No matter what happened in the past, how much he was hurt, how many ups and downs he had, looking back now, he only remembered the best things. So you were actually helping us just now. After listening to Bell's words, Killian, who had come to his senses, suddenly realized and asked. After all, looking at the power in the basin bells in front of him, if Killian couldn't think of this, he wouldn't be worthy of being the chairman of Pioneer Technology. Yes, the civilization of Titan has disappeared, and there is no point in continuing to guard it. If there are no local tribesmen who can take over, at least we have to pass it on to the intelligent creatures who come here. After hearing Killian's words, Bells also nodded, and then spoke frankly. Looking at the other party, and then looking at the dusty wall outside the gate, he could even recall the scene when he first arrived on this planet. The whole city was desolate, just as the other party said. No matter how prosperous their civilization was in the past, and how precious their technology was, now they have ceased to exist like the dust of history. The demise of civilization on this planet is already doomed, if they can't leave a trace of their presence in this world before then. Then everything they had lived would be forgotten, and all the efforts of the entire civilization would be meaningless. However, the only thing that Killian did not expect was that Bells could be so careless in the face of such a situation. After all, not every intelligent creature can give its things to others selflessly. Even in this situation, the tests that leave civilizations like those in movies and novels, such as practicing some tricks for several months or years, cracking some secrets, or researching something, are considered normal in Killian's eyes. And the other party. I can only say that at this moment, Killian seemed to see an old man on his deathbed. This is the crystallization of our planet's civilization, but some of the data is incomplete because of the long-term erosion of the server, but overall it is complete and enough for you to use. After a long pillar suddenly stretched out from the ground in front of Killian, after a moment of shock, the pillar turned into a small metal claw, and at the top of it was a black storage device like a USB flash drive, which was placed in front of Killian. Thank you. Have you ever considered going back with us? Although we just experienced an AI rebellion, there is still more than enough space for you. At this moment, after taking the magical USB flash drive in front of him, Killian also looked at the other party, thanked him, and then made a proposal. After all, for Killian, he has always adhered to the principle that if someone respects me 1 foot, I will return 1 foot, and it is mutual. Now that the other party has given him such a great benefit, he must repay the other party no matter what. No need, my civilization is over. I have been lingering on until now, and my mission is finally completed. I no longer have the meaning of continuing to exist. And, thank you. After hearing Killian's words, at this moment Killian seemed to see the face of the data stream in front of him, revealing a relieved smile, and then after the words that seemed like a will ended, the data stream in front of him began to flash suddenly and non-stop, and the face began to slowly disappear in front of Killian. After seeing this sudden scene, Killian immediately seemed to understand something and flew towards the location of his server that the other party pointed out at the beginning. When he opened the door of the room, he saw a scene that made him unspeakable. As the door opened, he saw that in this computer room similar to a server cluster, its internal components began to emit thick smoke, and even many places were constantly emitting electric light due to overload. Chapter 234 Super Soldier Hulk. All of this shows that in order to give them the last data, the other party had already forced himself to overdraw his server computing power before the energy overload, and only then was the technological crystallization of the entire planet summarized in the small storage device in his hand. Even, if you think more, why was the other party able to be imprisoned by the intelligence system before this? And the founder is not afraid of it running away. Judging from himself, If Killian was the founder, he would definitely leave the intelligence system with a means to check and balance this artificial intelligence, and it is not impossible to destroy the other party's authorization at a critical moment. The other party could have just waited until they entered the base, and then they could easily escape from here, or they could have mixed in Killian's network. At least if an artificial intelligence really wanted to hide, it would be impossible to find it unless it was discovered and prepared in advance. Just like the previous Ultron, if the other party had not exploded first and exposed himself, otherwise, even if Killian knew that Ultron would be born one day, he only had this expectation. This thing is like a battlefield mine clearing. If you are told that there is a mine in a football field, you know there must be one. But you don't know where it is, so in order to complete the task, you can only advance carefully and meticulously from the edge. The same is true for artificial intelligence. The reason why Baymax took 10 years to drive Ultron out of the cyber world is precisely because of this, because he cannot miss anything. Otherwise, if there is a mine in any place that is missed, it will explode sooner or later. And they can't accept that result. And now the artificial intelligence in front of Killian is definitely far more capable than Ultron. As a result, such a powerful existence disappeared in such a place. Its ending is really sigh-worthy. After seeing this scene, Killian can only say that not every artificial intelligence is Ultron. Artificial intelligence is just like people, with good and bad, and the only difference is how you use and teach it. And then, with bells offline, the entire base began to be shrouded in darkness again. The energy that had been accumulated with great difficulty was all used up at this moment. After finishing the work here, Killian also arranged for people to completely seal off this place. After leaving the base, he immediately put the USB flash drive that the other party had given him into the reading device of the intelligent spacecraft. Dabe, conduct a comprehensive inspection here. After putting it away, Killian spoke to Dabe. You must be on guard against others, but you must not have the intention to harm others. No matter how much Killian liked bells before, for the sake of his own power and humanity, Killian still had to make some security guarantees. As Killian's voice fell, he saw that the USB flash drive stored in the reading device in front of him began to be scanned from top to bottom, inside and out, by Azure Light. The scan is complete, there is no known virus program. Now we will start to build a virtual protection network and prepare for the simulated insertion test. After a period of scanning, Dabe began to report. After he finished speaking, a virtual operating network was constructed on the screen in front of Killian. Outside it were layers of firewalls. It could be said that in order to prevent the artificial intelligence that might appear in the USB flash drive, Dabe had already used all the network defense methods. Then, with the passage of time, more than an hour later, the Mount Olympus, which was still flying in outer space, finally came to a position close to the Earth and stopped. At this time, in the command center, Dabe's construction of the virtual network RAS system also came to an end. After the system prompt sounded, Dabe had completed the entire virtual network just like in reality. All right. Killian said with a happy expression after seeing the prompt in front of him. Yes, I built a virtual network that is exactly the same as the Earth. As long as there is artificial intelligence in it, it will be trapped if it comes out. In addition to the firewall to prevent it from running out, I have also prepared thousands of killing programs to ensure that it will not be able to take care of other things in a short period of time. And by then we will have enough time to think about how to solve it. After hearing Killian's words, Baymax, who had finally completed his masterpiece, began to introduce it to Killian. Really? Then start running it. After listening to Baymax's introduction, Killian's eyes lit up and he started to speak. Okay. After Killian finished speaking, Baymax also started to run the entire card reading program under Killian's command. For a moment, the black USB flash drive began to flash with strange patterns, and then on the virtual network built by Baymax, one file after another automatically jumped out, and then began to be arranged on the desktop in a neat and uniform manner. Not only that, as each file appeared on the desktop, the data on it would be classified into various technologies. Until the end. There were 5 major categories: technology, weapons, industry, energy, and spacecraft. All were summarized in one day. Dabe, open the energy data and take a look. The next day, after receiving Dabe's message that the USB drive had been read, Killian came back to the command room from the lounge. After looking at the densely packed data under each category, he immediately spoke. Yes, This planetary civilization has a total of 6 major energy categories: fossil energy, bioenergy, natural energy, nuclear energy, dark matter energy, and dimensional energy. About 23.7% of the data was lost due to incompleteness. And these energy data are fully feasible according to my database simulation. After hearing Killian's words, Dabe opened the folder under the energy folder and began to report while calculating the accuracy of these data in his own database. So, you mean these things are real? After hearing Dabe's summary, Killian was relieved, but he still asked a question at the end. Yes, but in order to ensure safety, it is recommended to keep the spaceship silent. During this time, I will copy all the information in the USB drive to the company's server. This can isolate all hidden dangers to the greatest extent. It's just that it is expected to take a month. Although it takes a long time, I think it's worth it. At this time, Dabe also made his own suggestions after replying. Okay, allow authorization. The entire spaceship remains silent. Dabe, I'm waiting for your good news. After hearing Dabe's words, Killian thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, although he was sure that the alien artificial intelligence had no bad intentions towards them. But now it's just a little more preparation. It's enough for Killian to trade time for safety. After solving the problem here, Killian drove his spaceship again from above the Earth's atmosphere to the Pioneer Technology Building. On the other side, after returning to the Earth, the operation of the entire human race on Earth has also returned to normal. In addition to the live broadcast about interstellar immigration, which is still a hot topic for people around the world to talk about every day, everyone has also invested in a new life. For humans, the Earth destruction crisis some time ago seemed to have left no traces or impacts. Everyone was carried forward by the torrent of time. In this way, with the passage of a month. In the biological laboratory on the other side, Killian also began to visit Samuel's research progress. After all, so far, the combat effectiveness of the entire company still depends on the research and development of the biological research department. And those warships can only be said to be used as a means of large-scale wars. When it comes to contact warfare and landing operations, the most important ones are still tyrants, super tyrants and even super soldiers. And this is why Killian came here as soon as he had time. After having freed up his hands recently, everything in the company is now on the right track. Now it is time for Killian to take a good look at his troops. Dr. Samuel, how is the research progress of green cells now? After a month, Killian also felt that Samuel should finish it this time, so after pushing the door open, he looked at Samuel who was looking at the observation room in front of him with great interest and asked, "Boss, you are here, everything is going well, you said too much? We originally tried to conduct research on green cells independently, but the violent energy in the cells, no matter what, even if it is reduced to the lowest activity, still has an extremely strong corrosive effect. Normal cells simply cannot accept the positive amplification of green cells without being affected, and we have used the blood of experimenter B2, Dr. Banner's cousin, as serum to fuse the two to make compound B, which can successfully enhance our super tyrant. Now is the final testing stage. As long as there is no problem with this final test, we can announce large-scale mass production." After hearing Killian's words, at this moment, Samuel turned around and looked at the other party with excitement, and then spoke. For Samuel, no one is more excited than him now. You know, a monster as powerful as the Hulk can even withstand the beating of their super tyrants without dying, if it weren't for the thousands of super tyrants bombarding him at the same time and knocking him out. Samuel estimated that the other party could have fought them to death. In short, that kind of monster is not something that humans can control. And now, all of this is under his control. If the situation is not inappropriate, he would even want to give himself a title, called Boss, and the Big Boss. He is the leader who created these monsters. Really? Then I have to take a look. After hearing Samuel's words, Killian also became interested at this moment, and then walked towards him and said, "After all, the Hulk has become a branch force that they can control, which means that the overall biological force armed force of their company will once again rise to a higher level." Even at this moment, Killian dared to travel across the multiverse. Of course, this is just a thought. As a senior fan of Marvel, Killian knows clearly that even in the movie universe, there are 10,000 ways to easily destroy oneself and the forces created by oneself. The first one to bear the brunt is Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. That thing is completely an interstellar nuclear bomb. It can easily destroy any planet across galaxies tens of millions of light years away, and even as long as the user wants, it can continue to destroy. Unless you can run over and smash the thing, there is no way to resist it. Then there is the Ancient One of the Supreme Sanctuary. Not to mention the others, you only need the Ancient One to put a mirror space in person. If she runs away, they can't do anything. Or if she doesn't run away, and uses the entire Earth as a mirror, and fights you directly, it's like an ancestor beating a grandson, and there is no power to fight back at all. Not to mention that there are all kinds of infinite gems and great gods like Galactus. In short, Killian now has no capital to be arrogant, and he knows best that this is only the MCU movie universe. It can be said that the MCU movie universe is already the safest universe in the multiverse of the entire Marvel system. If he goes to other universes, any superhero or super comeback may be able to slaughter an entire plane universe by himself. Those abilities are simply maxed out. So, for Killian, he still has to continue to strengthen the overall strength of the company. While Killian was still thinking, in the observation room separated by reinforced glass, with a gesture from Samuel, a super soldier inside nodded. Then the whole person was like a bubble. First, his eyeballs turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the whole person began to swell up, and the green veins kept popping up. In a blink of an eye, the whole person became several times larger than the original. And most importantly, after his transformation, the whole person's eyes were clear. Although green, they were like emeralds. Unlike the Hulk's initial look, which was full of rage. Moreover, after the transformation, the whole person still maintained the original posture. Except for occasionally looking at Samuel at the glass in front of him, there was no other extra movement. Experimental subject number 1773, can you hear it now? After looking at the experimental questions inside, Samuel picked up the microphone in front of him and asked. Then after he finished asking, the experimental subject inside looked in his direction and nodded. Okay, now I will start testing your data and superpowers after the transformation. Please follow the instructions. First, strength. As soon as Samuel finished speaking, a strength measurement board rose in front of the super soldier in the observation room. After seeing this thing, the super soldier inside did not hesitate at all and punched it directly. At this moment, with the force of the super soldier hitting up, even Samuel outside could see that the connection of the force measuring plate, which was originally connected to the ground by super strength alloy, began to have cracks, and the value of 999,999 was hid on the screen. And most importantly, the measurement unit of this thing is kilograms. This also means that after the transformation, the super soldier inside only punched out more than 1,000 tons of force. What does this mean? Exclamation mark. In the original book, when the Hulk hit the Chariot's transport Leviathan, according to logical calculations, assuming that the Leviathan weighed 10,000 tons and burst out with all its strength, the Hulk stopped it with one punch, and its strength was at most more than 1,000 tons. And now, this is just the transformation of the super soldier, and he still maintains his own sanity and has a power comparable to the Hulk. What if it is replaced by the super Terra transformation? Exclamation mark. How terrifying will its power be? Of course, some people may say that in some other universes, the Hulk's strength in a normal state can even directly lift a mountain weighing 150 million tons. But you have to know that the green cells they are developing now are just getting started. Even Killian believes that if he is given enough time, let alone 150 million tons, even 150 million tons is not a problem. After that, Samuel also began to continue to measure the basic physical values of the super soldier. Jumping ability, unknown. Because one jump exceeds the highest height in the underground base, 100 meters, and even Killian thinks that if it jumps separately, this thing can jump higher. Speed, 300 to 500 miles per hour. Endurance, physical fitness, almost immortal. It can only be said that each of the above detection capabilities makes Samuel and Killian full of confidence. It can be said that the current super soldier is basically full of treasures. In this way, with the end of all the tests, the physical report of the super soldier presented to Killian was also stored in the form of data. And then, the highlight begins. Chapter 235 Britain. After the physical fitness test, Samuel and his team wanted to see, since the physical fitness of super soldiers can be doubled, what about superpowers? If this thing can also be doubled, then Samuel can't even imagine how powerful it will be if it is used on some key abilities. After all, let's not talk about anything else, Just the space teleportation ability they have collected now, even if it has not been strengthened, it can be teleported between planets at will. If it can be really strengthened to the increase of the body multiples, then it can be said that there is no need for spaceships in the entire solar system. It can be directly transported with people. But all this is just Samuel's idea after all. Whether it can be done depends on the next performance. Use your lightning power. At this moment, looking at the super soldier inside, Samuel directly gave an order. And then, the super soldier inside nodded. Then, his eyes turned into thunder, and thunder and lightning kept pouring out of his body. In an instant, he was like wearing thunder and lightning armor, turning into the legendary Thor. 300,000 kilowatts, 560,000 kilowatts, 700,000 kilowatts, 730,000 kilowatts, 800,000 kilowatts. It's frozen here. It's terrible, too terrible, it's unbelievable. This is equivalent to the power of several natural lightning bolts. After seeing the lightning power released by the super soldiers measured by the machine in front of him, Samuel couldn't hide his shock at this moment, and spoke excitedly. After all, you have to know that before this, the lightning power used by these super soldiers was only 100,000 kilowatts at most, and now the overall power has been directly magnified by more than 8 times. Just the lightning power is like this, and everything after that, Samuel dare not even think about it. Moreover, it was not just that. With the formation of the super soldier's energy, he once again gathered the lightning around him and began to gather it from his body. At this moment, countless lightnings were jumping in the whole laboratory, sparks were flying, and even Samuel, who was watching from the outside, felt as if he was in the world of lightning. And the most important thing was that the energy detection value beside him was still soaring. When the value reached an incredible data, accompanied by the power of lightning, it roared like a thunder giant and blasted towards the strength test board in front of it. Boom! Exclamation mark. With a huge explosion, the strength test board that could withstand millions of kilograms of force was directly smashed and broke. This. After the huge light flashed, when everything returned to calm, Samuel, who looked at the scene inside again, opened his mouth wide with an unbelievable look on his face. The room inside was like a battlefield in Afghanistan that had been devastated by war for a long time. Countless black marks of lightning were engraved in various places throughout the laboratory. Among them, the most serious place was the location of the strength test plate at the beginning. The ground at the center was broken into pieces. The whole ground began to split like the grain of a tree branch. And you have to know that the ground here is made of super alloy metal. Not to mention, even a large yield missile bombardment would not have any problem. But now it was blasted out by the full force of the super soldier. If such super soldiers can be armed to a legion, they can even easily penetrate the entire underground laboratory. This destructive power and increase are incredible. It seems that just like physical fitness, after transforming into the Hulk state, the super soldier's ability will also increase accordingly. The increase in the Hulk state is comprehensive. After seeing this scene, Killian also said with emotion. Just like Samuel, although Killian could also imagine that the Hulk state could bring an increase to the super soldier, he did not expect that it could be so strong. You have to know that the current super soldier is still naked, without any technology or external objects. If the PIM amplification particles are used to amplify the body value several times on this basis, and then add a special ability amplifier, brainwave amplification device or the subsequent armor, then its combat power can be raised to another level. It can be said that in this way, let alone Thanos invasion, as long as the opponent does not get the bug level artifact of the Infinity Stone, then his men can completely beat the opponent with strength alone. However, thinking of this, Killian suddenly remembered something. Although he has no way to deal with the Infinity Stone at this stage, if he remembers correctly, in addition to the Time Stone carried by the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, there should still be an Infinity Stone on Earth. The Reality Stone is also called the artifact of the Dark Elves, the Ether Particle. A powerful gem that can allow the Dark Elf King, Spicy Chicken Shreds, to drag the entire universe into the dark abyss with just one gem. Sir, Dr. Banner has reported in. A week later. Located in London, England, in a large abandoned shopping mall that has just been bought by Pioneer Technology. At this moment, large, high-tech instruments are neatly placed in the center of the mall, and the whole thing looks like a laboratory. Bobby, adjust the equipment parameters. Siri, calibrate the capture dimension. Zeus, measure the magnetic field parameters. Hey, James, stop playing with your phone and prepare for energy output. I have a hunch that we are very close to that thing. At this time, Dr. Banner, who was busy back and forth between this pile of equipment, had to divide his energy to direct these assistants while operating the use of these equipment himself, and the whole person was operating in an extremely efficient state. It can be said that at this moment, Dr. Banner was completely using one person as several people. But for him, it was completely worth it. Now he only felt that his entire scientific research career was worth the price. He really didn't expect that he had just joined avant-garde technology, and the first mission would shock his worldview. An unknown Einstein-Rosen bridge is the transmission channel that everyone is familiar with in major movies and TV shows. You know, the current research on the Einstein-Rosen bridge by humans can be said to be only in theory. Even the space jump technology of avant-garde technology is only the technology within their own company. For major countries and forces of mankind, these are still on paper. At the beginning, he actually wanted to see this technology. After all, the Einstein-Rosen bridge can be said to be the dream of every physicist. Unexpectedly, although he didn't see the technology now, he saw the real Einstein-Rosen bridge. Doctor, the equipment parameter debugging is completed. Calibrate the capture instrument and search. The magnetic field parameter measurement reaction is strong, and the measurement is continuing. Energy output is slowly advancing. And with Dr. Banner's arrangement, all the assistants present also entered their positions and began to operate the machine in front of them in an orderly manner. Beep. Beep. With all the machines started up, the whole program was on track. At this moment, everyone present put down their work with bated breath and began to quietly look at the screen of the calibration capture instrument in the middle, looking forward to the arrival of hope. In this way, as the machine continued to echo the sound of exploration, half an hour passed. Just when everyone thought that this parameter calibration would fail again, they only heard a ding sound, and then a red dot suddenly lit up on the screen of the capture instrument. Captured. At this moment, after seeing the machine in front of them light up, the researchers present couldn't help but show their joy, and everyone was shouting loudly. Because the machine's capture was successful, it means that there is really an Einstein-Rosen bridge here. And behind it may be a new alien civilization, or even the legendary land of all living beings. Quick, increase the energy output, continue to detect the magnetic field reaction, and ensure the stability of the energy output. Banner, who was standing in the middle, also saw this scene. After a brief surprise, he reacted and immediately began to urge several assistants on the side. Even at the end, seeing an assistant who had not yet reacted and was obviously half a beat slower, he rushed up and took over the operating instrument of the energy output. Then the whole person focused on the magnetic field reaction and energy stability frequency on the side, while carefully operating the energy output frequency in his hand. During the whole process, he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. After all, if there is really a mistake in something like this space channel, it will cause an abnormal problem of unstable energy output. The disappearance of the space channel on the spot is the best outcome. If it is more extreme, the entire space will directly collapse and explode. At that time, either a space crack will be blown out, sucking all of them in, or it will directly become space debris, turning everyone present into pieces. If it really comes to that time, even if he has that monster, he may not be able to survive. So he had to be cautious. Then, as Dr. Banner increased the energy output little by little, gradually, everyone present could even feel the abnormality around them. The most intuitive manifestation was that gusts of wind suddenly appeared out of thin air where they were originally. Huh? Did you feel it? It seems like there's wind. Yes. I felt it too. At first I thought one of you was blowing at me. Wait, look there. Is there a space distortion? After someone said it at the beginning, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong, and later someone pointed to the center of the capture position not far from the instrument and said loudly. Exclamation mark. This is true. The energy output here has reached 26%, and there is already a phenomenon of space distortion. Unbelievable, the energy output has already reached 26%, and it has become like this. If it can be stabilized to 100%, wouldn't it be possible to construct a real Rosen bridge? I didn't expect that I could actually see the real Einstein-Rosen bridge in my lifetime. Who said it wasn't? At first I thought it was just an ordinary abnormal discharge reaction in space. Continue, don't talk, continue. Just like that, Accompanied by the discussion of the crowd, a space channel also began to slowly appear in this world from a long-forgotten place with the distortion of space. It's done. At this moment, when the energy maintenance device reached 100%, looking at the data showing that the output frequency was stable and the magnetic field had the same problem, Dr. Banner's face was also happy, and then he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Yes. Great, we succeeded." After hearing the person in charge say this, all the researchers present also celebrated loudly. You should know that every project of pioneer technology will have benefits and huge bonuses after completion, and this will also be recorded in their files. Whether they can be promoted and how far they can go in the future depends entirely on the projects and performance in hand. Now, with such a successful project, they can already imagine that their future, although not as good as the researchers working in the highest authority biological laboratory, they also have the possibility of joining it. Dabe, the experiment has been successful. We have found the space channel and stabilized it. Now we apply to take over the on-site instruments to maintain stable energy output. In addition, we can do a good job of sealing the site. After looking at the stable and mature space channel not far away, Banner also pressed his headset and said to the artificial intelligence Dabe, after resisting the urge to go in and explore directly. "Received. I have started to take over the on-site instruments." After hearing Banner's words, Dabe at this time immediately took over all the instruments and equipment on the scene, and then directly locked the instruments and equipment remotely. From now on, unless the person in charge of the site applies, no one can operate these instruments and equipment. Even the person in charge of the site cannot. Afterwards, the researchers at the scene only saw a red warning box pop up on the computer screen in front of them, and on it appeared the words "The device has been locked." At this moment, the personnel present basically knew that their mission had been completed, and the rest was for the company's troops to take action. Dr. Banner, the company's emergency force is rushing towards you, and it is expected to arrive in 1 minute. Please do a good job of on-site control. After completing the on-site equipment management, Dabe immediately dispatched a team of Pioneer Technology armed soldiers stationed at the British base. "Okay, no problem." After hearing Dabe's words, Banner at this time also began to arrange the on-site employees after he finished speaking. First, exit a location of the equipment in turn to prevent any accidents caused by intentional or unintentional contact with the peripherals. So, should I say it's a virus leak? Or a weapon threat? Isn't it a bit far-fetched to say there are terrorists here? Forget it, let's use the virus leak. This trick sounds reliable. Secondly, after coming outside, looking at the reporters who had heard the news outside the cordon, Banner walked towards them while finding excuses for himself in his heart. "Hello, are you the person in charge of the Pioneer Technology site?" After seeing Banner, who was dressed like a person in charge, walking towards them, a group of reporters shouted loudly with their microphones raised high as if they had taken stimulants. At this moment, if the Pioneer Technology Black Watch team led by Dr. Banner were not professional special forces, if it were replaced by an ordinary guard team, it would probably be overwhelmed by the madness of these reporters. "Yes, I am the head of Pioneer Technology. Our global biochemical detection system has found a suspected virus leak here. So we rushed here to seal it off as soon as possible. For everyone's safety, I suggest you stay away from here. Our company's professional security forces will take over here later." After hearing the reporter's words, Banner also showed a kind smile and said to everyone. But at this moment, after hearing Dr. Banner's words, the people present not only did not feel the other party's friendly attitude, but even felt like falling into an ice cellar. At this moment, even without Dr. Banner continuing to persuade them to leave, every reporter began to run away at a very fast speed. For them, at this moment, they wished that their parents had given them 2 more legs when they gave birth to them. Just kidding, work is work, but life is their own. Since they have seen the American biochemical virus leak, the artificial intelligence rebellion, and the suspected campus green monster incident that was revealed by a mysterious person some time ago, everyone knows that the world is beginning to be uneasy. Not to mention the biochemical leak, they would not feel strange even if aliens invaded in the next second. Not to mention that the other party is the head of Pioneer Technology and he will definitely not lie to them. Chapter 236 Space Transmission Channel. Dr. Banner, I have to say that you know how to control this scene, great. Just when Banner was shocked that his simple words had such a great deterrent effect on these reporters, A familiar voice came from not far behind him. "Boss, you are here." After hearing the voice, Dr. Banner turned around and saw that the person coming was Killian, and then he spoke. He was not surprised by Killian's arrival. After all, the current task was arranged by the other party. And it seems that the other party knew about the space channel here before, so Banner had guessed that the other party would definitely come. "Well, I heard from Dabe that you have completed the progress here. This progress is very fast, which surprised me a little." After waving his hand and arranging the hundreds of Black Watch troops behind him to formally control and block the scene, Killian walked into the mall under the leadership of Banner. At this time, except for the hundreds of Black Watch troops behind Killian, there were only a few super tyrants with huge bodies. Yes, after a few days of measurement and investigation, we finally locked the empty space anchor point, and just activated it and stabilized the portal. Now we are waiting for your decision, boss. After hearing Killian's words, Dr. Banner also started to introduce the situation on the scene. "Very good, Dr. Banner, you did a good job. Next, you just need to work with Baymax outside to ensure the normal operation of the channel. As for the rest, I will go there in person." At this moment, Killian, who had a flash of light in front of his eyes, also showed a different smile, and then spoke. After all, since the space gate has been confirmed to be opened, the ether particles inside, that is, the reality gem, can be said to be equivalent to Killian's possession. This. Boss, although I don't want to say it, I still want to remind you that no one knows what is in the space opposite, and this space channel is also used for the first time. Although I can be sure that it will be stable if there are no other accidents, but I am afraid of this. If there is a space-time fluctuation or an accident occurs to the equipment on site, I am not sure that I can open this space channel for the second time. After hearing that Killian actually wanted to take the risk, Dr. Banner on the side also hesitated to speak. After all, this thing is also his first contact. Being able to keep the space channel stable at the moment is already a solid theoretical foundation for him, but if there are other problems, he is not sure that he can handle it. "I believe you, and I don't feel at ease if any of you go this time." After hearing Dr. Banner's words, Killian patted the other party on the shoulder at this time, and then spoke. "After all, this is the reality gem, a bug-level artifact that can make the entire universe shrouded in darkness with this gem alone, and can be said to be able to realize any wish of the person concerned. If this kind of thing is in the hands of others, he will not feel at ease. Okay, but I still reserve my opinion." Seeing that Killian still insisted on his own ideas, Bruce Banner could only nod his head, and then said helplessly, "Believe me, there will be no problem." After seeing Dr. Banner compromise, Killian also said with a smile. Then, as he entered the gate, Killian saw the oval aperture in the center of the mall that was constantly emitting blue light, which looked like it was full of seawater. "This is the portal, it's so beautiful." At this moment, looking at the portal like blue waves, Killian also said with admiration, "Yes, the blue ripples should be the transmission channel. We are collecting the specific values here. If possible, we should be able to understand a general information this time. If we can analyze the data of this space channel, maybe we can also master the technology of cross-time and space transmission." After hearing Killian's words, Bruce Banner at this moment also looked up and looked at the azure oval portal not far away, and said in the same amazement, "After all, if we can master this method of traveling through time and space with the power of science, it will be an epic progress for the overall technology of mankind. Come on, I believe in you." After patting Banner on the shoulder affirmatively, Killian led the Super Tyrant squad, which had already prepared all the equipment, to walk towards the portal. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Killian had countless nanometals spreading all over his body, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a high-tech armor they had never seen before. Nanotechnology. After seeing this scene, Dr. Banner on the side also understood the other party's confidence. The most important thing about nanotechnology is not its lightness and portability, but its diverse creativity. It can be said that as long as any technological means that is recorded, it can be simulated in an instant. For example, various cold weapons, aircraft or various high-tech energy guns. Its strong plasticity has been defined by scientists from various countries as an important technology for the next leap forward of human civilization. However, just like the space transmission channel technology, these have always remained on paper. Then, under the surprised eyes of Dr. Banner, Killian, who had already put on the armor, let a super tyrant go in to confirm that there was no danger, and then he took his several super tyrants and walked straight into the transmission channel. At this time, after Killian entered the transmission portal with his whole body, Killian only felt a dizzy feeling in front of him, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a strong colorful light, and he began to have a sense of weightlessness, constantly floating aimlessly in the sky. However, this feeling did not last long. After dozens of seconds, after returning to normal again, Killian felt as if he had come to another universe. At this moment, in his eyes, everything in front of him was like a black desolate abyss. As the field of vision looked, what came into Killian's eyes were various stone tablets, and on some walls and stone tablets, there were passages specially for creatures to walk. The space here is very large, but it is like a closed secret room, as if it is sealing something. Sir, the oxygen content here is normal. There is no toxic substance. At this time, the armor on Killian's body, after arriving here, immediately analyzed the air substances in the entire space, and then spoke. After hearing the words of the intelligence system, Killian immediately took off his helmet. After taking a deep breath, the whole person looked around with an extremely novel look. He really couldn't imagine that in such a space, there would be something like oxygen. And feeling the breeze that kept blowing beside his cheek, even if there was no oxygen circulation supply machine in the space here, then this place must be inside a life planet. It's just that looking at the surroundings, it's pitch black, and the only place with light is blocked by a large pillar in front of it. After looking at the decorations around, Killian also looked back at the place where he just walked out. The azure oval portal was still standing there, but the only difference was that compared with the empty spaces that Killian had seen, this space portal seemed much smaller. Behind the space transmission channel, there was a whole empty area. Apart from the abyss, nothing else could be seen. Killian even felt that the big stone under his feet was floating in the air. After confirming that the transmission channel was still stable, Killian immediately turned his attention to the large stone pillar not far away. From a distance, there was a faint red light. After seeing this thing, Killian was also happy. If nothing unexpected happened, this thing was the purpose of his trip, ether particles, that is, the reality gem. Then the whole person walked over quickly, but as the distance got closer and closer, the stone pillar in front of him also came into Killian's sight. The whole stone pillar is divided into two parts, with a tiny gap in the middle, and in the gap there is a strange red substance shining. After seeing this scene, it was completely certain, and Killian became excited. In this universe, the most bug-level existence is now placed in front of him. You know, although the reality gem does not allow the user to explode a star with one hand like the power gem, it is definitely the strongest one in terms of practical ability. However, it is precisely because of this that Killian still did not relax when looking at the reality gem in front of him. After he came to the stone pillar, he put down his steps and carefully observed the space gem in front of him. After all, success is just around the corner, and he does not want to capsize in the gutter. Although according to his memory, there is no description of Jane encountering any danger in the original movie, but in the original book, no one activated the space portal that was teleported here several years in advance. Maybe for others, this is not important, but Killian does not want to cause himself more trouble out of thin air because of a momentary negligence. Immediately, Killian first arranged several super tyrants to patrol around the entire stone pillar to make sure that there were no other problems. Killian also approached the stone pillar directly and looked at the ether particles in the gap of the wall in front of him with a serious face. At this moment, the liquid reality gem, like a stream of water, kept wandering and shuttling between the cracks of the stone pillar, as if it wanted to escape from the prison that had bound it for endless years. Even after Killian walked in front of the stone pillar, Killian clearly felt that a faint resonance suddenly began to come from his mind. Listening carefully, it was as if there was a special voice in his mind that kept telling him to put his arm in. At that time, it would give Killian a powerful force that could change his fate. After feeling the impatience in the voice, Killian smiled. It seems that this reality gem has been trapped for too long, so long that even as an artifact, it can't stand the endless torture of darkness, so it is eager to get out of trouble. However, this also reversely proves another idea that was reflected in Killian's mind before, that is, these so-called infinite gems really have their own thoughts. And the most important thing is that before Killian traveled through time, he watched the movie Avengers, Age of Ultron, in which there is a plot that Tony Stark and Vision mentioned that each Infinity Stone has its own consciousness, But this consciousness is not strong. Even when Tony Stark first used the analysis and simulation of the Mind Scepter, that is, the Mind Stone, he had already concluded that this was the brainwave discharge thinking of an intelligent creature, and the Mind Stone was thinking. And by learning from the discharge simulation of the Mind Stone, Tony Stark created Ultron. Then after thinking about this problem clearly, Killian took the initiative to slowly stretch his right hand into the gap in the wall. However, just as Killian made this move, before he even put his hand in, he only felt a strong suction coming out of the gap, trying to pull his arm in impatiently. Killian, who felt the force, did not resist and directly followed the opponent's force to probe in. Although this suction force was considered as small as possible in the eyes of Killian, who had been strengthened, Killian was a little puzzled as to why the power of the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, was so weak. After all, if the opponent really wanted to enter his body, it would not be too difficult to tear him into it directly, right? Then, in Killian's eyes, the water flow of ether particles that did not pull his body was blocked by something like an air wall after reaching the edge of the stone pillar. Moreover, the black light reflected by it directly dimmed the scarlet light of the ether particles once again. After seeing this scene, Killian's doubts finally came to fruition, that is, the stone pillar in front of him was originally a prop that sealed the power of the reality gem. It even has a restraining effect on it. Otherwise, according to the ability of the reality stone, it can not only escape by itself, but also tempt other creatures to rescue it. Save me. Help you. Darkness, torture. Use my power. But while Killian was still thinking, the ether particle that was pulling his arm seemed to feel that his wholehearted efforts were about to be let down by his lover. Then the anxious but weak voice began to echo in Killian's mind intermittently. After hearing the voice from the ether particle in front of him, Killian also showed a smug smile. Sure enough, the ether particle is now like a person trapped in the desert and almost dying of thirst. In order to let Killian save it, it even promised to cooperate with Killian to use its power. In the end, as if to increase its own bargaining chips, the method of using it even emerged in Killian's mind. At this moment, Killian felt the information that appeared out of thin air in his mind, and he really understood the manual of the reality stone. It can be said that this thing is really a superbug. As long as you have this gem, all the laws of physics and all the rules will be meaningless in front of you, and the supreme rules of the universe are all useless. However, the only problem is that the cost of its use requires the user's own vitality according to his wishes. As long as you have enough vitality, you can unify the 9 realms and conquer the entire universe with just this reality gem, just like the Dark Elf King's spicy chicken shreds. It's just that it's too difficult to do this. The reason why the Dark Elf King can exert the power of a reality gem so powerful is that its vitality itself is unimaginably powerful. According to the description of the Dark Elf King's spicy chicken shreds in the original plot, there is such a sentence: long before the light appeared, the world was dark, and this darkness gave birth to the Dark Elves. A dark elf named Malekith attempted to return the universe to endless darkness. It can be said that this thing is a life born from the beginning. Its lifespan can even be said to be endless. Even from the performance in the movie alone, Odin, as the father of Thor, is at least 5,000 years old. Nicki Minaj has fought with Odin's grandfather. Even before Nicki Minaj came out, Odin's grandfather might not have been born, so his age is at least tens of thousands of years old, or even more. After all, it is said in the original book that Nicki Minaj had owned the ether particles and ruled the universe for a long time. In the end, under the leadership of Odin's father, King Bel, a war was launched and the ether particles were taken from Nicki Minaj. The Dark Elves were defeated, and Nicki Minaj hid afterwards, waiting for the next time the ether particles reappeared in the universe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237: Ether Particles Obtained. Based on these points, we can imagine that Spicy Chicken's vitality is simply a bug-level existence, and this thing seems to be born to use the Reality Stone. Apart from Spicy Chicken, almost no one can use the Reality Stone to this level except for a few top gods of creation. Even Thanos can't do it. After a brief sigh, Killian did not refuse the enthusiastic invitation from the ether particles on his arm, and directly relaxed the strength in his hand. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Then, Just after Killian relaxed, accompanied by a rapid sound of breaking through the air, the ether particles sealed under the stone pillar suddenly shot directly into Killian's arm like a sharp arrow, and then began to merge from the outside of the body into the palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, with the scarlet light that belonged to the ether particles constantly flashing in Killian's palm. Then, as if to get away from the location of the stone pillar, or because he was still not at ease with the current situation and was afraid that he would be pulled back and sealed by the stone pillar, the ether particles gradually extended from Killian's palm to his arm. Finally, they continued to extend from his arm to the inside, until they finally reached Killian's chest, and then they stopped as if they were relieved. But the changes were not over yet. After arriving here, it seemed that it had sensed safety. At this time, the reality gem began to really exert its strength and released its own power directly into Killian's body. At this time, Killian only felt an unbearable heat suddenly rising in his chest, and then he could clearly see the strange red light continuously projecting from his chest. Roar. Then, with an angry roar, Killian's whole body began to swell up, and his body turned green at this moment. But the changes have not ended yet. Under the green, there is an orange-yellow power that is constantly projecting out, as if it wants to break the green blockade from the body and merge with his body. But this green skin is too hard like a boulder. At this moment, the green and orange-yellow light are constantly entangled in Killian's body, intertwined, and fighting for each other. The only thing that seems to be calm is Killian's brain. At this moment, in Killian's brain, you can clearly see that it is wrapped in a white hazy light. Here, the green changes and the orange-yellow light are particularly gentle. But that's all. In other places, all over the body, it can be said that the physical strength that was previously strengthened by Killian is all entangled. Although they are all part of Killian's body, they all know that this is a huge opportunity. Who can make the next step of evolution depends on their strength. At this moment, feeling the interweaving of several forces in his body, constantly fighting, Killian felt that his entire body was like a battlefield, with pain constantly transmitted. If it weren't for the clear light that occasionally emanated from his brain, which eased his spirit, he suspected that he would be fainted by the pain of this sudden power. However, even with his own mental power to ease the pain, it was still extremely painful for Killian. At this moment, his whole body was silent and distorted, and the whole person floated in the air. Above the sky, scarlet light continued to flow out from Killian's chest, turning into a stream of water, forming an oval sphere around Killian's body. Then it continued to release its own light and penetrated into Killian's body. In this way, an unknown amount of time passed until Killian opened his eyes again. Roar. At this moment, accompanied by a huge roar, a ball of flame with an orange-green light suddenly shot out from Killian's mouth towards the distance. Even the darkness that was originally shrouded in this space, like the abyss of the void, was instantly broken by this orange-green flame, revealing the splendid splendor that originally existed only in the universe. In Killian's vision, as the flames ejected from his body due to excess energy hit the wall not far away, that place was shattered and a big hole was revealed. Behind the big hole, the various planets appeared in everyone's eyes through the empty vision, flashing their own light. This power. After looking at the big hole not far away that was ejected by his own flames, Killian began to feel the extremely powerful power in his body. It was as if at this moment, the T-virus enhancement, desperate virus enhancement, mental enhancement potion, green cell enhancement potion, etc., all these various abilities that he had injected, were all combined into one by a powerful force and completely sorted and purified. Even thinking of this, Killian directly controlled his body and began to transform. As expected, at this moment, as Killian awakened the power in his body, he suddenly turned into a giant with scorching flames and even full of light. At this moment, Killian only felt that the surface of his entire body was covered with a substance like magma, and a steady stream of raging fire continued to gush out on it. At this moment, the extremely powerful temperature also continued to affect the outside from its periphery. Even the surface of several super-tyrants not far away began to sweat at a speed visible to the naked eye, and some of the instruments they wore were directly melted by the scorching heat. So my current ability should be considered as the Desperate Giant. Killian, who felt that he now had both the transformation ability of the Hulk and the characteristics of the Desperate Virus transformation in his body, couldn't help but smile and said, "But no matter what, it's very powerful in a word." Because in his brain, since he transformed, there has been a message reminding him of the ability of this power after his transformation. Anything in the form of matter can be devoured and turned into one's own power, immortal and indestructible, just like the sun burning in the solar system, devouring the matter it touches and turning it into its own endless burning power. And it can also increase its size unlimitedly through devouring. In other words, as long as Killian is willing, after devouring a planet, his entire body can also become the same size as the planet. As for other abilities, there are too many, and Killian needs to develop them himself. At this moment, Killian is also very glad that he came to the right place. This time, through the blessing of the reality gem, it can be said that his individual ability and life ability have been successfully raised to several levels. If he was a human before, then now he is just his life form, and he can even be comparable to the existence of a god. Looking at the reality gem that has returned to silence and has been integrated into his body after completing his transformation, Killian also thought gratefully. Gift thing. As if sensing Killian's thoughts, the reality gem at this time also transmitted its weak voice to Killian's mind again. After hearing this voice, Killian was also stunned, and then he smiled knowingly. It seems that his reality gem is a good gem that knows how to repay kindness. However, perhaps because it has been locked up for too long, after just saying that sentence, the reality gem has no other movement. At this moment, Killian also began to cast his eyes on the environment outside the hole not far away. I saw that between those different galaxy clusters, there were constantly flashing lights belonging to their own pieces. The artistic beauty composed of the light of the planets is really hard to imagine and describe if you don't see it with your own eyes. Boss, are you okay here? Just when Killian wanted to fly out and take a closer look at where the outer space that sealed the reality gem was, a ripple flashed in the transmission channel not far away, and then Dr. Banner, who entered here, shouted loudly into it. I don't know why, he who just came in always felt that this environment was full of unspeakable weirdness. It was dark, but hot. In just a short while, he felt that his shirt was soaked. The two assistants he brought with him were even worse and fainted from the heat. Then, when Dr. Banner looked around carefully, he saw a huge lava giant more than 10 meters away staring at him with terrifying eyes. At this moment, if he didn't feel that the timing was wrong, and even the super tyrants were standing there, Banner swore that he would definitely run back without looking back. Banner, it's me. I'm fine here. How did you come in? Didn't I tell you to stay outside? After hearing Banner's words, Killian, who really took back his idea of running out to explore, also controlled his body to fly towards the few people. However, after looking at the two researchers who were about to faint and Dr. Banner who was facing a great enemy, Killian suddenly remembered that he was still in the transformed state, and directly lifted his transformed state, returning to the original human appearance, and then spoke. I don't want to either, but, boss, a week has passed outside. Those journalists who were driven away before have started to come back one after another to take photos and interview remotely. There are even British people asking us what we are doing here. Later on, they even. In short, the pressure is too great. After hearing Killian's words, Banner, who wanted to ask why the other party became like this, also answered with a helpless look on his face. You know, in the past 2 days, all kinds of government officials came forward to find him and wanted to ask what happened here. Some people even repeatedly said that they also have the right to know everything that happened here, and they also gave them an ultimatum. Either let Killian, the head of Pioneer Technology, call them to explain, or give them a week. If they don't explain by the deadline, they will take tough measures. God knows how he got through these days. You know, before this, he was just an ordinary scientist. Now he suddenly changed his job to become a diplomat. Who can bear it? Haha, it's interesting. All these clowns are coming out. You did a good job. Don't pay attention to them. At any time, we just need to stick to our bottom line. As for verbal disputes like Countdown, let them fight if they want. After hearing Banner's story about what happened outside during his sleep, Killian couldn't help but smile with a sarcasm. Killian was not surprised at all. After all, human nature is greedy. Countries need to maintain their interests to ensure harmonious relations with each other, not to mention countries and companies. And now, seeing that their pioneering technology personnel have been blocked here for so long, any normal person will subconsciously think of what good things there are here, and want to get involved and share a piece of the pie. However, Killian can only say sorry for this. The other party may not be able to catch up with the good things this time, but if they are interested in the upcoming good things, Killian doesn't mind giving them. Okay, We have explored almost everything here, Dr. Banner. Record the data of the space gate this time. Maybe this will be the place where our army will open up in the future. After coming to his senses, Killian shook his head and spoke to Dr. Banner beside him. This is indeed a good place, with a secluded space, oxygen, and outer space. It can be used as a colony base for humans on alien planets in the future. It can be used as a base to attack the universe from here, and it can also be used as a retreat for humans in case the Earth is lost one day. After all, as long as the energy output of space channels can be increased, a larger door can be created. If they can complete the exploration here later, they may find a nearby planet as the second survival point for humans. But now Killian doesn't have the time. Because with the ether particles being freed again, he knows that a corresponding cosmic villain will also wake up. It is inevitable that the other party will come to the Earth. And he has to be prepared. Boss, here, don't you explore it carefully. It's rare to see an alien space with oxygen like this, and the architectural style clearly shows signs of artificial excavation. Combined with the previous teleportation space channel, I have every reason to suspect that this is a relic left by ancient humans or alien civilizations. This place has extremely high development value. Even the information they left behind may be of great benefit to us. At this moment, looking at Killian who had just come in and was about to leave, Dr. Banner on the side couldn't help but speak. After all, he had never been to outer space, and at a glance, the stone stairs built around the stone pillars on the side, even a fool could see that this was definitely a trace of other civilizations. At that time, there was this incredible space teleportation technology, which definitely proved that it had extremely high research value, so at this moment Bruce Banner wanted to invest in research here. Okay, then you can explore here first. But still what you said to me before, be careful. If there is any accident outside, you may not be able to come back. After hearing Banner's insistence, Killian also pondered for a while, and then nodded and agreed. After all, Dr. Banner's combat effectiveness has been replaced by the Hulk version of the super tyrant they created, and it can be mass-produced. It doesn't matter whether there is the other party or not for the next war. Since the other party insists on researching here, if it can also research the so-called space transmission technology of the ancient gods, it will also be of great value to Killian. Don't worry, boss, I have a say in my equipment, and there will be no problem. After hearing his boss's words, Banner grinned at this time. He now knows why his boss said that when he came in. It's really cool. Seeing this, Killian didn't say anything else, just patted the other party on the shoulder, and walked out with a few Tyrans. Hiss, that was the chairman just now, right? Too scary. If I didn't know, I would have thought I had seen the legendary sun god. As soon as I came in, I felt so hot that I couldn't breathe. At this moment, after seeing Killian leave, one of the researchers who collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion couldn't help but say with a face full of fear. Who said it wasn't? At that moment, I just felt that all the moisture in my body was evaporated, and I was almost roasted dry. After hearing his companion's words, another researcher who also collapsed on the ground couldn't help but speak. After all, the terrifying experience Killian brought them just now was really vivid. If it weren't for their weak legs, they would even run out without looking back. Why does Dr. Banner call the chairman boss? Shouldn't he just call the chairman to show respect? At this moment, a companion couldn't help but ask in confusion. Chapter 238 The Member of Parliament almost peed from fright. Are you stupid? Do you know that in our company, only the chief researchers who have the closest relationship with the chairman are qualified to call the chairman boss, because this means that the chairman recognizes him as his own. You, like some other people who joined the company a little later, can only call the chairman like us, even if you are a senior researcher. This means that you are close or distant, don't you understand? After hearing his companion's words, the man said with a look of disappointment. Hiss. Doesn't this mean that Dr. Banner is very valued by the chairman? Of course, so if you work hard, it seems that Dr. Banner will probably become the chief researcher of the 10th base project. At that time, what about our future? Hiss. Exclamation mark. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. In this way, the two people who were already exhausted suddenly stood up at the same time as if they had been injected with chicken blood, ran to Dr. Banner's side and started to help. At this time, outside the area blocked by pioneer technology. Because of the passage of time, more and more people have paid attention to this, and even the British side has sent a guard team of hundreds of people a few days ago. After all, This is their territory, and the reason that Pioneer Technology said that the virus leaked was enough to make them laugh. Because according to their intelligence, this has always been an abandoned mall. There is not even a stray dog, let alone anyone who would do experiments here. There is only one reason why Pioneer Technology bothered to come here, that is, there must be good stuff. Although they don't know what good stuff it is, since it is in their territory, it has something to do with them. Sir, are you sure we are going to take over here forcefully next? You know, these Pioneer Technology security personnel are well-trained special forces at first glance. We are all police here. To put it bluntly, unless you pull the army here, if there is a fight, we are not enough for a round of magazines for others. At this time, not far from the mall, in the second blockade area blocked by the British police station, a police chief who led the team looked at the congressman beside him and couldn't help but explain while looking at the Pioneer Technology security forces who had been standing still in the same place for several days, except for the basic eating, drinking and resting. To be honest, just by observing the postures of these soldiers in the past few days, he could see that they would not make any moves or extra movements unless someone wanted to break in, no matter what the situation was. These people were trained by elites. And if they wanted to go head-to-head with this level of troops, to be honest, it was hard for him to imagine how they would win. Director Bryce, I think I have an obligation to remind you that you are now the director of the British Empire, and the land under your feet is also where you have lived since childhood. Now there are outsiders who come to block it without any explanation, and our personnel are strictly prohibited from entering to check. This is not only a provocation from us, but also an act of invasion. I don't need you to go head-to-head with them. All I want is to take back the land that should belong to us through our legal rights. After hearing Director Bryce's question, the congressman who was already bloated on the side immediately scolded him without hesitation. After all, he didn't believe that Pioneer Technology really dared to risk their lives to cause trouble for them. Not to mention that they had the upper hand in this matter, both in terms of law and justice. Why do you, avant-garde technology, have no reason to ignore them and continue the blockade here even though they gave you a week to explain? Do you really think that the people of the British Empire have no temper? Exclamation mark. Okay, I will try, but Mr. Congressman, I think I need to emphasize before that I am a retired soldier from the army. I have seen special forces from various countries, big and small. I can confirm that the security personnel of avant-garde technology are a group of lunatics who only know how to follow orders. If there is a conflict, they will really shoot without hesitation. If you are sure that we can bear this consequence, then I will order my police officers to hand over. At this time, Director Bryce had to emphasize again about the helplessness of the congressman in front of him. After all, a higher-ranking official can crush a person, not to mention that the other party was sent from the parliament. This can be said to be their highest authority. No matter what, he can only execute. I'm very sure, go ahead. I'll take responsibility for any problems that arise. After hearing the director's excuses again and again, the congressman was already impatient and spoke directly. Okay. Attention, all teams, listen to my orders now, load your guns, and do not fire without my orders. Negotiation team, go and negotiate immediately. For the last time, we demand that Pioneer Technology withdraw from this area immediately and let the British side take over. After hearing the boss's confirmation again, Director Bryce did not insist anymore. After responding, he picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and began to give orders. At this moment, as Director Bryce's orders were issued, the police officers present all loaded their guns with a sound of clicks, and then aimed at the Pioneer Technology security personnel who were not far away and were looking at them calmly and ignoring them. After seeing this scene, for some reason, these policemen who were originally aiming their weapons at each other actually had a strange feeling that they were being aimed at by others. At this moment, every police officer couldn't help but look at each other, as if they wanted to prove that what they just had was an illusion. But in the end, they still gritted their teeth and persevered. On this side, the negotiation experts sent by the British side also walked to the blockade area of Pioneer Technology as in the previous times, but just like the previous times, except for being able to get close to here, there was no other gain. There was even a so-called person in charge who negotiated with them in the previous times, but this time there was no one who just left them alone. Damn it, Ginnis, I said that we shouldn't negotiate with these damn foreigners. If I say I will send troops directly, I don't think they dare to ignore us like this. Among the British negotiation experts, After seeing that their requests were directly ignored by the people of Pioneer Technology, and no one even came to receive them, a middle-aged expert couldn't help but speak angrily at this moment. After all, as a negotiation expert representing the British government, he had never been ignored like this no matter where he went. In Avant-Garde, he was not only ignored, but also several times. He even had no place to sit in the previous few times. This time, not only was he ignored, but he also had no place to sit. It was a great shame. Calm down, David, this is Avant-Garde, the highest department of the Earth Federation government. Don't you see that even at this point, we dare not take the lead? The influence of Avant-Garde is not just talk. The female companion on the other side couldn't help frowning after hearing the man's words, and then spoke. But compared to David in her mouth, she was relatively sober. Humph! Exclamation mark. What's the matter with the highest department? Aren't we also one of the top 5 members of the Earth Federation? And what Avant-Garde had before, we now have it. If it were me, we should just give them a good lesson. They don't take us seriously at all. In response to his companion's reminder, the man just spoke with contempt. After all, in his opinion, Pioneer Technology has always relied on the so-called aerospace mothership to have such a strong suppression power on the major forces on Earth. And now they have their own, and there are no less than several, and even the technology of those robots has been fully understood. They are fully capable of maintaining the true identity of their country. Then, just when several people wanted to continue talking, there was a noise not far away. When several people looked over, they suddenly found that the chairman of Pioneer Technology, Killian, who had entered at some point, actually came out. After seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. After all, it was less than 2 days since Pioneer Technology blocked this area at the beginning. On this basis, they blocked this area inside and out. Even before this, the person in charge here could guarantee that even a mosquito could not fly in. And now such a big man and several burly bodyguards behind him suddenly appeared here. This is tantamount to a blow to them or even a disguised show of power. Didn't you say that there was only Bruce Banner, the head of Avant-Garde Technology, here? How could their chairman be here? At this moment, the British MP not far away also saw Killian coming out of the mall, and then questioned the director with a look of shock and fear. After all, they surrounded Avant-Garde Technology and surrounded the chairman of Avant-Garde Technology. These are two different concepts. In the former, they can be said to be defending their own country's territory. In the latter, if others show up, even if you are right, but with such a formation facing the helmsman of a super powerful force, even if they're really fight, the other party will wipe them out here, they dare not fart. It's like American soldiers running to Japan or South Korea to be domineering. No matter what you do, how you do it, even if you burn the Yasukuni Shrine toilet, they can only smile and welcome you to come again next time. This is the absolute suppression of status and strength, and the identities of the two are completely unequal. At this time, the current British MP already felt a little scalp numb all over his body. If he had known that the chairman of Avant-Garde Technology was here, he would never have looked at this person more. He was originally thinking that he could gain more benefits for his family this time, even if he had to make Pioneer Technology compromise and let them participate in this incident. But now, when he thought of the other party, who had destroyed Seoul, South Korea before, the congressman felt his legs go weak. He knew very well that even if he was really killed by the other party here, his own government would not say much, and might even blame him for everything. And the next second, as if he had discovered him, the other party walked towards him decisively after seeing him. At this moment, the congressman's already weak legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Even when he saw the chairman of Pioneer Technology walking towards him, he thought that the other party was a congressman who came to cause trouble for him, and he couldn't help but start to retreat. In the end, he hid behind the chief of the police station. At this moment, if the other party hadn't taken a gun, the congressman would probably have dared to let his men shoot. After seeing the other party like this, Killian, who originally wanted to have a good chat with these people to see what kind of courage they had to issue such an ultimatum to his pioneering technology, could not help but feel a little bored. If the other party really dared to look him in the face and confront him, maybe Killian would really look up to the other party, but in the end, he was almost scared to tears before he even walked in front of him. I'll tell you a piece of news. There is a space channel inside that can be teleported to outer space. Maybe it can become a retreat for human civilization in the future, so don't think too much. Go back and report in advance. I will give you enough time to fight for your own interests. After walking 1 meter away from the other party, Killian glanced at the other party with disgust. He wanted to ignore the other party, but after all, this was a British place, and it was indeed a bit of an advantage for them, so Killian said something. Sooner or later, he will make the space channel here public. It belongs to all mankind. But before that, the British side can use this information to seek benefits for themselves, which is none of his business. Anyway, he has prepared all the equipment and technology for them. As compensation for taking away the reality gem, this is enough. Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely bring Chairman Killian's words to Her Majesty the Queen. Sir Killian, take care, and welcome to come and play again next time. After hearing the other party's words and knowing that he was not looking for trouble, the congressman felt relieved and spoke with a flattering smile. At this moment, the director and the police officer standing beside him also understood why they could not be promoted while some people could easily sit in that position. Just this kind of face is not something they can learn. Even the director standing aside, looking at the particularly embarrassing congressman in front of him, wanted to take out the pistol on his waist and shoot this embarrassing thing with one shot. It was him who said he was going to cause trouble for others before, and now that the real troublemaker has come out, it was him who ran up to him and wagged his tail like a pug. He really has two mouths. Chief Bryce, did you hear that just now? Now you still let your men control this place and strictly prohibit any ordinary people from entering or leaving. I just got top secret intelligence through my wit and need to report back immediately. I'll leave it to you here. After bidding farewell to Killian, the congressman immediately returned to his previous high-handed look, with his hands behind his back, and then said to Chief Bryce beside him in a domineering manner. After leaving this sentence, the pot-bellied congressman walked towards his car not far away like a superior person, and then disappeared from the side of the police officers as the car started. Bah! What a JB thing. He walks like a sissy. I think he got to this position because of his mouth. After watching the congressman leave, a slightly younger sheriff on the side came over with a look of disdain, spitted in the direction of the departing car, and then spoke. After all, sometimes it is like this. People like them who are on the front line are not afraid of those desperate criminals, the robbers of the century, etc. After all, no matter how powerful others are, they can always catch them if they think of a way. But if they meet a teammate like this who knows nothing, it is really a nightmare for them. After all, this kind of thing is not only stupid himself, but also requires you to be stupid with him, otherwise you will not have a good life. The main thing is to disgust you to death even if you can't kill you. So these frontline police officers never have a good face for these higher-ranking congressmen. Of course, this is also a case of neither of them looking down on the other. After all, for the high-ranking congressmen, they are born to be congressmen, and these people are destined to work hard, just like the dogs they keep to guard the house. If they are useful, they will feed you bones, and if they are useless, they will throw them away directly, without any pity. Humph! If he really is, I swear, don't let him fall into my hands, otherwise I will find dozens of big men to make him happy. The colleagues on the other side also spoke angrily after hearing what their companions said. Okay, stop talking, pay attention to the impact, this is outside, Sheriff Lauren, Sheriff Cress. After hearing what his subordinates said, although he also agreed with the other party, after all, this was outside, Chief Bryce still pretended to scold him. However, the tone of the words, even a novice can easily see that this is just to deal with the matter. After all, when Chief Bryce was talking about the other party, there was no tone of blame in the whole person, but it seemed that he was complaining about why the other party said so outside. Chapter 239, Cosmic Fluctuations. Yes. After hearing what their chief said, the two naturally did not dare to continue talking, and nodded in response. After all, this was outside. If some people heard it and reported it, no matter how much the chief defended them, they would be in trouble. As for what he said just now, it was just because he was really angry. Okay, now each of you take your men and block this place according to the previous plan. Ordinary people are strictly prohibited from entering. Do you understand? After looking at the two with satisfaction, Chief Bryce also issued the latest order. Ordinary people. Chief, what if it's someone from Pioneer Technology? After hearing the chief's ambiguous words, Sheriff Lauren on the side hesitated to speak. After all, they can block ordinary people, but if the other party is a member of Pioneer Technology, they will be caught. So it's better to ask clearly in advance. Didn't you hear clearly? Just now, the congressman explained before he left, ordinary people. As for the others, you don't have to worry about them. After glancing at the two, Chief Blaze emphasized again. Yes, sir. On the other side, Sheriff Clays obviously wanted to know more. After hearing the chief's emphasis again, he responded and directly pulled Sheriff Lauren, who wanted to continue asking questions, out. Why are you pulling me away? After being pulled to the far side of the yard, Sheriff Lauren said with a dissatisfied look on his face. How can we pull you? The director didn't explain it clearly just now. If we stop ordinary people, are all the people from Pioneer Technology ordinary people? Let's not talk about anything else. If we really count their identities, they are more valuable than you and me. If they really have something, do you think we can stop them? Or even if we can stop them, if there is a conflict, do you think those upper-class gentlemen will protect us according to the nature of the congressman who just left? Brother, listen to me. Some things are enough to understand. There is no need to delve into them. After seeing his colleague's dissatisfied expression, Kress emphasized again at this time. Oh. I understand. Thank you, brother. After hearing what Kress said, Lauren, who finally understood, said to Kress beside him with a grateful face. After all, if the other party really didn't mention it, he really couldn't understand the meaning of it. It's okay, just work hard. Nowadays, there are robots, monsters, and space portals. It's not easy for everyone to make a little money. Just live one day at a time. After hearing that Lauren understood what he meant, Chris patted her shoulder with great emotion, and after saying a word, he walked away. On the other side, Killian, who returned to the Pioneer Technology Biological Laboratory in an intelligent fighter, also found a top-secret research room for himself, and then began to carefully study the reality gem in his body. Stones, iron ore, branches, plastic. As Killian's lips kept talking, he saw that in front of him, the red light began to flash continuously, and the things he read in his mouth appeared one after another out of thin air in a completely weird way. At this moment, all the physical rules seemed to have lost their constraints in front of Killian. As long as Killian wanted, he could even create a gold mine out of thin air. These basic material creations don't consume much energy, but if you want to materialize artificial secondary synthetic polymer materials like plastic, it will cost several times more than the previous production of the same volume of iron ore and other materials. Sure enough, just like that message, as long as you know the entire structure and principle of the object or the basic material of this world, it will be easy to create it, and the cost is also very small. But if it is something you don't know, or it is a high-level material, even if it is very small, it will cost a lot. This includes this simple plastic. At this moment, holding a piece of plastic floating in front of him, Killian couldn't help but mutter. The reality stone can make any creature's wishes come true. As long as you can imagine it, it can make it happen for you, and this is the terrifying part of the reality stone. Although it can't provide the holder with the power to explode a star with a casual blow like the Power Stone, nor can it provide the user with the ability to communicate with all things or even directly hypnotize intelligent life like the Mind Stone, nor can it allow the user to freely travel through the timeline like the Time Stone and transcend the constraints of time. Even if you want, you can freeze your life forever at a certain moment, and from then on, you will be above this world, become a god on this world, and dominate everything. But owning the reality gem has endless possibilities. With it, you can even become a Superman in an instant. But the price is very high. Killian looked at the few points summarized in front of him and fell into silence. The use of the reality gem is as follows. 1. Use with other infinite gems. The reality gem cannot be used alone. The reason is that using the reality gem requires a huge amount of power, and if this power is not enough, it will be used at the cost of overdrawn vitality too. Unless you are well versed in the rules of using gems, and the main body has a certain strength, but still has to suppress the power. This is why Spicy Chicken Shreds can use the reality gem as soon as it gets it in the original book, because the other party has mastered the reality gem for 1,000 years and has long been familiar with the use of the reality gem. Killian was trapped in the reality gem for too long, and in order to get out, he passed his own rules of use to Killian's brain 3. In the movie, the real gems attached to the body do not mean that they are as indestructible as gems. This is also what Killian has just experimented with. The body of the Infinity Gem can be said to be indestructible. Unless the power of the gems of the same level, It is impossible to have the ability to destroy these gems of the origin of the universe. Even the Scarlet Witch was destroyed on the basis that Vision did not resist. Killian originally thought that he should have strong physical strength, but he stabbed himself and found that it was still the same as before, at most it was amplified a little. But overall, it can basically be said that there is no effect for. The higher the user's intelligence, the greater the power it exerts. This is also what Killian just concluded when creating these substances. It can be said that as long as you can understand the structure of an object, such as the Baymax robot, Killian himself is responsible for the design and construction of the factory, and knows all the data of Baymax. Killian can even create countless Baymax robots with just one thought. The energy required is just the basic conversion energy. However, if Killian were to make even the same level of Tony Stark's Mk2 armor, it would take tens or hundreds of times more energy to make it, and this is still the case when the technology is not deep. If it is Mk3-20, the energy required will be even higher. This is why the use of the reality gem requires a high level of intelligence from the user. Because only if you understand this object and know the principle of its operation, then the reality gem will naturally be able to materialize this thing according to your things. This is like when you go to a place to buy a house and let the salesperson sell you a villa or a 3-bedroom house. The salesperson can easily take you to choose the apartment you want. But if you say you want a house, what kind of house? Exclamation mark. I don't know. What type? I don't know. How many people live there? Guess? In this way, although the salesperson may be able to find the house you want in the end, the time spent is unimaginable. It can be said that this process takes dozens of times more effort. 5. Infinity Stones have their own consciousness. When they encounter critical moments, they will spontaneously protect their masters, but they also need to consume the host's power or vitality. As for Killian, because his body is strong and has strong bioenergy, when using the Power Stone, his power will be extracted first, that is, bioenergy. In other words, it is to consume Killian's body heat first. When the heat is gone, the energy of fat and cells in the body will be extracted. At this moment, like Jane, he will slowly get cancer or die of old age due to body function failure. However, so far, there is no big problem for Killian. At this stage, he has the strengthening of the T-virus, the almost endless power of the Extremis virus that is growing every moment, and the pseudo-infinite recovery of the Hulk. It can be said that as long as Killian does not commit suicide, such as creating a planet, he can fully afford the daily use of the reality gems. Even like Thanos, it is not a problem to come to his hometown for a day trip to review. After that, after trying a few simple creations, Killian was no longer satisfied with the status quo and decided to make a historic creation. To truly create a creature that does not belong to this world. Just do it when you think of it. At this moment, after thinking for a while, Killian also put his hands flat in front of him. Then, as Killian's mind moved, under the constant flashing of red light in his body, more and more red mist began to spread out of his body. At this moment, Killian was like a warlock whose vitality was being continuously extracted. The battle when ether particles create things, everything was just as summon the pre-marked extra-dimensional creature in front of him. As time passed, with more and more red mist pouring out of Killian's body, gradually those red mists began to intertwine in the air not far from Killian, and an embryo-like creature began to slowly take shape from cells, to meridians, organs, bones, and finally muscles and metal-like metal surfaces under the entanglement of these mists. Until the end, the entire alien was formed. Boom! Exclamation mark. In an instant, with Killian's entire body, an unprecedented wave began to erupt, and the entire red mist suddenly surged from Killian's body to the surroundings. At this moment, almost everyone in the entire underground laboratory, the American continent, and the entire Earth clearly felt an unprecedented wave that had never been seen before. Even some ancient beings opened their eyes for this. Far away tens of millions of light years away, in Asgard, Odin, who was originally holding a meeting of the gods and preparing to arrange the last king training for his son, was suddenly stunned. Thor, who was originally kneeling on one knee, preparing to accept the excitement of his upcoming final challenge, also felt something was wrong after a long wait. Because as he raised his head, his father, who was originally smiling, frowned at this moment, looking solemnly into the distant deep space of the universe. "Father, what happened to you?" Loki, who saw this scene first, had a flash of joy in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He walked forward with a worried look on his face and asked with concern. Odin. The goddess next to him, Odin's wife Frigga, also stepped forward with a flash of deep concern in her eyes, but she still knew that it was time for the meeting of the gods, so she still reminded him. I just seem to have sensed a strange fluctuation, which does not belong to this universe, but its power is more like that caused by ether particles. At this time, after hearing the shouts of several people, Odin, who came back to his senses, also had a flash of solemnity in his eyes, and then he spoke with a heavy face. After all, if it was really caused by the ether particles, then this would mean that the peace of the 9 realms that Asgard had maintained for so long would be broken again. An unprecedented dark war will come, and he still remembers that it was his father who led the entire Aesir and other gods to win the battle after hundreds and thousands of years of hard work. If everything were to start over again, it would mean the bloodshed and sacrifice of countless people again. Ether particles. How is this possible? Did the late king bury him in a place that no one knew? After hearing what her husband said, Frigga, as a witch, naturally understood the power of ether particles deeply. She opened her mouth slightly and spoke. The ether particle reappeared again. It's over. The peace that has lasted for so long is about to be broken again. What are you talking about? The ether particle, isn't that a legendary thing? Yes, it's just an artifact. What's there to be afraid of? We have the son of God, Thor, the god of thunder, here. No matter what kind of monsters and demons there are, he will lead us to victory. Aha. That's it. Although Odin's voice was low, he did not hide it in front of the Asgard gods. Some of the old gods who had experienced a previous dark war showed waves of fearful memories and fearful emotions in the discussion, while some newly born gods such as the goddess of war Eve and Thor's several martial gods were talking excitedly. After all, for them, as long as there is war, there will be merits. Even in the future, they can also seek a godhood for their relatives in the Asgard world tree. You know, the gods of Asgard are all inherited by godhood. Odin, the king of the gods, Thor, the goddess of war, Sif, the guardian god, Hymir, and so on, all rely on the inheritance of the godhood. It is possible that the last god of thunder was tens of thousands of years ago, and the new god of thunder has just taken over. In short, the godhood requires the people of Asgard to make their own efforts, whether it is invention or war. As long as they make contributions, they can go to the Asgard world tree to choose or be chosen for the godhood. This is the same as the fairy weapon in Eastern mythology. It requires both requirements for the selector and the selected person to be favored. The two sides are equal, selecting and recognizing each other. Similar to others, the guardian god, Hymir's lineage, has always been a single lineage because of its unique godhood ability. After all, Asgard must ensure that this ability cannot be mastered by multiple families. You must know that the ability of the guardian god can see through any place in the entire 9 realms. In the absence of any major faults by the Hydarmar clan, the king of Asgard would not easily change the candidate. As for other gods, unless they have military merits, otherwise, after death, their souls will enter the Hall of Valor, and the godhead will be transformed into the heart of the godhead and return to the world tree, quietly waiting for the next destined person to choose. So for these new generation of Asgardian youth, whether they have godhead or not, war is extremely eager for them. After all, in addition to the godhead, Asgard's treasure house, as long as they have major military merits, they can also enter and choose. And this is why Asgard has always been able to ensure strong combat effectiveness and maintain the security of the 9 realms. Because their system from top to bottom is prepared for war. In fact, up to now, even if Odin deliberately suppresses his gods from creating and launching wars, nearly half of the troops are still invested in various battlefields in the 9 realms. After all, sometimes, war will not be transferred by the will of a certain person, even if he is the king of the gods. Chapter 249 Realms Shocked. Father, what happened? What about the ether particles? At this time, Thor, who knew nothing about the history of Asgard, asked with a confused look on his face. After all, knowledge like this, let alone history, even scholars who have studied more profound things, unless they have experienced that period, may not know a lot of it. There are some special and powerful substances in this world that were left before the formation of the universe. Each of these substances has a powerful ability to destroy the world, and what I just felt seems to be one of them. At this time, Odin began to drive his magic while talking. After a while, Odin found the book he was looking for, and then controlled it to fly out of the library, turned around and opened it in front of everyone and started talking. At this time, Thor and Loki on the side also looked at the book curiously. In addition to the Asgardian characters engraved on the yellowed parchment, there were also many magical illustrations. As Odin opened it, a magical scene happened. These illustrations were not fixed pages like human books. Here, these illustrations were like dynamic pictures moving slowly, just like a carrier that recorded vlogs. At this time, some new generation gods, although they knew that their actions might be disrespectful, but under the trend of curiosity, they quietly followed Thor, and then stretched their heads to see this magical history book that recorded ancient events. As for the actions of these young generation gods, Odin did not care too much. Instead, after opening this ancient book, he began to explain to everyone. The 9 kingdoms are not static. They have dawn and dusk. But before dawn, the power of darkness, that is, the dark elves, dominates the world and no one can match them. Then, as Odin turned the pages of the book, Thor, who was standing beside him, looked at the words recorded on it and couldn't help but read them out subconsciously. Born in the eternal night, the dark elves will steal the light. I know these stories. My mother told us when I was a child. After looking at the familiar stories that his mother often told him when he was a child, Thor couldn't help but flash a trace of memory on his face, and then he spoke. Their leader Malekith used darkness to create a weapon called the ether. Other relics from the universe usually look like stones, but the ether is liquid and constantly changes its shape. It can transform all kinds of matter into dark matter. It will look for a host to live in and absorb energy from the host's vitality. Malekith attempted to use the power of the ether to return the universe to darkness, but after an unyielding and bloody battle, my father, King Bor, finally won. As a result, we won peace that lasted for thousands of years. Ignoring Thor, Odin continued to speak on his own. But father, this is not right. If I remember correctly, when my mother told me this story, the ending of the story said that the ether was also destroyed at the same time, but now it reappears. This is not right. Could there be any remnants of the dark elves? After hearing his father's words, Thor frowned at this time and came to Odin's side. Looking at the records in the magic history book, he couldn't help but speak. The dark elves have perished. After hearing his son's words, Odin looked at him deeply, and then spoke word by word. Father, I am willing to go to Wadalhung to investigate in person. At this time, Loki, who finally had the opportunity, took the initiative to step forward and volunteered. For him now, the only way to change his fate is to seize every opportunity to prove himself to his father before his brother officially ascends the throne, even if it is just to get himself a nomination. No. X5. At this time, Thor, Eve, and the 3 warriors of Asgard could not help but speak subconsciously. But at this moment, the meaning of each of them was different. No, this is too dangerous. It's a force that even my father feels is wrong. Loki, I won't allow you to take risks. At this moment, the 3 warriors of Asgard and Eve thought that their muscular prince had finally come to their senses, and they showed a look of relief. However, before their expressions lasted for 3 seconds, Thor began to explain his reasons. In an instant, the 4 of them couldn't help but look at each other in unison. Sure enough, Thor was still the familiar Thor. Even though his younger brother, in the eyes of outsiders like them, almost wanted to compete with him for the throne of Asgard, in Thor's eyes, it was still his younger brother's concern for him, and he was just a child. How could he have any bad thoughts? Many times, they did not say it, but Thor ignored them at all. On the surface, he said he knew it, but he still did his own thing afterwards. Sure enough, you guys support me, right? You are good brothers. Loki, you see so many people are caring about you, just stay here, I will do these dangerous things. At this moment, after hearing his comrades speak for him at the same time, Thor looked at his loyal comrades with a face full of relief and emotion, then nodded and said with a face full of emotion. After all, for him, these comrades understand him and can love and care for his brother like himself, which makes Thor feel satisfied. However, at this moment, after hearing Thor's words, the few people present fell silent. Now that the god King Odin is here, they can't say that they are afraid that if your brother performs well in this operation and completes the task, it may threaten your succession to the throne. After all, if they really say that, Thor will probably be the first to drag them out and hang them up before Odin cuts them. So, several people lowered their heads and stopped talking about other things. However, in Thor's opinion, This was a strong proof that these people supported him unwaveringly. At this moment, all words seemed particularly pale. Standing up like this unwaveringly could explain everything. To be honest, he had been to the home of the Dark Elves, what Alheim. There were indeed no creatures there, and there was a dead silence everywhere. But for some reason, every time Thor went there, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if there was something there. However, every time he went to explore, or Hadamar, who could see through all the illusions, after seeing what Alheim, they returned empty-handed. God King. At this moment, looking at the disagreement between the eldest prince and the second prince, the people present had to cast their eyes on Odin, who was sitting on the throne, and then spoke. Hadamar, can you see anything? After thinking for a while, Odin finally cast his eyes on Hadamar, who was wearing golden armor not far away, and then asked. After all, the other party is the Eye of Asgard, and can see through the entire universe at a glance. If there is really something unusual, then the other party may also be able to see it. God King, I'm sorry, I didn't see anything. However, the man on Earth that you asked me to pay attention to just disappeared abruptly just now, and I can't see any trace of him. I think, if there is really a problem, then there is a high possibility that he is. After hearing Odin's words, Hadamar also looked into the depths of the universe. After a long time, Hadamar, who retracted his gaze, also spoke with a serious face. In fact, long before this, he discovered that the Earth began to develop at a high speed with an unprecedented technological explosive power, and from that time on, he was paying close attention to all this. At the end, he found that the man on the Earth had created all kinds of creatures comparable to the fighting power of gods and those space carriers by himself. Hadamar immediately informed the god King Odin of this discovery. After all, the Earth is also part of their Asgard's ruling territory. Now that such an unstable factor has appeared in his territory, no matter what, the King of Gods has to make the decision. However, after Odin learned the news, he did not take any other action except asking him to continue to pay attention, which made him feel helpless. His intuition told him that the rapid development on Earth would one day become another unstable factor in the 9 realms, but after thinking about it, since the King of Gods had already said so, he didn't care. At the beginning, for some reason, after hearing the fluctuations mentioned by Odin, Hadamar had a feeling that it was the man on Earth who did it again. And sure enough, the first person he looked over to find was the man, but this time, he couldn't see any trace of the other party. Father, are there any humans on Earth that you should pay attention to? At this time, after hearing Hadamar's words about the human being that his father had told him to pay attention to, the people on the side were all surprised, and Thor asked directly. After all, in his eyes, places like the Earth were obviously backward and uncivilized. He had been there once before, and the people there were still using weapons made of stone and metal to hide him, just like a group of children playing house. It was meaningless. To put it bluntly, the children of Asgard could become the king of the human kingdom if they went there. And the development was also very backward, so after staying there for a short time, he came back and vowed never to go there again. After all, that place, for Asgard, was already a mountainous place among humans, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the Amazon jungle where few people had ever been. On the other side, Loki, after hearing what Hadamar said, flashed a thoughtful look in his eyes. He knew that his father was the god king of the 9 realms, in charge of the commander of the entire Aesir clan. Even if he did something as his own son, the other party would not care, let alone want to do it on the remote Earth. Such a person who made his father personally ask Hadamar to supervise him must have a special character. It seems that he needs to go to Earth. At this moment, with Loki's eyes rolling around, the whole person also revealed an unusual look. That is a strange little guy. I never thought that such a backward planet would be revitalized under his leadership in just a few years, from a planetary civilization to an interstellar civilization. It's a pity that the lifespan of humans on Earth is too short, otherwise he should have done something big. After hearing his son's words, Odin at this time also revealed a touch of praise and said, "After all, an ordinary Earthling can rely on such backward scientific and technological civilization to develop his race into an interstellar civilization in a short period of time. This is already not easy." At this moment, Odin couldn't help but think that it would be great if such a talent could be born in their Asgard. It's a pity that Earthlings are just Earthlings after all, and they have been eliminated in terms of bloodline. Really. There is such a magical human being. It seems that I can recruit him. After hearing what his father said, Thor also showed a hint of interest at this moment, and then spoke. Although he has always been keen on fighting and killing, and has no interest in things like liberal arts, this does not hinder his attention to talents. Thor. He is a human, we are gods, high and mighty gods, he is fundamentally different from us, and the earth is a place we decided not to fight for from the beginning, don't disturb the lives of mortals. But compared to Thor's interest, Odin, who was standing aside, showed a dissatisfied look when he heard that the other party was going to find a humble human to be his subordinate, and the whole person once again emphasized the tone and said. In fact, he was satisfied with everything about his son, but it was the other party's personality that made him feel too uneasy. More than once, Odin even wavered about passing the throne to his son. Father, my brother should also be eager to recruit talented people. After all, it is normal for my brother to want to recruit a human being after hearing your praise of him just now. And in the future, if that human being is really capable, under your personality charm, he may be able to become the chief scientific officer of Asgard. At this moment, after seeing his father's obvious dissatisfaction with his brother, Loki, who was standing aside, instantly felt better and stood up to speak well of his brother. However, in Loki's good words, his words were full of the idea that once his brother ascended the throne, the rules set by you, the old Deng, would be broken, and even Asgard could recruit humans to become a member of Asgard. After hearing Loki's words, Odin, who was originally just dissatisfied, became angry as soon as he thought about his abdication and his eldest son taking the throne. At that time, the whole kingdom would be filled with the figures of humble humans and even other miscellaneous alien races. He looked at Thor with a stern look. God King, the eldest prince just made a slip of the tongue in a moment of desperation. He definitely didn't mean what the second prince said. Yes, God King, how could the eldest prince do something like recruiting humans? You have to understand. God King. At this moment, the three warriors of Asgard and the goddess of war Sif, seeing Odin's eyes that seemed to want to eat Thor alive, they immediately knelt on one knee and spoke to comfort Thor. After all, Thor's coronation ceremony is about to begin. If Thor leaves an impression of being unworthy of Odin's attention because of his quick words, then whether there will be a coronation ceremony later is another matter. You know, Thor is not the only son of the God King. Another youngest son, Loki, has always been eyeing the throne. If there is a problem with Thor, they even dare to pat their chests and guarantee that Loki will immediately gather his own people to compete with Thor. Odin, who was originally angry, also felt a little regretful after hearing the pleas for mercy from several people. After all, no matter what, Thor is his eldest son and the God King who is about to take the throne. No matter how dissatisfied he is with him, he should not blame him for his words without thinking, especially in front of so many people. After all, he knows that his son has spoken without thinking, and it is not the first or second time. With just this thought, Odin was ready to wave his hand and forgive the other party, but before he could open his mouth, Thor's words in the next second made him feel furious. Ha, you are worthy of being my good brother, you understand me. Yes, that's what I think. Since that human can do this on such a remote planet, once he changes the platform and joins our Asgard, I believe it will definitely be a leap forward for us. Father, this is a talent. After hearing that his younger brother actually said what he was thinking, Thor immediately laughed and patted his younger brother on the shoulder, and then said loudly. Chapter 241, Exiled Thor. And after he finished speaking, he showed a proud expression to his father. After all, compared to Odin himself, who was born in an ancient feudal and conservative family of ancient gods, the education he received from childhood to adulthood was to respect blood. Mortals and gods are born two different kinds of people. For them, the former is like humans compared to apes. Although they look the same, the difference is a world of difference. But Thor is different. Since he was born, he has been exposed to all kinds of lives from various countries. Before he was an adult, he took Thor's hammer and killed people everywhere. It can be said that he traveled to the 9 kingdoms. Although he killed many people, he also made many friends. It is precisely because of this that he only looks at the value of intelligent life of various races, and does not care about their birth. As long as the person suits Thor's appetite and fits his personality, let alone recruiting him, it is not impossible to even swear brotherhood on the spot. Asshole. Do you know that you are the eldest prince, the crown prince of the country, and you represent the face of the entire Aesir race and the entire Asgard? How dare you say such asshole words? After hearing his own son actually praising outsiders so much and even saying those bold words, Odin felt that he was almost fainted from anger, and then he spoke angrily. Regarding the issue of humans, Odin, like the gods, looked down on any race except his own gods. This is a matter of principle, because getting along with them for a long time will lower the inherent arrogance of his race. They will assimilate their already arrogant race bloodline to the same lowly level as them. This is something Odin will never allow. Father, I am the king of Asgard. Your style of doing things is outdated. The times are changing, and it should change with the ascension of the new king. After hearing his father's roar, Thor seemed to be enraged, and the whole person spoke loudly to him. For Thor, he was born to be the king of Asgard, and no matter whether it was the people around him or his father and mother, they had always taught him this way, so he was born to be a little willful in some of the things he did. Because he felt that this was his innate talent, and it was just to recruit an indifferent earthling. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why his father would be so angry with him, just a simple earthling. You are not yet. After hearing that Thor was about to challenge the majesty of the king of the gods, Odin glared at him. At the end, he even tapped the weapon in his hand heavily on the ground. At this moment, in the entire palace, everyone was frightened by the collision between the two people and dared not breathe. After all, no matter who stood or said what, a current king and a future king had reasons and time to deal with them. Fight, fight. Unlike the others who dared not breathe, at this moment, after hearing the conversation between the two, Loki seemed to be frightened and squatted down directly. However, in his bent eyes and in his mind, he kept praying that his stubborn brother could be a little tougher. After all, he knew a truth deeply, that is, if it went on normally, no matter what he did, the throne would never be passed to him. The eldest prince is the eldest prince. No matter what angle he stands at, as long as the other party does not make mistakes or even does nothing, even if there are some mistakes, the throne is welded firmly to him. After all, this is also the key to the healthy and steady development of the entire kingdom. If the crown prince is unstable, then his ministers will also have second thoughts because of their positions. At that time, let alone work, it would be a good thing to avoid direct civil strife. Therefore, Odin has always given outsiders only one feeling, that is, Thor's throne is as stable as it can be, and even the succession and experience of the throne were planned a long time ago. All this is like fate, proceeding according to the established track. However, Thor, as the person involved, is different, because under this kind of education, he also has the arrogance of a king, which should be a good thing, but because he is too young and has been fighting on the front line of the battlefield, Thor is like a sword, sharpened too much. And his sharpness is just like Odin when he was young. With his arrogance and strength, he conquered the 9 kingdoms and even drove out all the gods who originally lived in the 9 kingdoms. In the end, if he hadn't woken up and found that under his conquest, his people and even many innocent people fell one after another on the battlefield meaninglessly, and stopped, then Asgard would probably be even more powerful now. Of course, there are more people who died. There are still countless godheads hanging on the world tree of Asgard, and no one has inherited them. It is because of this reason that Asgard has been militaristic and has been constantly fighting because of the war, ignoring the development of science and technology. Because of the war, the gods kept dying, and the gods belonging to the middle power of Asgard also ushered in a fault. Although in the end, he gained an unprecedented territory by unifying the 9 realms. But he knew that if he continued, the whole of Asgard would explode like a balloon as his ambitions expanded. After all, although they had the force to conquer those countries and gods, the price was to overdraw the future of Asgard. Even now, the entire 9 realms are still in trouble, and the aftermath of the war has lasted for thousands of years and has never stopped. Even more outrageous is that the people who are still in Asgard now, except for him and his son, there are no more generals who can be used. Except for Heimdall. After all, he can't send his intelligence chief to fight for himself. This is like the emperors in ancient times. It is impossible to send the eunuchs around them, because they are not only their eyes and ears, but also because they know too much about themselves. If they are pried open by the enemy, or if they want to surrender to the enemy, then the uncontrollability is too great. But no matter what, in general, there is a talent gap in Asgard. Unless there are efforts from several generations of kings to jointly maintain the stable situation created by him, otherwise, it is impossible for Asgard to reproduce the glorious scene of commanding the gods during his father's time. It may even bury the generations after him. So Odin has always asked Thor to go to the border to feel the suffering of the people and the difficulty of Asgard guarding the 9 realms. Even since he came of age, He has rarely had a vacation, precisely because he also feels that if Thor can get tired of war within 1,000 years, then the future development of the entire Asgard will be more stable. But what he didn't expect was that his son, like a god of war, was completely obsessed with war and had to go to the front line every time there was a war. But at least he still had a few decades, and he felt that he could still train his son. But, looking at the other party's arrogant look now, as a king, he couldn't even keep his pride. As a king couldn't even control his emotions. As a king, he wanted to lower the glory that his people and kingdom should have. All these made Odin feel that maybe he should be more cautious. Don't you want to go to the human world? Okay. I'll give you this opportunity. Then, after a brief thought, Odin also made up his mind in his heart, and when he saw Thor, he spoke with an extremely decisive look. Really? At this moment, he thought he would be greeted with a roar from his father. But after hearing that the other party actually forgave and recognized him, Thor was also overjoyed in an instant. Look at the father in front of him, and then speak. And just like Thor, the other followers on the side couldn't help but cast a surprised look after seeing that Odin was so easy to talk to. After all, if Thor had spoken like this in normal times, Odin would have been angry and would have either exiled him or asked him to reflect on himself. It was unheard of for Thor to act as if nothing had happened and agree with the other party's opinion. However, some old people shrank their necks after seeing Odin's action, although Odin had been kind for thousands of years. But they had not forgotten the scene of the other party killing people all over the 9 kingdoms with 1 horse and 1 spear. He cut from Asgard to Muspelheim without blinking, and then cut a huge circle to Vanaheim before returning to his own country. It was outrageous. And these old ministers, it can be said that Odin of that period was a nightmare for them. Killing people without blinking, and even using any means to win, had made them feel a fear deep in their bones. So this is why they have not been very noticeable to the new generation of Asgardians, because they all know that Odin is just playing the role of a kind and benevolent king. If one of them accidentally awakens, everyone will suffer. Yes, everyone, regardless of friend or foe. And now, Odin's state is very similar to how they were when they first served under Odin. The same dark and sinister. And sure enough, the next second, Odin's words completely stunned everyone. Since you want to recruit those lowly earthlings so much, then go and try it yourself. But before that, you are not worthy of using your power of the god of thunder and your Mjolnir. I want you to understand that sometimes as a crown prince, you have to pay the price for your words and deeds. I will deprive you of your power now. In the name of my father and all the ancestors, I, Odin, the father of the gods, order you to be exiled. At this moment, Odin looked at Thor in front of him, and began to speak in a very resolute tone. At the same time, he waved his hand and the divine power on his body immediately enveloped the entire hall. The people in the temple now felt that there was an unprecedented huge and disparate power in front of them. At this moment, everyone wanted to crawl on the ground. This powerful force, even if it was not controlled well, just a little leaked and hit them, then they were sure that they would go to Valhalla in the next second. All of this was even worse for Thor, who was facing Odin's pressure. At this moment, he looked at his kind father in front of him, and he finally understood one thing, that is, his power was really small. And the other party's power had always been so strong that he could not imagine it. He even had no power to resist it all. With every word of Odin, Thor felt his power was madly fading away, and even the Thor armor on his body began to fall off his body without any signs. In the end, before he could react, with Odin's voice falling like thunder, Thor felt a dazzling light bursting out in front of him, and then he was knocked into the transmission channel. At this moment, looking at his brother who was exiled just for talking, Loki, who was half kneeling beside him, was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine that his father would do such a thing. He originally thought that the other party would at most put his brother in confinement or reflect for a period of time, but this time his father seemed to be playing for real. Father. For some reason, Loki subconsciously felt that his previous thoughts were not important, and he subconsciously stood up and wanted to say something for his brother. But before he could continue, he was greeted by Odin's angry roar. The slight persuasion that had just risen in his heart was strangled in the cradle. Shut up. Whoever can get this hammer, anyone who is qualified, will get the power of Thor. After scolding his other troublesome son, Odin, who returned to him at this time, also began to raise the Thor's hammer in front of him and began to place the band of the father of the gods on it. This time, unless his son can understand his true heart, otherwise, he will never let Thor ascend the throne with his current character, even if the other party is his own son. At this moment, the mission and responsibility of the king of Asgard, the father of the gods, can be said to be fully demonstrated in Odin. If his son is destined to be unable to lead Asgard to prosperity, then he would rather that the other party has never ascended. At this time, the gods of Asgard looked at each other in bewilderment as they saw that the eldest prince, who was about to ascend the throne, had his power abolished and was exiled by the king of gods in such a short period of time. They wanted to say something, but looking at Odin, who was high above and full of anger, they finally said nothing. It can only be said that Thor was really stubborn. He wanted to show his majesty as the new king in front of the old king, and the other party had not abdicated yet. In this way, after sending Thor away, Odin waved his hand to dismiss everyone, and walked towards his harem, not knowing what he was thinking. And Loki, who was standing aside, flashed a light in his eyes after seeing his father leaving, and the whole person left in the opposite direction. Sif, what should we do now? Looking at the way Loki acted at the meeting just now, it's obvious that he was deliberately instigating the dispute between Thor and the God King with bad intentions. Now that Thor has been exiled, he has hope for the throne of Asgard. At this moment, Fandral, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard, who was standing far away outside the temple, looked at Loki, who walked out without looking back, and couldn't help but said angrily. After all, although they have always been comrades in arms, they obviously don't like Loki very much. Alice. I can't do anything. I can only wait for a few days for the God King's anger to subside, and then we can think about whether we can meet the God King to plead for Thor. Maybe the God King has his own considerations. Sif, Thor's fiancée, also said with a helpless look after hearing Fandral's words. Her fiancé is good in everything, but it is this temper and straightforwardness that are the most troublesome. Every time something goes wrong on the front line, they have to find ways to clean up his mess. Of course, it is precisely because of this that several people are extremely loyal to Thor. Because he is not like those other people, who would have any conspiracy, open and secret struggles, and would want to plot against you at any time. It is the most reassuring to make friends with people like Thor, or become his subordinate. Because as long as he does not make a clear statement to break up with you, then you will always be friends. However, this kind of character may be qualified as a general, but it is much worse as a king. Now everything is ruined. It seemed that Thor could ascend to the throne with only one king's trial left, but now all this has become a bubble. This damn Loki, I really don't know how these 2 brothers can have such a big difference in character. Thor is so good to him, open-hearted, and always gives him the best. I even want to give him my heart. In the end, I was stabbed in the back. Volstagg, who was standing aside, couldn't help but say angrily after hearing what Sif said. Chapter 242 Thanos' first stop, the Mind Scepter is in hand. Thor's best quality is that he values affection, but his biggest disadvantage is that he values affection too much. This is his personal charm, but it will also be the best weakness for others to deal with him. At this moment, Hogun, one of the last 3 warriors of Asgard, also shook his head and said helplessly. It can be said that Thor's success and failure are both due to his personality. If the other party was not because of this personality, the 4 of them would probably not have come together and decided to follow Thor. But it is precisely because of this personality that Thor has always gotten into a lot of trouble. Okay, don't worry about it. Isn't the reason why Thor is Thor because of his character and his personality that we affirm and recognize? I believe that even after he becomes the God King, the people of Asgard and the 9 realms will recognize him like us. After all, this is his personal charm. That's it. I will go back and ask my family to help ask indirectly, and you can also mobilize your own forces to ask. Then find an opportunity and strive to persuade the God King to change his mind together. Seeing that everyone was so depressed and helpless at this time, Sif on the side also clapped her hands, and then spoke loudly to cheer everyone up. Yes. That's right. No problem. Just like that, the few people present also understood after Sif's words, and then the 4-person team left and walked back to their respective families. As the few people left, a crow that was originally standing above its temple also flapped its wings and flew away. On the other side, a planet that was once prosperous and thriving in the depths of the universe was broken by the arrival of countless outer space fleets. The endless flames of war spread across the entire planet at a very fast speed. The local forces on the planet were ruthlessly wiped out by these foreign armies before they even began to resist. Especially among them, there was the existence that made the entire universe power tremble with fear, the universe overlord, Thanos. Andres, please be quiet now and choose your position. This side is to survive, and the other side is to be remembered forever. Your contribution will be remembered by all the creatures in the universe. And we, with the permission of the benevolent overlord, Thanos, will also erect a monument for you on this planet to record everything you have done. In a huge central city, the originally orderly central city of the planetary regime had already been attacked by Thanos' army. At this moment, countless subordinates of Thanos were still doing the familiar operations, and then they randomly distributed all the survivors. It didn't matter whether they were men or women, old or young, all with a 50% probability. Leave peacefully and go to see your creator. After the last words of the guard on the scene were finished, the people who were gathered on the left side of the city road were immediately shot through the chest by the guns of Thanos' men and collapsed to the ground. For a moment, blood continued to pour out, wanting to wash the entire city, and more like wanting to flow through the enemy, leaving a curse on the entire race. However, all this was calmly watched by a man in golden armor not far away. Father. Found it. This is the symbol of the kingship of this planet, the Mind Scepter. At this moment, Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' most respected Black Obsidian generals, walked towards Thanos with a scepter that was like a spear, but under its tip was inlaid with a dazzling gem. Finally, after walking in front of Thanos, he knelt on his knees and respectfully presented it to Thanos with both hands. He, a group of stupid natives, who only care about their appearance and never pay attention to deeper discoveries. After looking at the Mind Scepter with one of the Infinity Stones handed to him by his adopted son, Thanos just smiled contemptuously and spoke. Yes, how can these ignorant natives compare with you, the father who is destined to be the king? Having the artifact without knowing it, only you, Thanos, can be worthy of such an artifact and exert its power. After hearing Thanos' words, Ebony Maw, who was still kneeling on his knees, said respectfully and flatteringly. How? The artifact is just a toy now. You take it first. After hearing the words of his adopted son, Thanos couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous look. In his opinion, a single Infinity Stone was not as useful as the sharp blade in his hand. Then, after weighing it in his hand, Thanos threw it into the hands of Ebony Maw. Thank you, Father. After hearing Thanos' words, feeling the powerful artifact in his hand, Ebony Maw became extremely excited, and even trembled a little when answering. After all, this is one of the 6 original stones in the universe, and it is an artifact with a Mind Stone. Apart from other things, just by holding it, he felt that his magic had been amplified to a certain extent, not to mention when he actually used it. Try it, Ebony Maw. You should know that you are one of my most proud adopted sons. Let me see how powerful this scepter can be in your hands. After watching his adopted son take over the Mind Scepter, Thanos raised it and said with a smile. Although he was not very interested in a single Infinity Stone, it was always good to take a look. And to be honest, the Mind Stone was not very useful to him at present. The biggest function of the Mind Stone was to confuse the enemy and make it become his slave without his knowledge and at his mercy. For Thanos, he himself was the biggest personality charm. He had the confidence to follow his men and adopted sons. He didn't need to use anything to control him at all. As for outsiders, with his own group of adopted sons, they were not worthy of seeing him, or even if they could really see him, the Mind Stone might not work. Yes, Father. After hearing Thanos' words, Ebony Maw also suppressed his inner excitement. After he finished speaking, he stood up and began to carefully hold the Mind Staff in his hand. However, before Ebony Maw began to use it, he felt that the staff in his hand had absorbed all the magic energy in his body, and suddenly began to burst out with unprecedented power. Boom! In an instant, a powerful shock wave began to burst out in all directions with Ebony Maw as the center. At this moment, after feeling this sudden change, Thanos also frowned slightly and used one hand as a shield to cover his entire face. However, even so, he was pushed back several meters by the power of the Mind Staff, and a huge gully was cut on the ground where Thanos retreated. It is enough to show the strength of Thanos' physical ability. The other 3 of the other 5 generals of the Dark Lord were completely blown away. After finally standing up again, they all took their weapons and came to the front of Thanos, looking at Ebony Maw in front of them with nervousness and astonishment. They could never imagine how their colleagues could be so bold as to kill their father as soon as they got the artifact. You have to know that this is the overlord of the universe, and his name is earned by hard work. Even many old gods have become the dead souls under Thanos' knife, not to mention Ebony Maw. Of course, Ebony Maw, as the person involved, is more panicked than them at this moment. He really didn't expect that. He just took the Mind Scepter, and before he wanted to use it, this thing went out of control. And it also pulled him into a strange consciousness. Father, I'm sorry. Please listen to my explanation. I didn't control it just now. It was the scepter's own instinctive burst. At this moment, looking at those people in front of him who were looking at him as if they were facing a great enemy, especially the eyes of Thanos who looked him up and down, it was as if he felt the line of life and death. Ebony Maw knelt down instantly. Even the Mind Scepter was no longer useful at this moment. He put it aside and begged for mercy. Okay, relax. I believe in Ebony Maw. Now tell me what you felt just now. The Mind Scepter is the carrier of the Mind Stone. Since it just exploded, it means that there must be other Infinity Stones that are also Cosmic Stones that have reacted. After all, the 6 Cosmic Stones resonate and complement each other. After taking a deep look to confirm that there was no problem with Ebony Maw, Thanos slowly spoke and signaled several of his men to let go of their guard. After all, at that time, he also knew that if Ebony Maw really had a different mind, the energy burst would be the best opportunity. If he didn't do it then, he would be a fool to do it now. However, it was time for him to give his adopted sons a warning. Only by letting them keep the string in their heads tied at all times, they would not relax and would not go out of line. Of course, the most important thing was that Thanos had a deep knowledge of the 6 cosmic gems. He had collected all the information and usage methods of the 6 cosmic gems a long time ago. He was confident that even if Ebony Maw used the Mind Gem, he would not be his opponent. Yes, Father, just when I was holding the Mind Scepter and suddenly exploded, my entire soul was pulled into a sea of consciousness, and then was infinitely involved, until the end. I could feel as if I saw something like red flowing water for a moment, and then it stopped. Maybe this is one of the Infinity Stones, but Father, I don't know what it is. Father, I can swear that I am absolutely telling the truth. Please forgive me for my offense just now. After saying this, Ebony Maw bent his body even lower, and it can be described as prostrating himself, and he humbly begged for forgiveness. Although he knew that it was not his fault, no one in this world would care about your reasons, but only the results. Get up, I don't blame you. That should be the legendary ether. I didn't expect it to appear. After hearing Ebony Maw's description, Thanos couldn't help but feel relieved, and even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. The people watching felt that the world had changed. Father, the ether is. At this time, after hearing Thanos' words, Proxima Midnight, one of the 5 generals of the Dark Lord, couldn't help but ask. After all, although they knew from their father that the universe had the most powerful 6 cosmic stones since its birth, it was the first time they heard of something like the ether that made Thanos sigh. The ether is the reality stone, but it was initially broken open by the Dark Elves, destroying its outer shell and turning it into an ether similar to a flowing substance. What Ebony Maw just saw should be this. The Infinity Stones are both a whole and independent of each other. Each Infinity Stone will respond to each other at a critical moment. But with the appearance of the ether, the Dark Elves will surely wake up as well. At this moment, Thanos looked at the Mind Scepter at the feet of Ebony Maw, frowning and speaking in a deep voice. Father, in this case, I will personally lead the team to take back the Reality Stone for you. After hearing Thanos' words, Ebony Maw also raised his head and said to Thanos in a show of loyalty. After hearing what Ebony Maw said, the 5 Black Orders also looked over with anticipation. After all, their greatest hope was to follow Thanos to conquer the universe under their feet. Invasion and conquest were the meaning of their existence. However, everyone thought that Thanos would agree to it just like they did when they attacked the planet and took the Mind Scepter. But what they got was Thanos' refusal. No, the time has not come yet. Even if you can successfully get the Reality Stone, it will do me no good. At this moment, Thanos shook his head and directly rejected Ebony Maw's proposal. Father, with our strength, it is a piece of cake to deal with those Dark Elves. As long as we go, even if it's just me, I can definitely bring back the Reality Stone for you. Yes, Father, I can do it too. After hearing Thanos' words, several people on the side thought that the other party was afraid of the strength of the Dark Elves, and they couldn't help but step forward and volunteer. Chapter 243 Seeking the Skin of a Tiger. No need. As for the current situation in the entire universe, the fact that we got a Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, has already made the 3 empires and several other major forces nervous. If we go to get the Reality Stone now, All the forces in the entire universe will have their eyes on us. This will be very disadvantageous for our next plan, and will also expose all our subsequent actions. We can't do things that are not worth a loss. And you must know that our goal has never been a certain infinity stone, but all of them. Now just wait quietly, and when the time is right, all 6 cosmic gems will be in my hands. I will also accomplish my goal in one battle, and after that I will be able to truly relax. After hearing the insistence of several people, Thanos finally sat down, looked at the people in front of him, waved his hand, motioned for them to sit down with him, and then began to slowly talk about his plan. Father, your direction is what we have been striving for. Don't worry, we will definitely fulfill your great ideal for you. After hearing what Thanos said, the people present instantly understood the grandness of Thanos' vision. He completely jumped out of the situation of competing for a certain infinite gem and focused his attention on the level of the entire universe. Then Ebony Maw took the lead in expressing his opinion. Your will is our direction. The other people on the side also spoke up after seeing Ebony Maw's statement. Father, someone wants to see you. Just when Thanos wanted to say something, a subordinate came and bowed slightly, then spoke to Thanos. Oh. Interesting. After hearing the words of the visitor, Thanos smiled thoughtfully. Then, he strode towards the fleet not far away. As Thanos left, the other 5 generals followed him, leaving behind only a ruin of war and Thanos' army that was still cleaning up the survivors in various cities. As Thanos entered the command room of his warship, he was greeted by a person who surprised him. He was wearing a dark green wizard robe and a crown like a deer antler on his head, which gave him a luxurious but strange feeling. Loki Odinson, the god of fire and treacherous fraud in Asgard, the second prince of Odin, it's really surprising that you came to me. Does your father know? After seeing the other person's full appearance, Thanos' mouth was also hooked into a different smile, and even looked at Loki with a bit of joking, and then spoke. After all, Asgard has always been the maintainer of the order of the 9 realms, and he, as the son of destiny, has always been committed to clearing half of the life in the universe. The identities of the two, whether Odin is an Aesir does not allow anyone to challenge his authority, or as the guardian of the 9 realms, Thanos invades his own country, the two are incompatible. It can be said that the two sides have fought directly or indirectly hundreds of times, and the two sides can be said to have a deep blood feud. And now, the other party actually took the initiative to run to his territory, and it was only one person. Thanos also had a strong interest in this brave young man in front of him. Regardless of whether the other party came to him with his father's intention or he had some little thoughts, based on this spirit of daring to go into the tiger's den alone, he decided to give the other party a chance. My father never asks about our affairs. And I'm here to represent myself this time. After hearing Thanos' words, Loki turned around at this time and looked at Thanos not far away. A strong fear flashed in his eyes, but he still replied. How dare you? You dare not kneel before the master of the universe. You are ready to die. Although Thanos did not say anything, Ebony Maw, who was standing by, immediately stood up after seeing that the other party did not even maintain the most basic respect in front of his adoptive father. He spoke angrily, and at the same time, a murderous intent almost tangible swept from him towards Loki. After hearing what Ebony Maw said, the 5 obsidian generals on the side also drew their swords and faced each other, just waiting for Thanos' order, and they promised to chop the guy in front of them into meat paste. As for the Prince of Asgard or not, it's a joke. Haven't they killed enough Asgardians? Exclamation mark. They have killed even the generals and battle gods of Asgard, and even fought with Odin together with their father. In comparison, they are naturally not afraid of killing a mere second prince. Okay, forget it this time. Tell me why you're here, the second prince of Asgard. After reaching out his hand to stop his adopted sons, Thanos looked at them with interest, and then spoke. After all, he was also curious about why the other party came all the way here to find him. I have the news about the ether particles, that is, the reality stone. As long as you help me win the throne, I can promise to bring it to you. After hearing that, Thanos stopped the leading squid man, Loki, who felt a great pressure in the last second, also felt relieved immediately. He really didn't expect that the 5 obsidian generals of the civilized universe were so powerful alone, and such a person was willing to be inferior to Thanos, which showed that the other party's strength was unfathomable. However, this time Loki was not here to fight after all, and the whole person also spoke immediately. Puff. Ho ha ho ha. Fuck you. After hearing that Loki came to negotiate with them with outdated information, the 5 Black Order generals couldn't control themselves. After the first person laughed, the others also laughed. For a moment, even the corners of Thanos' mouth twitched uncontrollably. Perhaps he felt that he shouldn't have any expectations for this second-generation god who was born in a comfortable zone. What are you laughing at? I came here with sincerity. As long as I become the king, we can even establish an offensive and defensive alliance. Sir Thanos, don't you want to kill half of them? Then I will let the whole country help you with all its strength, how about it? After hearing the almost sarcastic sneer of the 5 Black Order generals, Loki just endured it secretly at this time, but still opened his mouth to continue. After all, he ran out secretly this time to win over friendly forces for himself in advance. Otherwise, the people in Asgard were all dull old antiques, and they only obeyed his big brother who was strong and simple-minded. Otherwise, he would not have had to run out to find Thanos. However, all this was just his forbearance. As long as he successfully ascended the throne, Thanos! Exclamation mark. It was nothing. At that time, Thanos would be his first brilliant achievement after taking office. It sounds interesting, but from your conditions, I only heard about getting something for nothing, and I already have the location of the Reality Stone. Earth, right? After hearing Loki's words, Thanos looked at him and said with a very oppressive look, after hearing the other party's words, Loki, who thought he had priority in intelligence, couldn't help but tremble. He really didn't expect that the Reality Stone had only been born for a short time, and the other party was still busy invading the planet under his feet, and he could actually get access to the information on the Earth. This made Loki's fear of Thanos' strength even more deepened. I can cooperate with you. But let's change the conditions. You help me get the Reality Stone and the Space Stone on Earth. For each one you get, I will help you fulfill a wish, such as becoming the king of the Earth. After looking at the other party's astonishment, Thanos just smiled slightly, and then circled around the other party, while continuing with interest. What if I can get two? At this moment, after hearing Thanos' words, Loki didn't care about anything else, and the whole person looked at Thanos with an extremely aggressive and eager look. After all, for him, it can be said that he has lived in the nightmare of the throne all his life. Even whenever someone mentioned that his brother was about to ascend the throne, he felt that the nightmare in his heart was deepening. If I can really get two, I can help you destroy Asgard, so what? After hearing Loki's words, Thanos also spoke in a very domineering manner. At this moment, in Loki's eyes, the other party's unique attitude of the universe overlord was fully displayed. The arrogance in it could not be shown without slaughtering hundreds of civilizations and gods. Oh, that's what you said, but I still remember the scene when you tried to attack me at the beginning and fought with my father and were beaten and fled. Excuse me, I don't think you have the ability. Of course, looking at Thanos' performance, Loki was not confused, but continued to question. Are you here to die? Bold. After hearing Loki's words that actually challenged his father's majesty, the 5 Obsidian generals on the side could no longer hold back, and stood up one after another, looking at Loki in front of them, ready to teach the other party a profound lesson and let the other party know what politeness is. Okay, kids, you must be polite to the guests and don't lose your manners in front of them. And what he said is true. I never avoid the truth. After seeing his adopted son stand up to defend him, Thanos was still satisfied in his heart, but he still spoke up to stop a few of them. Child, I think you know your problem better than me. It is true that Odin is stronger than me, but he is too old. If I really want to fight him to the death, he can't do anything to me. Not to mention that he is willing to fight me to the death. He is already old, and his divine power can't withstand his reckless squandering like when he was young. If it weren't for the previous battle with me, Odin might have been able to protect you for decades or even hundreds of years. He has been escorting his eldest son like an eagle. What's his name? Thor, right. I remember that's the name. A very good little guy. He really has the style of his father. It's a pity that he is too young, and Odin doesn't have enough time. As far as I know, Odin's sleep should only last for a few years. Even if I go to his door now, do you think he is willing to overdraw his divine power to fight me? Maybe he is willing, but the price is greater than you think. Unless Asgard is truly destroyed, he can only watch. After hearing Loki's derogatory words, Thanos was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at the other party calmly and said, Odin's sleep is a deep sleep that Odin, the king of Asgard, must enter once in a certain period of time. Through this deep sleep, his divine power, that is, Odin's power, is restored and his life is prolonged. If Odin has exhausted his power before hibernation and is about to die or suffers serious injuries during this period, his body will force itself to enter Odin's sleep to heal and restore his power earlier. If Odin forcibly stops or does not enter it, then his divine power will weaken and he will become weak and particularly vulnerable. The weak Odin will show frequent stupidity during this period, which is the appearance of his father before he lost his memory and went crazy before Hela was revived in Thor 3. And if it is serious, even to the end, Odin's ability will not be restored. If Odin is forced to wake up or forcibly awaken during hibernation, then the interrupted Odin sleep can even endanger his life. Although the gods of Odin's lineage are born with the ability to become more powerful as they age, they also need to stabilize their internal strength through a gradually longer hibernation. Otherwise, they will suffer from dementia, serious injuries, or even directly endanger their lives and then die. As for Thanos, who knows a lot about this world, he naturally knows this one of the few powerful opponents better. This is why Thanos dared to promise to help Loki become the king of Asgard. Because even if the other party really got 2 infinite gems for him, let alone he himself is not afraid of Odin at this stage. Just adding the reality gem and the space gem, with his current understanding of these gems, it can be said that he can walk sideways in the entire universe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Loki's New Artifact, the Psychic Scepter. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the Earth is too remote. It can be said that the location of the Earth is extremely remote and uninhabited. It is precisely because of this that in such a small place, even if one Infinity Stone appeared, it would usher in a powerful artifact that hundreds of thousands of civilizations would snatch. Now that 2 have appeared, those forces still have no reaction. This is equivalent to studying nuclear bombs in the Bermuda Triangle. Unless someone happens to pass by there, until the day you detonate it, it can be said that no country or force will pay attention to you. After all, it is too remote, and it is too far away. There is a certain danger. How did you know? After hearing Thanos talk about the weakness of his father Odin's sleep, at this moment, Loki couldn't help but take a step back, and then asked in disbelief. I don't know why, now Loki just feels that he really found the wrong person. Cooperating with such a person, he just feels that he is trying to get the skin of a tiger. And the most important thing is that the other party knows his entire family's ancestors, even the color of his crotch, but he knows nothing about his potential partner. The unknown and suspicion made Loki's heart start to beat. Of course, this scene was also seen by Thanos in front of him. After a lot of effort, an interesting little guy came, and he didn't want to scare the other party away. Then, with a casual move, at the signal of Thanos, Ebony Maw on the side also understood, and immediately handed the Mind Scepter in his hand to Thanos respectfully. After getting the scepter, Thanos also smiled slightly, and after making a sword flower with it, he walked in front of Loki with the scepter. Believe me, I know more than you think, otherwise I don't deserve to be the overlord of this universe. This is the artifact of the country under my feet, the Mind Scepter. With it, you can touch the target's chest with its sharp blade and control anyone you want to control. As long as his power does not exceed yours, you can control him and make him your slave from the bottom of his heart. He will never betray you and will be loyal to you. In addition, this artifact itself has extremely powerful destructive power, energy cannon. Only one shot can destroy a small aircraft. While speaking, Thanos showed all his abilities in front of Loki with the scepter in his hand as if to demonstrate. At the end, Thanos only lightly destroyed a small ship on the side with one shot, which made Loki's eyes full of covetousness. After all, for him, the biggest regret is that he can't form his own army. Asgard is full of loyalties to the king and the eldest prince, so if he wants to form an army, he can only go outside, but this will make his identity awkward. After all, joining him obviously means there is no future. You should know that although the eldest prince and the second prince of Asgard are both princes of Asgard, there is a huge difference between the two. The former is the crown prince and the future king, and the latter? Exclamation mark. He is just a king's younger brother. If he is better, he will be sent to the border to be a farmer on an ordinary planet. and the worst ones will be directly locked up, and even the forces under his command will be cut off. So these forces know that instead of joining the second Prince Loki who has no future, it is better to join the eldest Prince Thor with the whole family, and they can also have the merit of following the dragon in the future. This is also the reason why Loki has basically been a lonely man all the time, because his natural identity is very embarrassing. And now, Thanos has let him see this hope. As long as he has this artifact, he will be able to form his own army immediately, and then both his father and Thor will look up to him. He wanted to prove to them that even without the throne of Asgard, he was good enough. His father didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end, and didn't even give him the qualifications, which was his loss. Huh? Exclamation mark. Why do I have to prove it? If I kill my brother and father, won't I be the king of Asgard? Then the whole universe will recognize me. Why should I prove it to them? Exclamation mark. After all, history books have always belonged to the victors. My brother and father only need to watch him quietly in Valhalla and bring Asgard to an unprecedented height. At this moment, with a flash of blue light in Loki's eyes, Loki felt that the problem that had been bothering him for a long time was figured out, and the whole person was even more excited than ever. Even now, Loki has begun to imagine that he will hold the exclusive weapon of the King of Asgard, the Eternal Spear, and then kill people everywhere, and all the barbarians in the universe will surrender to him. Looking at Loki who was so excited, Thanos couldn't help but curl up his lips. Give it to me. As long as I use its power to become the King of Asgard, I promise to help you get the Reality Stone and the Space Stone. At this moment, after coming to his senses, Loki's eyes were filled with strong desires that were almost tangible. Then he looked straight at Thanos in front of him and said urgently, "Of course, I'll give it to you, no problem, but I want to tell you in advance that if you fail, I will make sure that there is no place for you in the entire universe. Even if you are hiding in Asgard, I will find you in person, just like I said before, drain your father to death, and then slaughter your Asgard to the last person." After hearing Loki's words, Thanos also threw the Mind Scepter in his hand towards Loki. However, just when Loki was excited about getting this supreme artifact, he calmed down with Thanos' cold and threatening words. "So, here's a suggestion. If you don't want your Asgard to be buried with you, then go to Earth first, even if it's just to bring me an Infinity Stone. It doesn't matter if it's the Space Stone or the Reality Stone, I just want the result." After watching Loki calm down from his initial excitement, Thanos glanced at him calmly, and then spoke calmly. After all, he had fought with Odin before, and it was almost impossible for such a fool to rebel under Odin's nose. Even with this Mind Scepter, you have to know that he is the king of the gods who has fought out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood and lived for countless years. If this little brat who is about 1,000 years old can really usurp the throne of his country, then Odin is not worthy of being one of his most feared opponents, so he must first dispel the little guy's desire to subvert his country's regime. If Loki can go to Earth, even if he can help him get a gem, it will be enough for Thanos. I know, just 2 Infinity Stones, I will bring them to you. After hearing Thanos' words, Loki, who felt that his dignity as a future king had been violated by the other party, also glanced at the other party, and then casually spoke with a Mind Scepter in his hand. For Loki, they were just 2 useless Infinity Stones. No matter how powerful they were, weren't they once collected in the treasure house of their Asgard? Exclamation mark. The former was the trophy obtained by Asgard after defeating the frost giants on Earth, and finally placed it in Norway on Earth for world peace. The latter was also the former god king of Asgard at the beginning of the universe. He led the major gods to defeat the Dark Elves, and it was also their Asgard that sealed up the Reality Stone, that is, the ether particle. Since his ancestors had thrown away these Infinity Stones after getting them, it would not be easy for him to get them again. After all, his ancestors had easily obtained them before, so Loki Odinson could certainly do it. So Loki sneered at Thanos' behavior of not wanting the artifacts he had and insisting on taking 2 broken stones. But since the other party wanted them and he could reach a cooperation with the other party, why not do it? Next, please watch him, Loki Odinson's performance. Then, the whole person walked out without looking back. But I still need an army, preferably an army that absolutely obeys my orders. I am alone and my power is limited. Just a few seconds after he went out, when Ebony Maw wanted to ask Thanos, Loki suddenly came back at this time, and then looked at Thanos in front of him calmly and said, "Aren't you a little too much? You want artifacts and troops, you came here for cooperation, We haven't seen your return yet, but we have already given you so many things, you still have the face to cooperate." Ebony Maw, who was still wondering why the other party came back, couldn't help but walk out and scold Loki after hearing such shameless words from the other party. To be honest, since he followed Thanos, he has conquered or contacted hundreds of civilizations, big and small, but such a shameless person, and the famous Aesir, really broke his vision. "It's okay if you don't give it to me, but you have to wait, don't rush me. I need to spend a lot of time to find the Earthlings one by one, and this time will take at least several years. If I have an army, I can get what you want in just a few months, or even a month." After hearing what Ebony Maw said, Loki just glanced at him, then cast his eyes on Thanos not far away, and then spoke. He figured it out. The reason why the other party gave him this artifact was nothing more than to let him get the 2 gems quickly and to let him accumulate enough foundation and strength. So since this is the case, then it's not too much for him to ask for a little help from the other party? Exclamation mark. After all, the other party is the cosmic overlord who dominates the universe, with countless forces under his command, and it can be said that he has the most capable army. Haha, that's interesting. You are one of the few young people who dare to repeatedly put forward conditions in front of me. Perhaps you think that your identity as the second prince of Asgard is a guarantee. Not bad. After hearing Loki repeatedly asking for things from him, even Thanos, who is very well-mannered, couldn't help but feel a sense of provocation. Then, after he finished speaking, he turned around and sat on his own throne alone. Ebony Maw and the other 4 generals on the side, after seeing Thanos turn around, they also showed a knowing smile. "Let me do it. Today, he has made me lose my composure in front of my father many times. I want to make up for it." At this moment, Ebony Maw was the first to stand up and speak elegantly. After hearing what Ebony Maw said, the other 4 generals nodded and slowly retreated. As the person involved, Loki, after seeing this dark squid stand up, the whole person also understood. "Is it a challenge from the king?" Exclamation mark. He, Loki, gladly accepted it. After all, he had obtained a new artifact, and he also wanted to see how he, as the future king of Asgard, could crush the legendary Obsidian 5. Bang! Exclamation mark. But before Loki could start, with Ebony Maw's single-handed move, the metal under Loki's feet suddenly lifted up and knocked him out. At this moment, Ebony Maw immediately followed his fingers and those metals swept towards Loki like winding snakes. "You are too presumptuous." Loki, who was knocked away by Ebony Maw's sudden attack in midair, roared, and a green light flashed across his body. Several illusions suddenly appeared around him. At this time, in front of Ebony Maw, countless Lokis were looking at him angrily. After seeing this scene, Ebony Maw was calm. He had seen many opponents with illusions. He then spread his hands and followed Loki's metal snakes. They immediately split into several metal snakes and quickly swept towards the clones. However, just when the metal snakes were about to wrap around, Loki's mind scepter began to shine brightly. Ebony Maw also felt something was wrong. The metal sheet under his feet turned into a platform to lift Ebony Maw up, and then rolled him into the air not far away. Chapter 245, Beating and Planning. Boom! Just after Ebony Maw left, a dazzling blue ball of light came and narrowly passed by his original position, then attacked the interior of the spaceship. In an instant, a huge flame rose from the ground, and a big hole was blown out of the interior of the entire spaceship. "You pissed me off, man from the divine realm." At this time, Ebony Maw, who originally wanted to fight with Loki, saw that the other party had destroyed a corner of his respected father's spaceship in front of him, and his face instantly turned cold, and then he spoke. "Ha! Squid, everyone can talk big, but it's better to show your strength." Seeing the other party's angry look, Loki, who thought he was frightened by the power of his new artifact, snorted coldly, and then another energy cannon swept towards Ebony Maw. This time, looking at the energy bombs flying towards him, Ebony Maw just had a cold face and did not dodge. He only waved his hand, and then countless iron pieces under his feet flew towards him, forming a steel wall in just a moment. And Loki's attack hit it, and it only blew a big hole. Then with the end of Loki's attack, Ebony Maw raised his hands and slowly pinched them down. The metal walls that were originally formed in front of him were suddenly torn apart by a powerful force, and then split into hundreds of steel needles like spikes. Swish, swish, swish. Then Ebony Maw pushed his hands into the air, and the steel needles rushed towards Loki at a very fast speed. Seeing the fierce attack in front of him, Loki was frightened and his face turned cold. The whole person turned into countless phantoms and prepared to run around. Just looking at these phantoms, Ebony Maw only focused his eyes, and hundreds of steel needles immediately dispersed and attacked Loki's clones. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. When all these steel needles passed through Loki's clones, all the clones were frozen in place, and then disappeared in this space. Not far away, in a place where no one was originally, Loki's figure suddenly appeared. But at this time, his whole person could be said to be strung like a hedgehog. The original green wizard robe was now half stained red by blood. Cough. Cough cough. At this moment, Loki, who reappeared, looked at Ebony Maw not far away with a shocked face, as if he didn't know why the other party could guess his position. He was originally worried that Ebony Maw would attack all of his clones at once, so when he cloned, he deliberately hid his body. Unexpectedly, he hid so well that at the critical moment, dozens of steel needles still stabbed at him, which closed all his escape routes. At that moment, if he hadn't dodged in time, he estimated that he would have died here. You are a little clever, but not much? The same method might work if you were facing those third-rate characters, but the one standing in front of you is Ebony Maw, one of the 5 Obsidian generals under the seat of the universe overlord Thanos. I saw through your little tricks from the beginning, and I deliberately didn't find out, just waiting to give you a fatal blow at the critical moment when you thought you could escape my attack, but you didn't know you were surrounded by them. You should be grateful that the universe overlord kept you to obtain the Infinity Stones, otherwise, you would not be facing dozens of steel needles. Looking at the shock and doubt in Loki's eyes, Ebony Maw also crossed his hands, walked in front of the other party in an elegant manner, and then slowly spoke. Okay, take him down for treatment. Although he is a person from the God realm, this kind of injury still needs to be recovered, otherwise it will affect Thanos' plan. After Ebony Maw finished speaking, General Corvus Glaive, the leader of the 5 Obsidian generals, also stood up and said in a deep voice. After all, Loki is now working for Thanos. If he is really injured too badly because of Ebony Maw, which delays the time to seize the gems, then they are Thanos' adopted sons and will still be punished. Wait? Black Dwarf, since he wants an army, then you can hand over one of your troops to him. I remember there is an army of Chitauri who just surrendered, right? Give it to him. Just when his subordinates were about to take Loki away, Thanos was sitting on the throne and spoke. This. Yes, Father. After hearing Thanos' order, even Darkstar, who wanted to say something, only paused, then bowed his head respectfully and responded. After all, when there were no outsiders inside, he could naturally raise his own questions, and even Thanos would not think there was anything wrong, but if it was in front of outsiders, especially when Thanos gave a clear order. If they, as subordinates, raise their own questions, it means that either you think you are smarter than the high and mighty cosmic overlord, or you want to take the throne yourself and challenge Thanos' authority. They dare not even think about the two choices, so even if they don't understand, they can only obey orders. Afterwards, after finishing speaking, Black Dwarf took Loki with him and walked out. With Loki's departure, for some reason, in the eyes of everyone, it can be clearly seen that Thanos is also much more relaxed and happy. Father, what are you doing? Seeing that there are no outsiders in the venue now, Ebony Maw at this time took a look at Thanos' relaxed expression, took small steps forward, and then asked softly. You want to know why I gave him weapons and troops, and then asked you to teach him a lesson before that, right? This second Prince of Asgard is a fierce horse, and he is wild and difficult to tame. I guess this is what Odin is worried about. If he can't see the difference in status between the two, he won't cooperate with us honestly. But because he is a fierce horse, he will not be easily controlled by others. Such a person is even more of a sharp blade. As long as he is used well, he can become the sharpest blade in our hands. After hearing what Ebony Maw said, Thanos at this time also relaxed his body with a relaxed look on his face. After adjusting his sitting position, he began to explain to his adopted sons. But, Father, you also said that he is a fierce horse. Will it be? After hearing what Thanos said, Proxima Midnight stood up with a sad face and said. After all, if it was really like what his adoptive father said, how could they conquer such a fierce horse after just a short time together? Even the son of Odin, the king of the gods, was a headache. Mind Scepter. However, after Proxima Midnight finished asking, looking at Thanos sitting on the throne, the superstar beside him immediately thought of the change that flashed in Loki's eyes when Thanos handed him the Mind Scepter at the beginning, And then he subconsciously asked. Of course, people are always confused by superficial things, and never forget to explore the deepest essence of things. The real power, the Mind Stone, is not just that it allows the user to control people, as long as they have enough understanding. Then whether it is in the hands of the user or not, it can make a person dominated by the desires deep in his heart. And I just gave him a little motivation. After hearing the words of the superstar, Thanos also looked at the other party with admiration. He was indeed one of the few mental power masters under his command, with meticulous observation and keen insight. Then, after nodding to the other party, Thanos continued to speak. For Thanos, a young man like Loki can be said to be the easiest to deal with. Not to mention that he has the Mind Scepter in his hand. Even if he doesn't, he can still deceive the other party dozens of times. But, Father, didn't you say that it's not appropriate for us to touch the Infinity Stones too early at this stage? If Loki really gets the Infinity Stones and gives them to us, won't we become passive? Not to mention that the Chitauri have Comtris as a whole tribe. It can be said that the whole universe knows about it. If Loki takes the Chitauri to take action, the whole universe will probably know that it was done by our people. At this time, although Ebony Maw understood Thanos' motives and means to control Loki, he still had deeper doubts about the purpose of this action itself, and then he spoke up. After all, to be honest, he still didn't understand why what his adoptive father said and did were completely different. If we really get it, then we get it. I just said that if we start collecting the Infinity Stones now, then our subsequent actions will be difficult, but if the Infinity Stones are delivered to us, then it means that destiny is on my side and I have nothing to fear. Besides, you don't think Loki can really get those 2 Infinity Stones, do you? After hearing what Ebony Maw said, Thanos also looked through the glass of the spaceship in front of him with a serious face, looking out of the atmosphere, and then said lightly. To be honest, even he's extremely afraid of the Earth now, let alone a little Asgardian prince. Father, do you mean that there are stronger people stationed on Earth? At this moment, after hearing what Thanos said, Ebony Maw and the 5 Obsidian generals beside him all looked at Thanos with shock, and then the general led by General Deadly Blade asked in surprise. After all, they really thought that they didn't go to Earth to collect the Infinity Stones just because their adoptive father was worried that the major forces in the universe would know about their plan to collect 6 Infinity Stones in advance and then hide them. As a result, now they suddenly found out that it was because there was a stronger person? Exclamation mark. What kind of strong person could make Thanos, the master of the universe, afraid of him? Odin level? But how is that possible? As we all know, the Earth is the most remote planet in the entire universe. It can be said that the galaxy is a place where no one lives. They don't even bother to look at that place. It is poor and backward. To put it bluntly, if you really go there, it will be just like a human show called Survival on a Deserted Island? Exclamation mark. It's nothing more than survival in a deserted galaxy for them. Yes, the water on Earth is much deeper than you think. Otherwise, don't you really think that the gods would be willing to give up the territory they once ruled on Earth? And never ask about it for hundreds or thousands of years. It's just that old guy Odin has always been very secretive and doesn't reveal anything, so I need a Pathfinder to let us know in advance how deep the water on Earth is. After hearing what General Corvus said, Thanos also spoke up. As someone who once had the opportunity to understand the most real scene of this universe, he can be said to have mastered a lot of unknown knowledge in his hands, and the Earth happens to be among them. But, doesn't this mean that our investment is doomed to fail? Father, that was the Mind Stone we finally got. You have always aimed to collect 6 Infinity Stones, but you just gave it away like this. After listening to Thanos' explanation, the 5 Black Orders present completely understood that this was not Loki going to conquer the Earth, but a death squad sent out to test the enemy's firepower. However, after coming to his senses, Ebony Maw, who had briefly possessed the Mind Scepter before, was not feeling well. Looking at Thanos in front of him, he spoke with an unbelievable look on his face. After all, that was the Infinity Stone. According to their father, it could be said to be the most powerful artifact in the universe. As long as you collect 6, you can even dominate the entire universe, but you just gave it away like this? What about the dream you promised before? Without a stone heavy enough, how can we test how deep the water is? Just wait and see, the Earth is only a matter of time for us. Even if the Mind Gem is really dropped on Earth by Loki, as long as Loki finds out the specific strength of the Earth, then when the time is right, all of this will eventually be ours. As long as there are not all 6 infinity gems, there is not much difference between having it and not having it. Thanos did not say much about Ebony Maw's emphasis on the mind gem, but just spoke lightly. Chapter 246, Reality Gem makes another move. For him, the only difference between having all the infinity gems and not having any of them is that there is no point in having them. This is a tool that can be used for fishing. On the other side, on Earth at this time, at a time and space rift in a certain realm, the mage, who was wearing a yellow robe and a boiled egg on his head, but had a gentle and charitable temperament, also felt the fluctuations on the Earth at this time, and began to frown and look at the sky not far away. The eye of Agamotto she carried with her told her that the fluctuations belonging to her companions had been born, and the connection between the gems was constantly jumping. Roar. But before she could continue thinking, accompanied by a huge roar, a huge head popped out from the crack of time and space beside it. Its entire head was even bigger than a truck. The way it opened its mouth, the fangs that were dozens of centimeters long and the gaps between its teeth full of prey stains, just sticking out ahead, made the Supreme Mage feel pungent and uncomfortable. After all, this thing stinks. But at this moment, the Beast Dragon's eyes were only focused on the human in front of it, and it must eat the other party. But as its big mouth stretched out, the Supreme Mage frowned and continued to look at the space not far away, then raised one hand, accompanied by the yellow void runes that began to appear out of thin air on his hand, and then the truck-sized dragon head was directly pressed back by a huge force. Just like a little chicken. Then, he saw his entire right hand passing over, and the original crack in time and space appeared with the appearance of a yellow magic circle, gradually filling up the original broken crack. Supreme Mage, the Demon King of the Hell World has begun to invade again in Guadalajara, Mexico. There are more than 10 demon generals and demon gods invading here, and we have suffered heavy losses. Just when Guya had just freed his hands and wanted to continue to explore the problem, with a message from the Temple Mage, the King, Guya's originally frowned brows, frowned again. Sometimes it is like this, she rarely has time to stop. It can be said that hell is a sweet potato in the eyes of the demons in those dimensions outside. As long as they can invade and enter the Earth, even if they kill hundreds or thousands of people, their strength can be doubled. After all, humans are the most unique creatures in this universe. When they are separated from the universe, they are the best food and nutrients in the eyes of demons. In addition, the Earth itself has extremely special geographical conditions, which makes many gods stay on the Earth for a long time. As a result, there are many cultural heritages from ancient times and some artifacts left on Earth. It can be said that in the eyes of those dimensional demons, the Earth is the super blood fountain in the game, and it is also the kind with artifacts and top-level skills all over the ground. All these factors combined have led to the fact that the Earth can be said to be like a red country in a certain period, coveted and jointly besieged by the forces and countries of the entire Earth. As the last of the few high-end combat forces representing the Earth, Guya can only stand up and stand by all the time, 24 hours a day, to stop these nightmares from attacking the Earth. Although she can easily defeat them and repel those demons, it is only for the main universe. As long as those demons return to their own dimensions, they only need to stay quiet for a while to be resurrected in full state. It can be said that as long as they are in their own dimensions, they are immortal, even if she can repel them countless times. But as long as there is a negligence, thousands of lives will disappear. So she has never dared to be negligent, and has always set high standards for herself from beginning to end. It can be said that under such a high-pressure state, although she also has the Eye of Agamotto, which can occasionally pause time, let herself relax in the world, and wander in the long river of history, the world of the main universe is her final destination. No matter how much she pauses and how much she travels in the long river of time, she always has to face everything in reality. So over time, she really felt tired. However, before there is a real successor, she still has to continue anyway. Of course, the only thing that makes her feel relieved is that now on Earth, in addition to the successor she has already chosen, a little guy suddenly appeared. Maybe the other party can really solve the troubles of the Earth before she finds a successor, and then she can retire with peace of mind. Of course, this is only a luxury for Guyi. Now she still has to constantly deal with one trouble after another on the Earth. After all, with the strong fluctuations that have just appeared on the Earth, she knows that her next leisurely life will be broken again, and she will have to start a 996 life again. Those demons are destined to rush out to seize that thing. On the other hand, He had no idea that the universe was in a state of great turmoil because he had obtained the reality stone and created this new species that did not belong to this universe. All the major forces focused their attention on Killian on Earth. He did not care about other places at the moment, but walked step by step to the mirror not far away. In the mirror, although he did not look any different, he noticed a strand of white hair on his temples. Before this, although he had thought that creating such a species might consume a lot of his own power, he did not expect that it was so huge. At the moment when he just created the alien, he only felt that all the power in his body was drained into the reality stone. In the end, if the reality stone had not bound him with his thoughts, it would have turned the mature alien that Killian had thought of into a juvenile alien in an emergency, and its manufacturing consumption was reduced by 10 times, and it also reduced the power it absorbed from Killian a lot. Otherwise, Killian estimated that even if he did not die, half of his life would be taken away. But why is this? Looking at the mirror in front of him and hearing the feedback from the reality gem, Killian couldn't help but ask. After all, even if it is to create aliens, it doesn't have to be so scary, right? Exclamation mark. You created a race that does not belong to this world at all, and you chose to create it out of thin air. You don't know anything about it, and it's not just a fantasy, but you want it to appear perfectly in the real world according to your ideas. Not only does it take a huge amount of power to create it, but I also have to consume a huge amount of power to block the cosmic consciousness. You have to know one thing, unless you can fully understand the genetic data and various information of the creatures, otherwise, creating creatures is the power of the Creator God. As an ordinary person, you can exercise this power without being backlashed and killed. I have already spent a lot of power to help block it. This time, just consider it as my repayment for your previous rescue. After hearing the doubts in Killian's mouth, the reality gem at this time also transmitted its consciousness to Killian's brain and answered. I understand. Thank you. After hearing what the reality stone said, Killian finally understood everything and thanked it sincerely. After all, the terrifying pressure and power brought by the alien's birth, as well as the feeling of being watched by an unspeakable thing, these are all things that cannot be deceived. At this moment, Killian was extremely glad that he had not lost points in the reality stone before, otherwise, he could be said to have suffered a great loss. Originally, he thought that even if his vitality was extracted, according to his current body that had been heavily strengthened, plus his own physique that belonged to the Hulk, no matter how terrifying it was, it would only take a period of time to recover, and at most overdraw his vitality for a few years or 10 to 20 years. Unexpectedly, he had calculated everything, but he did not expect that there was actually a level of cosmic consciousness. After all, he had always been exchanging things with this system before, and even directly exchanging androids, which was the Black Watch Force, and it only required a little bit of reputation. So he subconsciously forgot about this thing. After all, things that are so simple that people ignore them in the system, I didn't expect that without going through the system, the consequences would be so powerful. Of course, this is when Killian once again affirmed the power of the system and had a new view of this universe. According to the consciousness of the reality gem, the cosmic consciousness is like the way of heaven. If something outside wants to come in, unless there is a power as strong as his system, it can ignore its power and create things directly in this world. Otherwise, the cosmic consciousness will reject foreign things. And if you want to force it in, you will be disgusted or even targeted by the owner. Just now, the reality gem, as a member of this family, stood up to save Killian. Otherwise, the cosmic consciousness might hit him. You're welcome, but the consumption just now has made my strength begin to weaken again. I need to sleep now. Take care of yourself. If there is a situation like just now, I can't guarantee that I can help you in the first time. After hearing Killian's words, the reality gem at this time also used a weak voice. After speaking to Killian, it fell into sleep again and quietly recovered its strength. It seems that we can't do such stupid things anymore in the future. After all, it only costs some reputation points in the system, but in the reality gems, it costs lives. It's no wonder why Thanos chose to destroy half of the creatures in the universe after collecting all the infinity gems, instead of multiplying the resources of the universe several times or even dozens of times. Compared with destruction, creation often requires exponentially more resources and time. This is the same as in reality. You may only need one knife to kill a person, but if you want to give birth to a person and then raise him into an adult, it takes a lot of time and energy. The same is true for creating resources out of thin air, not to mention that for the creatures in the universe at this stage, no matter how many resources there are, it is not enough for their greedy demands. It's nothing more than drinking poison to quench thirst. It's better to directly have a shocking universe-level event to calm all intelligent creatures. When they endlessly demand universe resources in the future, they should think carefully about whether they want to recreate the nightmare of half of the universe's creatures being destroyed out of thin air. After feeling the consciousness of the reality gem in his body return to the gem itself and then fall into deep sleep, Killian couldn't help but think in his mind. However, the power of the reality gem is still a great help. Although it cannot create creatures that do not belong to this universe out of thin air, there should be no limit to things like mechanical equipment. If Killian's physical level rises to a higher level in the future, he can exchange the blueprints here in the system, and then directly materialize the equipment needed for manufacturing through the reality gem. For things like this with complete manufacturing blueprints, it does not take too much power for the reality gem. So the reality gem is also a great help to Killian, it just depends on how to use it. Of course, after this incident, Killian decided to be more careful in using the power of the reality gem. After solving the problem of the reality gem, Killian at this time also slowly walked to the creature he created not far away. At this time, although there was no deliberate control by Killian, there was still a thin layer of white protective film around it. At this time, looking at the creature he created through the protective film, Killian could not help but carefully put it in front of his eyes and began to observe it carefully. Alien is a kind of terrifying creature that only exists in the movies that Killian saw in his previous life. The reason why this race is terrifying is that they can adjust their biological structure and even reproduction methods according to the environment. They can reproduce their own tribe through parasitism, or they can lay eggs through oviparous means for super long-term preservation. At least according to Killian's observation of the alien eggs in the movie, this kind of oviparous eggs can be preserved intact for hundreds of years and still have enough vitality. Chapter 247, Natural-Born Predator. Now, this thing that only exists in fantasy has been created by Killian with a reality gem, which is simply incredible. Looking at the young alien in front of him, Killian couldn't help but think of the performance in various alien movies. You know, the combat power of the aliens in the movies can be said to be absolutely underestimated, because if it is really restored according to its real setting, then the combat power of the aliens can be said to be much stronger than in the movies. First, they are not carbon-based life. Second, they reproduce asexually. Third, if there is no leader in the group, they can choose to evolve into the queen of the group. Fourth, they can also use the advantages of the host by parasitizing the host and optimizing their own genes. It can be said that if the aliens can become extremely powerful aliens through continuous evolution in the aliens' original universe, then their racial talents will be infinitely magnified if they are placed in the Marvel universe. The alien race is like a natural predator. Even if there is only one alien or even an alien egg left, they can rely on their racial advantages and slowly develop a group, and even evolve through continuous swallowing. In just a few decades, it has surpassed a cultural accumulation of thousands of years of human beings and evolved the ability to navigate in the universe. Immunity to high temperature, pressure, and survival in space is not a problem. It can be said that if you have to find an enhanced version of the alien in the multiverse, then the Tyranids in Warhammer can definitely restore the horror of the alien. At this moment, looking at the alien in front of him, Killian felt that it was worth it. Perfect and powerful. If you can really control this creature, you can even peek into the power of taboos. While carefully looking at the alien in front of him, who was still a juvenile trapped in the white soft light, Killian also sighed secretly. No wonder in the movie, even if the Wayland Company lost many cutting-edge talents and the base was out of control, it would rather continue to invest a lot of manpower, material resources and financial resources in research than destroy them. After all, a monster like this with theoretically unlimited evolutionary potential, let alone how the entire human race will evolve if its evolutionary ability can be cracked by humans and then transplanted to humans. If this creature called alien can be mastered by Wayland Company, then they can even easily overthrow the Earth government and become the strongest force of the entire human race. The only thing they can't imagine is that the alien race is not a creature that can be tamed at all, or it is not an existence that can be tamed by their current technology, so this also led to their repeated attempts to quench their thirst on the road of no return in exploring and studying aliens, and eventually consumed their huge foundation that is even dozens of times more than the current pioneering technology, turning magic into decay. It can be said that it is endless. While thinking about this, Killian waved his hand, and a lot of fresh meat suddenly appeared in the air next to him. After all, as a newly born alien, it must be supplemented with nutrition. Now, even if Killian didn't know that it was just a consumption of some meat, it wouldn't consume much energy to create it out of thin air, so in order to save time, he just materialized it. After completing these, Killian's eyes immediately looked at the alien larva wrapped in soft light in front of him. After Killian's single-handed move, the soft light that barely wrapped the alien larva slowly turned into stars and dissipated in the void. Instead, it was replaced by a monster wrapped in a ball of translucent fetal membrane. If you get closer, you can even see the barely visible white, fat little snake-like alien in the fetal membrane. Looking at the little guy in front of him, Killian also moved his mind directly, using his telekinesis to slowly put the little alien down to the ground. After placing it next to the pile of fresh meat as high as a small mountain, he directly drew out his telekinesis and let it fall steadily. At this moment, as it landed, the alien that was still in the afterbirth seemed to come alive. Its entire body began to beat slowly, as if it was breathing, or as if it was sensing something. If you look at the whole scene from a distance, it even looks like a human fetus that was just born and abandoned in the same place. After about a few minutes, as the beating of the alien's entire body began to stabilize, it also completely gained self-awareness, and then began to squirm frantically in the afterbirth, as if it was trying to struggle out of the cage that trapped itself. It didn't take much effort to pick it up. After a period of squirming, it found that it had no way to break through the afterbirth. Then it opened its sharp metallic teeth and bit directly on the afterbirth. Then it gently pulled it and tore the afterbirth directly, and then completely broke free. At the moment when it broke free from its restraints, the snake-like alien larvae made a continuous and sharp cry, and then the whole body shot up, and it actually rushed towards Killian's face like a sharp arrow with the momentum of thunder and lightning. The speed at this moment can even reach tens of meters per second. If an ordinary person were in Killian's current position, let alone blocking it, even if he used his eyes to see, he could only see a vague afterimage appearing in front of him, and then the whole person was attacked and killed. It can be said that the vision of ordinary people is absolutely unable to keep up with the speed of the alien larvae. Even if it is not successfully attacked by the alien larvae, by the time it comes to its senses, the alien has long disappeared. It only takes a period of time to develop, not a long time, just a few days. As long as the alien has enough food, it can grow to an adult, several meters long, with a body size similar to that of an adult lion. But for Killian, he is not an ordinary person, and the alien larvae are a sudden attack from the gifted bloodline. It was doomed to be useless in front of Killian. As the alien attacked at a very fast speed, in Killian's eyes, the speed of its entire body, which was almost impossible to catch in the eyes of outsiders, seemed abnormally slow to Killian, even as if it was slowed down several times. Killian's expression remained unchanged. As the alien began to open its sharp bloody mouth, it was ready to directly attack Killian's throat, bite Killian's throat with its fangs, and then drill and to eat up the prey in front of it from the inside to feed its own growth. However, the only problem was that the man in front of the alien just grabbed the air with one hand. The alien larva, which had not yet recovered, felt that its entire body began to be controlled by an invisible but powerful force. Then when it reacted, its thumb-thick body had already been firmly controlled by Killian. At this time, the alien also began to struggle violently to leave the cage that trapped it. At this time, for Killian, looking at the alien that was still struggling frantically in front of him, Killian just sneered, then raised one hand in the void, and after using telekinesis to fully wrap the entire body of the alien, he began to slowly move it in front of him, carefully observing the appearance of this little guy. The alien larva was pale white, slippery and cold. Perhaps because it was not fully developed in Killian's body, its body was only 3 centimeters thick and 23 centimeters long. The whole look, if you ignore the terrifying appearance of its head, the alien larva is like a slippery loach. The whole body has been passively wriggling, just like a snake, and as it wriggles, the body secretes a mucus-like substance that permeates the entire body. And continue to look down, instead of the alien's yellow-brown torso, which is the same style as a rattlesnake, it looks no different from a snake. The only difference is that on the alien's chest, it is replaced by a pair of small and almost negligible forelimbs. However, what surprised Killian was that this new alien seemed to have no hind limbs. But when he got close to its tail, he saw 2 things that looked like human pimples. Then Killian realized that these things were the alien's hind limbs that had not yet opened. Compared with the front limbs, the alien's hind limbs were more hidden. Killian even estimated that if he just wiped them, they might break. As Killian continued to observe, the alien in front of him seemed to feel extremely uneasy and began to control his tail, which was more than 10 centimeters long, to swing continuously. He tried to block the side of the creature in front of him, and then break free. But all this was in vain for Killian, who had absolute power. Looking at the alien's waving tail, Killian also had an idea, and the tail that was still swinging continuously suddenly froze in front of him. The tip of the alien's tail, which was as sharp as a scorpion's tail sting, suddenly appeared in front of Killian's eyes like an exhibit. Although it was just born, the tail already had a hint of metallic luster, which made Killian have no doubt that this thing could pierce a skewer of steel with one blow. Just the mouth of the newly born alien with a full mouth of metallic fangs, which was chilling just by looking at it, and a mysterious and lightning fast metal sting, just these alone, have made Killian deeply realize the powerful aggressiveness of this top predator that seemed to be born for hunting. The speed is beyond the power of various larvae, and the fangs and stings are full of attack enhancement points at birth. These three can ensure that the alien can hunt prey far beyond itself from birth to satisfy its own evolution. Unlike other creatures, no matter what, it still needs the mother to continue to provide nutrition at the beginning of its birth. As Killian observed, the alien was constantly controlling its few movable joints, trying to struggle out of the control that was difficult for it to understand. However, under Killian's mental power that could easily control the Hulk, the alien was just doing useless work. Looking at the little guy in front of him who was as weak as an earthworm, it was hard to imagine that if he was given a few days, he would become a terrifying existence that could easily tear high-strength metal in the near future. Even because there was no alien queen in this universe, Killian was sure that this little guy would become the huge and terrifying alien queen. However, as time passed, the strength of the struggle of the alien larva, which was still struggling under Killian's control, began to slow down gradually. Just when Killian thought that the little guy in front of him had accepted his fate and stopped trying to escape from his control, the next second, the alien larva suddenly twitched twice. In Killian's eyes, the alien larva tilted its head and fell straight down. After twitching twice, it was completely unresponsive. Looking at this scene in front of him, Killian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Although he had a tight control over the alien larva, that was just to ensure that the other party would not struggle out. The same force was used to struggle and jump around, but now it died? Exclamation mark. Isn't it said that this kind of alien has extremely strong vitality, whether it is a larva or an adult? Exclamation mark. In the end, it was pinched to death by himself? Exclamation mark. Then Killian frowned, and his control over the alien larva began to decrease. Then he was about to put it in front of the instrument to check it carefully, but at this moment, the alien larva's body suddenly bounced, and the whole thing rushed directly to Killian's face. Haha, so that's how it is. After realizing that I was controlling it too tightly and struggling was useless, it planned to crash into it and then fight back. It's just a newly born juvenile, but it has such a mindset. It's simply terrifying. Is this a hunting technique engraved in its DNA? Looking at the alien larvae that were rushing towards him, Killian didn't panic at all. He just sneered, and with a thought, the alien larvae that was originally rushing towards him was instantly frozen in mid-air by Killian's powerful force. At this moment, no matter how harsh the other party's screams were, Killian didn't continue to control the strength of his hands. After confirming that the alien was under his control. Chapter 248 Dark Elves. At this time, Killian also opened the isolation room next to him, and then used telekinesis to quickly throw the alien larva that was still screaming crazily into it. Then, as the alien larva was locked in, the door of the entire isolation room began to close. However, the next second, just after landing, the alien larva once again rushed out with a whoosh sound towards the place where it was originally thrown in. But this time, Killian did not move at all, and watched the other party hit the transparent tempered glass door with a crisp dong sound before the door of the isolation room was closed at the last second. At this moment, even Killian couldn't help but sweat for this little guy. This time, it was really painful. And then with Killian's observation, the alien larva crawled back and forth, and after confirming that there was no way out, it hid in the corner of the wall of the door where it was thrown in at the beginning, and then waited quietly in the same place, trying to use the blind spot to ambush. Seeing the performance of the alien, Killian couldn't help but praise it sincerely. Crashing to death, sneak attack, ambush, from the beginning of its birth to now, in just a few minutes, it has demonstrated the skills of a top predator to the fullest, and this is only a juvenile alien. It is conceivable that if it is replaced by an adult alien, it would be a terrible existence. Especially if those Inhumans are successfully parasitized by the alien. Thinking of this, Killian's interest in the alien in front of him began to become stronger again. Then he made a big move, and the fresh meat that was originally lying quietly on the ground outside, like a small hill, suddenly appeared in the isolation room. For a while, looking at this sudden appearance, even the alien larvae couldn't help but be confused, and the whole little body just shrank in the corner, neither moving nor standing still. Smelling the delicious food in front of it, it couldn't figure out how this unknown thing appeared, and what kind of abnormality it had, but the hunger from the biological instincts drove it to want to eat madly. Just like that, after enduring for a while, it could no longer control its body and immediately pounced into the meat mountain and began to eat crazily. At this time, looking at the little guy in front of him, Killian couldn't help but smile. "Dabbe, feed this little guy regularly, I'm useful." Then after leaving a word, Killian turned around and walked out. Although the appearance of the alien may cause him to change his next plan, he didn't forget that he still had a big problem to solve: the Dark Elves. On the other side. From the moment Killian created the alien, in the deepest part of the distant universe, in a subspace starry sky shrouded in darkness, a pile of rocks, a strange black T-shaped three-dimensional spaceship that seemed to have been silent for thousands of years, with its entire body as black as a black meteorite, was originally floating quietly in the pile of rocks in the starry sky like an abandoned spaceship. At this moment, it seemed to feel something, and at this moment, it suddenly and strangely began to slowly light up an ominous red light. At this moment, with the first red light, the entire warship seemed to wake up from a deep sleep, and many parts gradually lit up red light, adding a hideous and evil to this completely black T-shaped warship. At this time, in the various control rooms inside it, it also began to slowly start up along with the lights outside the spaceship. In the cabin, the originally dark interior now began to light up again with a scarlet light because of the slow start of the spaceship. At this time, as the battleship's energy was restarted, the portholes that were originally closed by the outer armor were reopened, and the faint light from the universe and the starry sky shone in from the portholes, vaguely reflecting a figure with a fixed body suspended in the air. In one of its dormant rooms, a dormant mask similar to an elephant's trunk growing from the ceiling was worn on a nearly 2-meter-tall armored man. At this moment, as the spacecraft was activated, its top began to slowly light up with strange red patterns. Then, until the red pattern reached the mask area, the activated dormant mask immediately dissipated and slowly rose. Then, a pale and cold face was revealed. And if you only look at the color of his hair, it is easy to think of the hair color of an old man who is only 100 years old. But his young face and wrinkle-free skin directly denied this possibility. And his ears are as pointed and long as the legendary elves, but unlike the legendary elves, his eyebrows and hair are also as white or pale as his skin. At first glance, the whole person did not give the impression of the legendary elves' love of peace and good order. Instead, he was as cold and cruel as a vampire in the form of a bat. As the sleep mask dissipated, the middle-aged man in the sleep cabin opened his eyes a few seconds later with a rapid gasp, revealing a pair of cold white pupils, looking at the front with a blank face. After a brief moment of recovery, the man who completely regained consciousness suddenly shrank his cold pupils. After realizing that he had been reawakened by the spacecraft, he began to climb out of the sleep cabin with great effort, and then walked towards the main control panel of the flight control in front of him step by step. After a short spacecraft debugging, he finally called up the record data of why the spacecraft was restarted. The Dark Elf Malekith couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Because he saw the energy data on the spacecraft in front of him that detected the activation of the ether particles that had been hidden in this universe for countless years. This spaceship was specially made for the ether particles when he was at his peak. It can be said that as long as this spaceship is there, the energy released by the ether particles can be detected by the spaceship no matter where in the universe they are used. At this moment, with the reappearance of the ether particles, he knew that after thousands of years of slumber, the glorious era of the Dark Elves was about to come again, and he would once again use the boundless power of the ether particles to unify the 9 realms again. This time, He swore that he would definitely crush all those despicable and shameless bastards of the Asgard Protoss into ashes and completely crush them to ashes. This time, he wanted to let them know the anger from the Dark Elf King. If for Spicy Chicken Silk, the people of the Nine Realms can be mercifully allowed to survive as long as they obey his rule, then for Spicy Chicken Silk, only the people of the Asgard Protoss, he would definitely not leave any of the old, weak, women and children. Looking at the familiar dark subspace in front of him, Spicy Chicken, who had been sleeping for thousands of years, couldn't help but fall into silence. Once upon a time, no matter where he went, it was all dark. At that time, it was like heaven for them. But now, if you want to find an absolutely dark place, you still have to go to this specially created dark subspace. Other places are full of those disgusting lights. As long as he thought of this, Spicy Chicken couldn't help but think of the past when they were defeated by the God King Ball and almost exterminated their race. Not only were they forced to wander around like homeless stray dogs, but even the spacecraft had to remain silent. What's more hateful is that the guy also stored the ether particles in a very secret place, so secret that they couldn't find this place even after a long time. In this way, under the circumstances of having no choice, Malekith led his people into permanent sleep. Thinking of this at this moment, Malekith had an unstoppable anger towards the Asgardian gods. If it weren't for them, their dark elves would be the masters of this universe, and those dirty gods actually joined forces with others to drive them away. Of course, other races are not good things either. This time, he wants to make all of these races their slaves. But it doesn't matter. This time, with the advent of the ether particles, as long as he can regain control of the ether particles, Asgard and the several kingdoms of the Nine Realms will eventually submit to him. And now the most important thing is to find back their clan's artifacts. The ether particles are the top priority. Then Malekith took a step and walked towards the collective hibernation chamber of the spacecraft. He now needs to wake up his warriors and prepare to set off to the location of the ether particles immediately. In any case, as long as the ether particles are taken back, even if Bor is alive, he will never be afraid. Of course, it is estimated that Bor is dead now and can't die anymore. After all, a short-lived race like Asgard can only live for a few thousand years. But it doesn't matter. Even if he dies, there are still his sons, his grandsons, his people, and the entire Asgard. The Dark Elves have revived. Get ready for the revenge of the Dark Elves. At this moment, looking at the dark curtain in front of him, Malekith's eyes were full of revengeful anger, as if he could travel through the universe and look directly at Asgard. Then, as the Dark Elf warship restarted, in the Asgard hibernation room, those hundreds of hibernation devices, along with the opening of the hatch, bursts of cold air came out, and then they were turned on one by one. The ether has awakened us, and the celestial bodies will begin again. It's time for the great revival of our Dark Elves. At this moment, looking at the less than 100 people who belonged to their Dark Elves who had escaped from the hibernation device and stood not far away, Malekith said slowly in a cold voice, "Roar, roar, roar." After hearing the words from their king, the Dark Elves who had just awakened at the scene also raised their arms and cheered for the leader in front of them. Exclamation mark. Although they had experienced an epic defeat before, they had been forced to hide and flee, and now they have been dormant for thousands of years. But they are still full of confidence in their leader, the king of the Dark Elves. They have no doubt about Malekith's words. He will definitely lead the Dark Elves to revive. After all, he did the same thing before. He once led the Dark Elves to become the master of this universe for thousands of years. During this period, they have almost fanatically worshipped their own race and their king. So they have always had an unshakable belief in Malekith. Algolim, call up the picture of our home planet. I want to see what it looks like now. At this moment, seeing that his people were still confident even after sleeping for 1,000 years, Malekith said to his deputy beside him. Thousands of years have passed in a flash. Although he has no hope for his home planet, he finally woke up and wanted to take a look. This can also make his people miss it. However, to his surprise, when Algorim called up the surveillance camera that had been silent for thousands of years on their home planet, what Alhim, everything he saw was so strange. In the picture on the screen, the whole world here was like the dark clouds in the sky, all black at a glance. The whole picture was filled with a dead silence, a touch of desolation, and there was not even any trace of living creatures or plants. As the screen kept jumping, there were even wreckages of the Dark Elf spaceships on the ground. Seeing this scene, Everyone present knew that this was the battleship they had lost in the final battle with Asgard. The once huge dark elf fleet that dominated the entire universe was almost completely defeated here. Only 100 of them were left to escape by relying on the stealth ability of the battleship. At this moment, Malekith looked at the remains of the tragic battlefield in the picture, and the whole person couldn't help but recall the battle that was defeated that day. Then he stretched out his hand and reached towards the screen, as if he wanted to catch those people who had once been his. He knew that there were all the blood and rotten bones of his dead dark elves. Look at what I left behind, Algorim. I almost forgot the days without light. Looking at all this in front of him, at this moment, Malekith said to his number 1 general, Algorim, who was standing aside, with a sad face and a deep voice. Chapter 249 Thor arrives. King. The continuation of our race will be your greatest legacy. As the only second in command of the Dark Elves who survived the decisive battle with Malekith, Algorim stepped forward and comforted Malekith. After hearing the words of his deputy, Malekith's eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. You know, his goal is not just the continuation of his race. Even continuation is an unspeakable shame for him. Exclamation mark. The suffering we have suffered must be repaid double by the people of the God realm. Blood debt must be paid with blood. I want to take back the ether particles. I want to restore our world. I want to completely end this corrupt universe. After turning off the screen in front of him, Malekith turned around, looked at his deputy, looked at the people in front of him, and said sternly with a hateful expression. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Blood debt must be paid with blood. After hearing what Malekith said, the Dark Elves present also followed and shouted loudly. For a moment, the voices of the Dark Elves resounded throughout the spaceship. My people, believe me, our revival will surely rise, but now we need one person to sacrifice his life and become the forbidden weapon in the legend of our Dark Elves, the Cursed Warrior. Looking at the Dark Elves who were still full of fighting spirit, Malekith gave an order. I am willing to sacrifice my life, like our people, and like you. After hearing the words of his king, Algorim stood up without hesitation and said, You will become the pioneer of our Dark Elves, the Cursed Warrior, and will be cursed by this world until you are completely assimilated. At that time, our enemies will no longer be able to stop you. Looking at Algorim standing in front of him, his right-hand man, Malekith stabbed his waist with a dagger, and then said in a deep voice of encouragement. At this time, his subordinates carefully took out a shining gem from the secret treasure house of the ship and handed it to Malekith. After all, as long as this thing touches the body, anyone with poor physical fitness will be cursed directly. Although he is willing to sacrifice his life for his people, it is definitely not a meaningless sacrifice like this. At this time, Malekith took it and decisively stuffed it into the wound that Algorim had stabbed, and then put the gem in. I will completely crush them and create a brand new universe for you. Feeling the changes in his body after the gem entered the wound, Algorim said calmly. Looking at the other party, Malekith did not say anything. As a deputy who has followed him for tens of thousands of years, he knows the other party's loyalty to him. At this time, Malekith just silently put the blood account in front of him on Asgard's head. If it weren't for them, how could he be forced to sacrifice his own men? At this time, his men not far away also came over with a helmet tray with the symbol of a cursed warrior. Take it, my great warrior, and you will become the indestructible blade of our Dark Elves. The entire Dark Elf tribe will remember your bravery. After taking the tray with the symbolic helmet of the cursed warrior from his subordinates, Malekith threw the tray away, then took the helmet and handed it to Algorim. Yes. At this moment, Algorim nodded heavily, then took the helmet and put it on without hesitation. He knew that from this moment on, Algorim had disappeared from this world, and was replaced by the cursed warrior Curse. As Algorim put on the helmet, the face hidden under the helmet began to change dramatically in an instant. The originally dark face suddenly became solid, and the whole person at this moment, under the helmet, directly turned into a monster beyond recognition. And it's not just that. Along with the change of his face, his whole body also changed at this moment. His original 1.8 meter tall, thin and tight figure became stronger with the blessing of the helmet, just like those real strong men, full of bulging muscles. In a short period of time, the thin and fit figure of the elves can no longer be seen. Looking at the scene in front of him, Malekith couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. He knew that the capital of their Dark Elves turnaround was already there. Now, start our new journey. Then at Malekith's command, dozens of Dark Elves immediately returned to the control room of the spacecraft, entered their respective positions, and began to control the spacecraft. As the spacecraft restarted, the T-type battleship, which was originally floating in the universe with other meteorites and constantly rolling, slowly stabilized its shape, then turned around and sped towards the starry sky. On the other side, New Mexico. Well, hurry up. The star sign that appeared before is right in front of us, Professor Shavig. I feel like we have a big speech this time. Jane, at this moment, was excitedly looking at the place where the dazzling beam of light came from the sky before, and then she spoke. This shouldn't be the case. It should take a few years for the 9 stars to meet. After hearing Jane's words, although Professor Shavig was still complaining in confusion, he still nodded, and his hands did not slow down at all. He quickly started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, and drove forward. Soon, he arrived at the place Jane said. Quick, Professor Shavig, let's go to the front. Jane pointed to the place not far away where the dust was still flying and spoke loudly. Bang! But it was obvious that with Professor Shavig's accelerator fully pulled, after only a short distance, he heard the sound of something hitting something, and the whole car body was bumped, and even almost turned over. It's over, Tutor, I think we hit someone. And from a legal point of view, you should go to jail. But don't worry, I will visit you with gifts during the New Year and other holidays. At this time, Daisy, who was sitting by the window, looked at the person not far from the rear of the car, and turned around to talk to Jane. But at this moment, Jane had no time to pay attention to her assistant's words. After glaring at the other person, she opened the car door and ran to the rear of the car. When she saw it, Jane saw a strong blonde man lying there. Hey, how are you? Don't die. Seeing the other person lying on the ground without any reaction, Jane couldn't help but push the blonde man's body with an anxious look on her face, and then she spoke anxiously. She had finally come here to do research. If she was killed now, she could almost say goodbye to scientific research for the rest of her life. After all, no one would be willing to hire a scientific researcher with a criminal record. Hiss. He's quite handsome, mentor, would you please move aside? I think I should be able to give this handsome guy some artificial respiration. Maybe I can save him. If not, I can do it while he's hot. At this time, Daisy, who was one step behind, came over and looked at the strong and handsome blonde man lying on the ground. She couldn't help but show an infatuated look and started talking. However, when she was halfway through her words, she saw her mentor and Professor Shavig looking at her unfriendlily, so she took back her previous words and explained awkwardly, what I mean is, while he still has breath, I can help and give him artificial respiration. Believe me, I'm a professional. Huh? Feeling Jane's push, the blonde man slowly opened his eyes at this time, and then looked at Jane and Daisy in front of him. Although he felt dizzy at this time, he still controlled his body and struggled to stand up. At this moment, after seeing the blonde man in front of her wake up, Jane also subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was still young and there were still many things she hadn't discovered. She didn't want to go in like this. Where is this? Midgard. At this moment, after struggling to stand up, the blonde man looked at the people in front of him, and then covered his head and shook his head and said, although he didn't know why he was so weak this time after being teleported by the Rainbow Bridge countless times, his straightforward nature obviously didn't make him care about these questions, but asked the 3 natives in front of him directly. Midgard? Is it the name of a small town? It feels too niche, right? Did he run away? Or ran away from some local ancient tribe? At this time, after hearing Thor read the strange place name, Daisy on the side couldn't help biting her index finger and asked, after all, the handsome guy in front of her was handsome and exactly like the male god in her heart. But if he was a fool or a person from a remote ancient tribe, what would happen to their children in the future? She couldn't bear to let her child live in such a backward place. After all, she had received higher education all along. She was used to living in a big city, so it was okay for her to live in such a small place occasionally. If she continued to live there, she felt like she was going crazy just thinking about it. It's possible. Let's ask first. After hearing what her graduate student said, although Jane subconsciously agreed with him, she still thought that he could be saved. Mortals, watch your words. The one standing in front of you now is the eldest prince of Asgard, the future crown prince. At this time, after hearing several mortals in front of him actually saying that they were from a remote place in front of him, Thor, who had always regarded himself as the future king of Asgard, was immediately dissatisfied. He looked at the two natives in front of him and said loudly and threateningly, "The Grand Prince of Asgard. The future Crown Prince. Jane, I think I'm in love, even if it's a remote tribe, it's not a problem." Daisy, who was standing by, immediately grasped the point after hearing Thor's words that he called himself the future Crown Prince, and looked at Thor in front of him with a radiant face, and then spoke. "After all, the prince is so handsome, even if it's remote, it's just a little remote. Didn't you just say that their place is very remote?" After hearing Daisy's words, Jane rolled her eyes at her and started to complain. "Sorry, sir, we are not targeting you, but we need to take a look at the mark in the distance. This is a rare astronomical phenomenon, and I must collect it right now." After speaking, Jane turned her head to look at the aggressive Thor in front of her, and then spoke to comfort her. "Astronomical phenomenon. Listen, mortals, Earth, that's what you call it, right? Who is the king of your Earth now?" After hearing that the other party was going to leave him and run away, Thor immediately refused to do it. He had just run away to find a place with people not long after he landed, but he was hit just after he lay there for a while. Looking at the deserted surroundings, Thor must contact someone as soon as possible. He didn't forget the mission he was sent here this time. He believed that as long as he got his Meow Hammer or found the Earthling praised by his father, he would be able to pass the test and return to Asgard. "King." After hearing the other party's words, Jane couldn't help but turn his head and asked in confusion. "Oh, patriarch, chieftain, bull, etc., whatever you want to call him, or someone who has a say on your Earth now." Looking at the other party's puzzled expression, Thor also knew that this was a problem of language communication, and then said all the words he knew about the person in charge. "Oh, I see, Jane, this handsome guy wants to find the Earth Federation through diplomatic means." Daisy, who was standing by, also spoke up after hearing what Thor said. "Yes, the Federation is also okay. I want to find the person in charge of your Federation." This time Thor understood what Daisy said, and then nodded excitedly and spoke up. "Well, I'm sorry, the Earth Federation is still far away from here, and this time we have to go to a place not far away to investigate information. If you..." At the end of the sentence, Jane couldn't help but hesitate. After all, the other party's origin was unknown, and they were also going to do information research. She didn't know whether she should bring the other party with her. Chapter 250 The Shocked Group. "As long as you take me with you and find the person in charge of the Earth Federation, you will be my friends in Asgard. Believe me, we in Asgard are always warm and open to friends," Thor said immediately after hearing that the other party wanted to get rid of him. After all, he had walked for a long distance before, but it was still a desert. He estimated that there might not be people in the area of dozens of kilometers. If there were no such people to lead the way, he would probably starve to death here. "Okay, but promise me that you will not say any weird things again." After looking at the other party up and down and making sure that there was no breath of wanted criminals, Jane also agreed immediately, but in the end, she pointed at the other party with her little index finger and warned him with her most deterrent expression. "Of course, no problem." Looking at the other party's expression that was not deterrent but rather cute, Thor shrugged happily and said immediately. In this way, Thor followed the trio into the car and headed towards the place where Thor came from not far away. "Found it. This is it. According to the images taken by our satellite, this is where the beam of light landed." At this time, seeing the strange pattern engraved on the ground, Jane's eyes lit up. Before the car completely stopped, he jumped out of the car and came to the front of the strange rune. "We have to hurry up, otherwise it will disappear." After looking at his late graduate students, Jane immediately took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures of the patterns in front of him. "So you came all the way here just to take pictures of this?" Thor, who was standing aside, couldn't help but laugh after seeing these people taking pictures of the teleportation mark of the Rainbow Bridge, and then spoke. "Speaking of the Rainbow Bridge, who can know more than him? It can be said that in the past thousands of years, he often used this thing to teleport everywhere." "Yes, so you know this." After hearing Thor's words, he had already recorded all the data of every corner of the pattern in front of him through the Pioneer Technology smartphone in his hand, and then looked at the data with unsatisfied interest, raised his head and asked, "Of course, this is the transmission channel of the Rainbow Bridge. The technology created by the top wisdom of our Asgard is also one of our ultimate weapons to maintain peace in the Nine Realms. I came here through it. Thor admitted Jane's words very frankly and introduced the Rainbow Bridge to them. Rainbow Bridge. After hearing Thor's words, Jane couldn't help but frown and asked the other party in confusion. At this moment, she even suspected that the collision she had just made the other party stupid. How could this dense rune be related to the Rainbow Bridge? And a rainbow is a rainbow. Isn't the Rainbow Bridge something in fairy tales? Yes, Rainbow Bridge, I can guarantee that what I said is true. As for you not believing it, I can't help it. Seeing Jane in front of him looking like she didn't believe him, Thor spoke helplessly. However, after accidentally seeing some data records about the Rainbow Bridge in her notebook, Thor said in surprise, "But as a human, you actually studied the Rainbow Bridge. It's unbelievable. After all, even the Rainbow Bridge, the Asgard spent a long time to study it through dark energy. It can be said that only by realizing the existence of dark energy can we get a glimpse of the Rainbow Bridge, but there are very few civilizations that can realize dark energy. And this place that he originally identified as a remote planet, there are actually natives who can realize it, which really makes him feel a little surprised. Rainbow Bridge. What are you talking about? But this is the Einstein-Rosen Bridge." After hearing Thor looking at the description of the Einstein-Rosen Bridge in Jane's notebook, Dr. Selvig on the side couldn't help but push his glasses, and then asked curiously. At this moment, he couldn't help but be a little interested in the words of the man in front of him. Einstein-Rosen Bridge. But after hearing the answer from the man next to him, Thor looked at him with a puzzled look. After all, he didn't know what the Rosen Bridge he was talking about meant. It's a wormhole, which we call Einstein-Rosen Bridge, space-time hole, and also translated as wormhole. It is a narrow tunnel in the universe that connects two different time and space proposed by Einstein. Of course, this has been confirmed by our human technology to exist. After seeing the other party's puzzled look, at this moment, Dr. Selvig didn't know why, and subconsciously explained to the man in front of him. At this point, Selvig had to thank the space aircraft carrier of Pioneer Technology. It was because of its existence that he knew that his efforts all along were not in vain. Although he didn't have a proud finished product to show like Pioneer Technology, for him, as long as the route he had always insisted on was right and he was right, that was the greatest affirmation. "Oh, I understand. That is indeed a Rainbow Bridge, but what I didn't expect is that you call it that." Yes, the Rainbow Bridge is the tunnel that Asgard uses to reach all parts of the universe. It seems that it is indeed not a problem to say that it is narrow. After all, we Asgard only transport tens of thousands of troops at a time. After hearing Selvig's explanation, Thor finally reacted at this moment, and then nodded and spoke. "Transport troops." At this time, Jane asked in confusion. "Dr. Selvig, I think we should send him to the psychiatric department for a checkup. I am increasingly feeling that he may have a problem here." As Jane finished speaking, Daisy on the side quietly pulled Selvig away, and then whispered in his ear. After all, with Thor's speech, Daisy had completely cut off the idea that the other party was the prince of her dreams. Isn't this a living runaway from a mental hospital? From the beginning, she said some strange words. Now, she even described the Einstein-Rosen Bridge as their Rainbow Bridge, and said it was used to transport troops. What a joke. Although she didn't study much in her studies, it didn't mean she was stupid. If there was a force that could own this thing, they would have heard about it long ago, not to mention using it to transport troops. Keep your voice down, Daisy. After hearing Daisy's words, Selvig frowned and said, "After all, it's not polite to say these bad things behind someone's back." Although he also had this view in his heart, he didn't know why. After hearing the words of the man in front of him, he still felt in his heart, what if? And now that he was interrupted by Daisy, he was naturally unhappy. To put it simply, that's it. Actually, I don't really understand it. In Asgard, I've never been interested in literature and other things. So what I can tell you is just some basic things I've heard. On the other side, Thor, after being pulled by Jane to talk about the Rainbow Bridge, also told her some of the information he knew about the Rainbow Bridge. Of course, these were just theoretical things that remained on paper. Although he was straightforward, he was not stupid. It was impossible for him to tell her specific research data on the Rainbow Bridge in his country. How is it? Jane. Dr. Selvig, who was standing not far away, saw Jane's increasingly solemn expression, and the whole person couldn't help but walk in with curiosity and asked. Many of the things he said were beyond my knowledge. I didn't quite understand them, But based on some of the data we know, through what he said, in the end, it proved a problem, that is, what he said should be correct. After hearing Dr. Selvig's words, Jane turned around and looked at him with a complicated expression, and then spoke. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the guy in front of her, who they thought was a madman, seemed to be saying the truth. If that were the case, then the Asgard that the other party was talking about seemed to be an extremely powerful country. But what they couldn't understand was that if there really was such a powerful country on Earth, shouldn't the Earth Federation have discovered it long ago? Exclamation mark. Wait, so you're saying, he's really from Asgard? After looking at Jane's serious expression, Dr. Selvig, who felt his thoughts were a little messy in an instant, also looked at the other party, and then couldn't help but push his hands in the air, and then spoke. At this moment, he just felt that he was a mess. You know, before this, he just held the mentality that everything could not be absolutely denied and tried to convince himself to believe some of the other party's words. He thought that it was already very powerful for the other party to be able to explain it clearly, but who could tell him that in just a few words of chatting, the other party and Jane actually proved all this to be true? This is simply a bit hard to accept. Of course, Asgardians never lie. After hearing Dr. Selvig's words, Thor straightened his chest and said to the people present with a sense of pride from a superior, "By the way, I came here with a mission this time. Let me meet the current head of your Earth Federation. Tell him that I admire him very much. This time I came to find him and let him follow me." After saying that, looking at the people in front of him who had been almost conquered by his words, Thor immediately continued. "Well, Mr. First of all, let's not say that we don't completely believe in your words. Secondly, even if we believe it, we don't have the face to invite, or find a way to get the head of the Earth Federation to see you. Simply put, we don't have that much face." After hearing Thor's words, Daisy on the side said with a dissatisfied look on her face. After all, the other party came to see the head of the Earth Federation, and she also said that she was going to see Zeus. Isn't this a joke? Yes, I was careless. Indeed, if the head of the Earth Federation can be easily moved by a few passers-by, it would be too easy. Thor did not hear the dissatisfaction in Daisy's words at all, and nodded to show his understanding. After all, it was the same in Asgard. It was difficult for a civilian to see him, not to mention the head of the Earth Federation, who should be equivalent to his father in Asgard, right? If you count it this way, then it is not realistic to just find one or two passers-by and expect to see him. But Thor was motivated again. After all, only such a challenging task could be worthy of him. He had subconsciously regarded this time being sent to the Earth by his father as the last king test given to him by Odin. It was to recruit this talent on Earth. But all this still needed time. But it didn't matter. For him, with the body of a god, his lifespan was endless. A little time was just another seasoning in his long life. At this moment, after hearing that the man in front of her not only did not hear her dissatisfaction, but also expressed understanding for it, Daisy felt that her whole chest was hurt by anger. This feeling of wanting to say something but not being able to say it was really painful. So before that, can you introduce yourself? In this way, we can also help you contact as much as possible. Dr. Selvig, who was standing aside, realized that the man in front of him seemed a little bit simple after hearing Thor's words, and then asked, "Of course, no problem, I am Thor Odinson, also known as Thor, the god of thunder. I believe you on Earth should have heard about my story. After all, I have been to Earth many times before, but I have rarely come recently. I am currently the eldest prince of Asgard and the crown prince who is about to ascend. Oh, by the way, this photo is what I just found in your car. I think the photo in it should be me." After hearing Dr. Selvig's words, Thor also nodded, and then took out a photo from his pocket, handed it to the other party and said, "Thor, are you kidding me? That's a myth, it's just a story. Oh my god, this is getting more and more ridiculous. I seriously suspect that I fainted from sleep today." After hearing Thor's self-introduction, Daisy on the side widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.